Tere tulemast Eesti rakenduslingvistika ühingu 19. kevadkonverentsile, mis erandkorras toimub siis Energiaavastuskeskuses, kuna meil lihtsalt hetkel ei ole kodu. Ja annan konverentsi tervituseks sõna ühingu juhatajale Margit Langemetsale, kes tervitab meid veebi teel. Meil lihtsalt hetkel ei ole kodu. Ja annan konverentsi tervituseks sõna 19th Annual Conference of Applied Linguistics. This is happening here in Energiaavastuskeskus because we do not have a home at the moment. Yes, I will give the words, the welcoming word to Margit, who will greet us via web. Yes, I will give the words, the welcoming word to Margit, who will greet us via web.
Tere hommikust kõigile. Good morning everyone. Austatud külalised, head kolleegid. Mul on väga hea meel teid kõiki taas kord tervitada rakenduslingvistika kevadkonverentsil. Olen seekord ise sunnitud jääma ekraani taha, aga nagu me nüüd juba teame, hübriidsus on uus must. 1990. algul kuulsin Exeteris leksikomi kursustel niinimetatud tarkuse mudelist või püramiidist. Struktuurist, mis jäi mind kummitama pikaks ajaks. Mõni aeg hiljem avastasin, et see mudel on oma sõnastuse laenanud inglise luuletajalt Thomas Eliotilt, kes kirjutas need ilusad, aga pessimistlikud sõnad 1934. aastal oma luuleteosesse Kalju. Eesti tõlkes kõlavad need read. Kus on tarkus, mille oleme kaotanud teadmistes? Kus on teadmised, mille oleme kaotanud informatsioonis? Mudelis on need read pööratud vastupidiseks, suisa optimistlikuks. Andmetest kasvab välja informatsioon, informatsioonist kasvab välja teadmine, teadmisest kasvab välja tarkus. Meie konverentsi üldteema on keele mõju, andmetest tõendatud teadmuseni. Nagu näha, tegeleme üha sama teemaga. Andmeid aga, nagu teame, on meie ümber üha rohkem ja üha keerulisemaid. Meil on ees 2 tihedat päeva. Soovin kõigile õpetlikku ja põnevat teekonda tarkuse poole. Aitäh! I am very pleased to welcome you all once again to the Conference on Applied Linguistics in Tallinn. As for myself, I have to stay behind the screen this time. But as we already know, hybrid is the new black. In the early 90s, I heard in Exeter lexicon courses about the so-called wisdom pyramid or a model. The structure that somehow has kept haunting me ever since. Somewhat later, I discovered that the model had borrowed its wordings from Thomas Eliot, an English poet who had put these beautiful but pessimistic lines into his poem Rock in 1934. The lines go like this. Where is the wisdom we have lost in knowledge? Where is the knowledge we have lost in information? In the model, these lines have been turned around, sounding quite optimistic. From data, we gain information. From information, we gain knowledge. From knowledge, we gain wisdom. The overall theme of our conference is the influence of language from data to content-rich knowledge. You see, we are dealing with the same topic, and there is more and more complicated data around us, as we know. We have 2 days ahead. I wish an enlightening and exciting journey towards wisdom to all of us. Thank you.
Aga enne kui me asume esimese ettekande juurde, mul on paar korralduslikku asja. Kõigepealt esinejad ja sektsiooni juhatajad, et enne enda esinemist või sektsiooni käige palun tehnikute juures, nad panevad teile mikrofonid külge ja pärast esinemist jällegi, et mikrofonid küljest ära võtta. Siis füüsikaklass, kus toimub workshop, on korrus allpool, sinna saab kas sellest uksest või siit uksest. Enne lõunasööki või õigemini lõunasöögi alguses on plaanis välgusshow, mida saab vaadata ja ka majas endas tohib ringi käia, kui huvi on. Lõunasöök on tellitud ainult neile, kes kirja panid, kui keegi ei mäleta, siis küsige meie käest. Ja tualetid samuti on alumisel korrusel, esimesel korrusel. Aastaraamatuid saab Laura juurest, kes istub seal saali tagaotsas ja wifi paroolid on seinte peal ja akende peal. So just a few words before we start. All the presenters and chairs, please, before your presentation or your section, please go to the technical booth that they can attach microphones, and after your presentation, go back so that they can take them off. The workshop is a floor down, so you can use either this door or the door in the back. Before the lunch or at 1 o'clock, there will be a lightning show that you can see on the first floor, I think, in this big room. And lunches are ordered only for those who registered, who said that they would want to have lunch. So if you don't remember, then ask us. You can also walk around in the museum if you're interested. And toilets are on the first floor, so use the ones there. There's also one here, but we suggest you go down. And yearbooks or the journals, the newest journal, you can ask from Laura or buy from Laura, and the Wi-Fi name and code is on the walls. So let's start with the first keynote speaker. I am very pleased to introduce our first keynote speaker, Arvi Tavast. You may know him now as the head of the Institute of the Estonian Language, but before he was the head of EKI, he was brains behind Ekilex, which is the newest dictionary and terminology database that we are now using in EKI. Arvi has worked as a developer in private sector, as well as a lecturer, researcher, and as an associate professor in the academy, both in Tallinn and Tartu University. He has broad interests in both professional as well as in private life, from writing books about translation and language theory, to developing dictionary and term bases, to competing in Ironman triathlon, or learning to play musical instruments. Arvi is up for any challenges, so he undauntedly agreed in a second when we asked him 2 days ago to replace Simon Krek, who unfortunately also couldn't join us today. So thank you, and the floor is yours.
Dear international audience, English will follow shortly. Tere hommikust! Tõepoolest, see konverents on läinud nii rahvusvaheliseks, et meil on päris mitu inimest isegi siin saalis, rääkimata sellest, et kes on veebis, kui vaadata osalejate nimekirja, et ma jäin selle keele juurde, millest plaanis rääkida Simon, keda ma asendan. Nii et loodan, et saame seekord niimoodi hakkama. I'm Arvi, or should I say I'm Simon, because when I heard that Simon can't come, I looked at his title and thought, yes, I can live with it. I then read his abstract and said, okay, let's try this stunt that will just replace his name with mine and the word Slovenian with Estonian, and it will be my abstract. Does this work? No? Yep. This is his heading. He's talking about, he would have been talking about structured data in Slovenia. I'm talking about structured data in Estonia. I very much miss hearing his details. I'll substitute those with our details, but our general line of thinking is very similar. So I hope my presentation will not be a huge disappointment for those who were waiting for Simon. The general outline of my talk is, first I will briefly go over what I mean by structured data and how it differs from unstructured data. Then I will stop at 3 examples: bibliographic references, etymology, and corpus curis. Then talk about what is it that we are compiling the dictionary for in the first place, and then come to conclusions about which type of data to use, structured or unstructured, in which cases. So structured data. When trying to come up with a short definition or a short description of what I mean by structured data, is data in the case of which we always know what it is. For every data element, we know what it is about. If it's a name, then we know it's a name. If it's an address, then we know it's an address. And we can also go narrower. If it's a house number, then we know it's a house number, and it belongs to an address. And there are 2 easy tests to see whether my particular piece of database or piece of dictionary or piece of term base is structured. I can check if every field contains a single piece of data or more than one. And also I can see if the same kind of data is placed in one place always or in several places. Let's take a very simple example of a dictionary article. This comes from Italian, which we visited just last week. We were at, many of us were at a project meeting in Florence last week, and the example of piano was used there, so I continued with that. So the Italian word piano would, according to dictionaries, mean at least the following. It has 1 adjective meaning, 1 adverbial meaning, 1 noun meaning, and the noun meaning comes from from geometry. Now this is a relatively normal dictionary entry, and humans have no trouble understanding it. But it is completely unstructured. As Indre Kane from our institute has remarked, this is not a dictionary. This is a story about the language. This is running text. This is one human tells a story to another human about what this word means. Now, if we would like to make it structured, what could we do? We could first separate the head word and then whatever we know about the head word. This is still a story. We still have the same running text in the second box or in the second field. Just to remark, I'm trying to be implementation agnostic here. I'm not distinguishing between XML, JSON, relational databases, or whatever implementations. I'm only talking about the data architecture. What things go together in whatever form they are presented in the database. This is still unstructured. What we could do next, we could separate the 3 meanings, or 3 senses of the word, a bit better. So the first meaning is adjective, and so on. This is still unstructured, because in the first meaning there are 3 types of information: the order number, the part of speech, and the equivalence. And also there is more than one equivalent in the field. What we could do next is separate the order numbers, or separate the data that belongs to the senses. So the first sense of the word piano is number 1, and it's adjective. The second one is number 2, and it's adverb, and so on. This is still unstructured, as you can surely see, because the first one contains 2 pieces of information of the same type, and the third one contains 2 pieces of information of different types. And also this geometry thing seems to be in the wrong place. It's not a property of the target equivalent or target language equivalent. It's also a property of the third sense of the source language word. So it should rather belong somewhere here to the sense. So the process of taking a legacy dictionary, or taking the thinking of an experienced lexicographer and making it structured, is partly separating the entries, separating the pieces of information into separate fields, but partly also putting the fields in the correct place. For instance, this designation of the domain does not belong to the target equivalent as it was written in the original story, but it rather belongs to the meaning or the sense of the original word. And also, as you can see, we have here separated the 2 English equivalents of the first meaning of the Italian word. Now, this is a very simple example, just to illustrate what I mean by structured. If we go to realistic examples, I start with bibliographic references, and these 3 examples are from our real work, from the debates or the discussions that we're currently having in our institute about how to structure the data. So it's not like the ones before were from the textbook, like 20 years ago. But these ones, the next ones, are debates that we're having currently and we don't know the answer to. So if we take an example of a bibliographic reference, and let's imagine that we want to give this as the source of an example or a context sentence in a dictionary. Then how should we present this thing, this text that is on the screen now in the database? Should it be structured or unstructured? And if structured, then how? We could start by separating the types of information. I've tried to draw boxes around names of the authors, then the publishing year, then the title of the paper, then the title of the journal, and then the publication, whatever, numbers. We could go further. We could separate the 3 authors so that each author has its own field, or has their own field. We could go even further by separating first and last names. Also separating the volume and issue of the journal, we could separate the starting and ending page of the journal. We could go as detailed as possible. And what is I mean, this is not something that we are inventing. This is something that management systems have been doing all along. And here is an example from a well-known one, Zotero. What does this same entry look like in Zotero? There is a huge number of fields, not all of which are filled in the database, and even of the ones that are filled in, not all of them are displayed in the reference or in the bibliography entry that we are seeing or we want to show to the user. We don't show the dates when we added it to the database, of course, but also in this case we have chosen not to show the web address or the date when we accessed it. That's just a human decision, should we show them or not. So this thing on the white background is almost completely structured. The starting and ending pages are not separated, but that's just about the only thing I can think of that has not been separated. And there's an added benefit to that. As you surely know, if you have used reference management systems, the representation of the entry in the database is unrelated to the form in which it is presented to the end user. And here are 3 examples. You can easily, like very easily, export references in different reference styles. And here are 3 examples of the same thing. It took me about 3 seconds to create this slide. Chicago Manual of Style, the first one, Modern Language Association, the second one, and the journal Nature, the third one. So depending on where I publish, I can create different style references from the same data. And if you now imagine a dictionary database, and you have structured data inside the database, you can also present that to the user in various different ways. For instance, to a learner in one way, to an advanced user in another way, to a professional linguist in a third way. Also, depending on the language direction, if the user uses the dictionary in an active way, then present it in one way, and if the user just uses the dictionary for decoding, then present it in another way. What's also notable about reference management systems is that there is a large number of document types that you could enter into the system, and here is just a screenshot of what Zotero offers out of the box. If you think of reference presentation standards, the list is even longer. And also there are multiple types of information that you can put inside every record. For instance, contributor, or the people behind the publication. Normally you only have authors, editors, perhaps editors-in-chief, editors of the series, but you could also have things like composers. And one famous example is Estonian vastutav väljaandja, which we don't have anymore, but we used to have a type of responsible person at the publishing house. And it is a well-known example of a thing that cannot be represented in the reference standard, the most widely used reference presentation standard. And the official recommendation is use composer, and tell the users that if it's a composer, then it really means this publisher in charge. You're probably wondering, why am I going into such detail about Zotero? it's because when designing the presentation of references in Equilex, our dictionary system, we have Zotero, or the reference management industry in general, as the upper bound of where we could go in complexity. This is like the maximum. We could duplicate this functionality in Equilex in order to manage references in the best possible way, because they have figured out over decades that this is the best possible way. The next example, etymology. Slightly similar. And here there is a convergence between two ways of thinking, or two groups of people who think in the same direction. One is the DMLEX standard, which is in the process of, or near the end of its process of being developed. It will shortly be presented to the OASIS standardization organization for approval. And this, my understanding of it is from version 1.0, Working Draft 01, where the etymology module was just added. Exactly the same solution has been adopted in Equilex slightly earlier, and the solution is that we have both structured and unstructured. If we think back to etymology, we would have both this database thing on the white background and the running text on the dark background. And the user could choose which one they enter. They could just copy and paste the running text if they want. They could fill in the proper fields if they want. And here are three examples. They are from Equilex, they are from the Combined Dictionary of Estonian, and unfortunately in Estonian for international speakers, but you can at least judge by the length of the texts and the structure of the etymology. The first one is completely unstructured. It basically tells a story about where this word comes from. It is completely free form. The compiler is completely free in what to write here. Can write the life years of the translator who first used this word, the birth and death years of the translator. You could possibly not imagine having a field in the database for the birth year of the translator who first used that. It is so rare that somebody would like to enter that it's completely an overkill to have that kind of field in the database. It would make the database unimaginably complex. But then there are also things that could have their own fields in the database, like the etymon, as the standards people call it, the word in the source language where this language comes from. Like this duodenum in the Middle Latin medical language. This word itself could have its own field in the database. As you can see in the second and third examples, it does have. And the third example is extreme in the sense that there is no other information apart from the etymons, including their meanings. And here the meaning in all languages happens to coincide. It doesn't have to. And here we are in the situation where this etymology, where I have taken the 3 examples from, is the simplified etymology in the combined dictionary. But we also have at our institute the academic etymology dictionary, whose data structure is more complex. It has more types of information than we currently have in the ECILEX data model. So we are now in the situation where we have to decide what to do with the more complex academic etymology dictionary when we start importing or adding that to the combined dictionary of Estonian. Should we create more fields? Like, should we separate different types of information to their own fields? Or should we allow the user to tell a story? And both we and the standards people have reached the conclusion that it is very difficult to decide. First, because we really don't know the user. Or actually, we know more than one user, and those users have different preferences. One of them wants to tell a story and says that this database structure is too restrictive. And sorry, and another user wants to write a very structured database saying that the unstructured text field is too permissive. It has all kinds of drawbacks if they are forced to write this story instead of the structured database. And the same discussion, I understand, has been going on regarding the etymology module in the standard, and reached the same conclusion that we need both. We need the structure, and we also need this big text field where anything could be entered. And the third example is corpus data, which is in Simon's abstract. It was an example of completely unstructured data, because this is what we find in the wild. We simply observe what goes on in the world regarding language, and it's not structured in any way. As I'll shortly show, it can be semi-automatically structured, at least partially. But first I would give another quote from Andrei from Lexical Computing. Greetings to him. At a dinner in Florence last week, he remarked that people don't like the corpus because it contains language. Okay, he said real language, but I would even take it further. People don't like the corpus because it contains language. That is where language lives. Here are some examples of this real language, or of language after an attempt to structure it. And structuring in this case means making it searchable for the dictionary system. What happens here, or where this comes from, is that in our end user interface for the ECILEX system, we also, in addition to lexicographer compiled content, we show a corpus query. Authentic sentences from the corpus, yes, admittedly selected, also semi-automatically, to make them nice or good dictionary examples, so that the sentences should be relatively short, should not start with a name or whatever those rules are. Kristina here has been working on this. But this example is good in the sense, I mean, of course, those sentences are good examples for the dictionary, but this example is good for my presentation because there is a systematic error in the attempt to structure these sentences for the dictionary system. And unfortunately, again, this is Estonian specific, and I will probably not attempt to explain it in English. It's basically one word is frequently misspelled, so that what comes out is a declined form of another word, which is much rarer. And so this rare word if I search for the rare word in the dictionary, and then the dictionary system goes in the corpus and searches for examples, then even misspellings of the frequent word are more frequent than the rare word itself. So it will find forms of the frequent word misspelled. And this particular word pair is so extreme that all of the examples are those misspellings. The word is tasuta, which means free of charge, and then there is also a word taust, background, and forms of the word taust are so much more frequent than the word free of charge, then their misspelled forms are even more frequent. So there has been an automatic attempt to structure corpus data, and in this case it has backfired funnily. Usually it works. I mean, it is not easy to find this kind of errors or this kind of things that have happened, and this is simply a famous one. Also, what is noteworthy about this particular example is that the morphological analyzer behind the mechanism of lemmatizing the corpus for this search is the same one that is behind the widely used speller for Estonian. So it's completely possible that these misspellings were actually created by the same mechanism that filtered them out here. That the person writing this sentence in the first place was writing something else, and the speller made this incorrect correction. And then the same engine later selected it as an example, as a mistaken example for this head word. So it's an extreme example of how technology can go wrong. And again, let me repeat that this is very rare. It's not easy to find this kind of errors in the dictionary system. And that's just about it regarding the corpus. You can search for collocations, you can search for similar words, but this, I can't imagine how that would count as making the corpus structured. The corpus sentence is still a piece of text, a piece of running text. It's very difficult to structure it some way. You can mark it up in some way. You can say that this word is the verb in the sentence. But it's very difficult to divide the sentence somehow so that it could be searchable in some other way in addition to just full text search. So from here I get to the question of what is the objective? Why are we creating this dictionary in the first place? Or why, or what is the driving force behind, or what is the what are the constraints when we decide whether to use structured data or unstructured data? What are the guiding? What is the original task that we are trying to solve because it's not that we simply like structured data. Of course, some people do, like myself, or some people dislike it, whom I'm sure there are also representatives of in this room. But if we look at the task that we have to solve, I've tried to compile a feature list of what we could possibly want to achieve, and then what or how do the different types of data help us achieve that. If we want to know what is the source of this example, what is the bibliographic source, then both, of course, are okay, especially if the one who wants to know it is a human. If a person reads a bibliographic reference, then they will make sense of it, no matter how it's presented. Or if we want to know the etymology of a word, where does it come from, then all three of these examples were readable, and we can know where this word comes from. But then it becomes more interesting. If we want to get answers to more complex queries, for instance, for some reason, like to only include contemporary language in our dictionary, we would like to filter out examples or example sentences or contexts whose sources are older than some particular date. Then this we can do only if we have the date on a separate field. We do not want to search for the date in the bibliographic reference using full text search. We want to have the date on a date field. And then we can compare that to the search criterion. We can say, give me only sentences whose source is newer than 1960. Or if we want to know or if we want to filter out words that have come to our language through some particular route, for instance, come from Greek via French, or from French via Russian, then we can do that if the data is structured. We can't do that if the data is unstructured. Of course, we could do a full text search on the etymology story field, searching for both Greek and French, but then we would get all kinds of false positives where the same words have been used in some other meaning. What I mean by help for avoiding mistakes is that if the data is structured, then constraints can be built into it. You can only select languages that are in your language list. If you are writing the story in the story field, then you can enter any kind of languages. You can also make mistakes entering those languages. It is possible, and it's not feasible to build in any mechanisms, any mechanical constraints that would prevent you from entering non-existent languages or languages that contain typos. If it's a drop-down list of languages next to the etymon field, then you simply select one of those languages. And if the language that you want to add is not in the list, then you talk to somebody and get it added. For instance, this medieval medical Latin probably is not in many language lists, and if you want to add it, then you talk to whatever person you have to talk to, the developer, the maintainer of your system, the administrator, or in some systems you can add it yourself. Also for other fields, in the bibliographic reference, there can be a check that the URL is really a URL. It's not some error or not some typo. You could even have checks, automatic checks, that this web address still works. If it's inside the story, then you can't have those kinds of checks. Also, help avoiding duplicates. If it's a story, then it is very likely, and experience shows that it's like 100% likely, that people will write the same story in different ways. If the same person wants to write the same story twice, then the stories that result will be different. It's almost 100% certain. Not to mention situations where two different people want to write the same story, like take one particular source and write the bibliographic reference, then those references will certainly be different that those two people write. If the system forces them to write them in a structured way, then the system can also alert them that a publication with a very similar heading already exists. Are you sure that you want to add it again? Or that there is a person with the same family name, but the first name is different. Is this a different person, or is it a typo in the first name? In all features or all questions so far, the structured approach has been clearly better. But there is one thing where the unstructured approach is better and where I completely understand the people who like the unstructured approach. It is easy to enter non-standard values. Okay, if the non-standard thing that I want to enter is a new language, I don't have medieval medical Latin in my list of languages, then it would make sense to add it to the list of languages. But if I want to add the birth date of the translator who first used the word, then it probably does not make sense to add it in the database as a separate field, because that would make the list of fields in the thousands, and that's simply not doable. But if the author of the dictionary still insists on adding the birth date of the translator, then in the unstructured way it's possible. In the structured way it's not possible. Of course there can be a combination, as we have adopted both in Equilex and in the DMLex standard, that you normally write it in a structured way, and then if there is an exception, there is a fallback to the unstructured way of entering it. You can add it in the story field if you really have to. Another feature is about the future. We don't create those databases for this week and the next. We hope that they will be used for a long time. And even after they fall out of use, we hope that the data will be transferred to the next system, whatever that will be, or whatever data architecture that will use. In that case, the structured data is transferable. Certainly. There is no doubt about the structured data being transferable. It's also the case for legacy dictionaries that are relatively recent, like from the beginning of this century. Using some kind of old XML format, these dictionaries are usually relatively easy to import into modern databases. But just slightly older, from the 90s or even 80s, dictionaries that were created in Word and are completely in the story form, these are not automatically convertible to the structured form, because there are so many exceptions. Also, experience shows that there are so many simply human errors in those word dictionaries that it's practically not doable to import them into the modern system. In Equilex, we have actually decided, we have tried, we imported the first 6 dictionaries, and after that we have decided not to import any further general language dictionaries, but to create them again in the new system. It's simply that the effort of converting unstructured data to structured data is greater than the effort of creating structured data from scratch. So here structured data has a clear future-proofing advantage. And the last one I have already mentioned at least twice, that if you want to be completely structured, then the developers will simply say no. It's not doable. If you want to have a field for the birth date of the translator who first used the word, then the developers will say no. They will ask, in how many cases will you enter that? One, perhaps two. Perhaps in 20 years' time there will be somebody who enters it a third time, and we are not creating a field for that. They will simply refuse. So there has to be some kind of compromise between the two approaches. And here come the users. Wrong button. Sorry. Two types of users. We could imagine, well, very broadly, somebody human and somebody mechanical. This does not exclude the possibility that general AI will take over in some near future. There was just yesterday there was an innovation festival in Tallinn, where Jaan Tallinn and Kersti Kaljulaid had a very enjoyable debate about when does it happen, not if, but when. And at some stage, some mechanical entity will be in the left column on this slide as well. But still, currently we are talking about humans, users who can make inferences from incomplete data, who can tolerate ambiguity, who can tolerate uncertainty, who can make sense of entries that are not complete, entries that are not completely clear, entries that have inconsistencies, conflicts, typos. Humans understand those, but machines take them verbatim. Machines, if they see this declined form of the frequent word, they will think that it's the declined form of the frequent word. They will not understand from the context that this is a typo. Humans always will. Humans can even correct those errors. I myself have tried user experiments, experiments with readers of translations, where there is an obvious typo in the translation. And I've had users read the translation and then point out the errors or try to explain the errors. And they even did not notice an obvious typo where two letters were exchanged. I was specifically asking, it was a translation 1 paragraph long, and I was specifically asking, show me the errors of this translation, and they did not see it. They saw the correct word, they did not see the incorrect word. There again, I specifically created a typo where the exchanged letters gave another word, another existing word. And they did not read the word as it was, they read the word as it should have been. The machine does not do that, at least currently. And now the questions. For the human, if the human can manage with incorrect data, then does it have to be correct? If the human can read typos, then do we have to avoid typos? And for the machine as well, if the machine does not understand that this is a typo, does it need to understand? If we present the example that I showed about the example sentences to the end user, the machine that creates those sentences does not understand that it's a typo. The end user sees that there is a massive typo, the massive analysis error in this whole section of the dictionary. does it matter? Does it matter for the machine? Does it matter for the human? Also, if we think about machines as end users, like for term bases, machine translation systems that will look up words in the term base, look up terms in the term base. Does it have to be completely structured? Does the machine need to know that the publication year is this, for the reference of the example sentence of the term that it's looking up? Again, a judgment call. So where I'm trying to get at with this presentation is that the decision to choose structured data, semi-structured data, or unstructured data depends on the use case and is very much up to the designer of the system. There is no one correct answer, at least I don't know one at this stage. And regarding the decisions that we need to make currently about etymology and bibliographic references, we will most probably go somewhere in the middle, possibly declining more or turning more in the unstructured direction, I'm afraid, because we simply can't replicate the whole functionality of reference management systems inside ECLEX. Probably we will use some kind of interface to reference management systems so that if a particular user needs to create this story about the reference, even if we have one field for the reference, even if it turns out that bad that we only have one field for the reference, then we encourage the users to use, for instance, Zotero, where they can create this story with about 3 clicks. One is in the library catalog, create record in Zotero, one is in Zotero, create bibliography, and one is in ECLEX, add this bibliography here. So the user does not have to type this story, they will copy paste it from Zotero, or perhaps we can integrate with it somehow. Perhaps there are people here who can share their experience about integrating Zotero into, or some other reference management system into a dictionary system. But we will probably not replicate a reference management system inside ECLEX. Also, we do not plan to make the etymology module completely and exclusively structured. That's it from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for a very interesting talk. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Yes, someone from the web, probably. Okay. Can you give a couple of examples the corpus sentences in dictionaries can be used? It seems that users are very cautious about them.
Well, there are humans in this room. Can we read the question of Maria? There's a word missing, I would say. Maria, please confirm. There is a word missing in this sentence. We as humans understand the question. It's that the word is probably how, or what for, or why. But machines would not understand this sentence, so it would be very difficult to use this particular sentence in a dictionary as an example if the users are mechanical. If the users take the example sentences at face value, then this question would not make a good example. For humans, it's okay. It's not good, but it's okay. It's understandable. And that's also my answer to the question. If the users are human, then any kind of information that you give them is better than no information. The user can make sense of all kinds of incomplete information, including example sentences that contain errors. And if you think of, or if I understand correctly, that the question is about use cases of automatic searches from the corpus, is that the user wants to see example sentences also for words that are so rare that the lexicographers have not got around yet to adding manually selected example sentences to them. And there are many such words. It's my favorite. Yes, Maria confirmed. Thank you. I very much like the numbers of how many words are there in Estonian. There are about 170,000 words in the currently largest dictionary of Estonian. There were 6.6 million words in the previous corpus from 2 years ago. I mean, different lemmas. And there are about 7.7 million words in the current corpus. So in 2 years, it has grown that much. So there will always be words that the lexicographer has not got around to. And these get example sentences automatically.
Take the next question from the web, or we also have one person here who would like to ask.
Let's take one from here for a change.
Thank you for the presentation. I have a question about the typos. I mean, there are systems that can manage them. Well, they're probably big. Like if I typo in Google, it asks that, did you remember that word instead? Is it totally another level?
No, but in this particular case of the tasuta examples, it is two systems talking to each other. The dictionary system is asking the corpus system, give me examples of that word. And then I can't imagine how the corpus system could ask the dictionary system, did you mean that? Or how could the dictionary system then answer that question? It's an interesting proposal, yes, but perhaps it will still be a couple of weeks until we reach that level in AI.
Thank you.
There was also Simon. Simon is thanking you for the presentation.
Yes. I think there was one from Neeme.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And also Margit. Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure I can parse Neeme's question, even though I consider myself sort of human. Where did it go? Did it go away? I understand Neeme's question that there is a there is a usage scenario for a combined approach. Yes, I agree. Combined in the sense that we have both types of data in the database, or one or the other in the database. And Neeme says that if the machine knows what is right, then it can correct the errors based on context. I'm not so sure. Not as well as a human, at least at this stage. Otherwise, we would have a very nicely working grammar correction, which we don't have at the moment, even for English. For Estonian, we have a project underway to create a grammar corrector. For English, there are all kinds of them already existing. Grammarly is a well-known example. These do not correct all errors in in a reliable way. And Neme also says that first you need a richly structured text which can be converted into unstructured text later. This is also something that I very much agree with. If you have structured first, then you can create any kinds of unstructured later. And I stress any kind. You can prescribe to the conversion mechanism how you want this unstructured thing to be written. Now, did I miss something from Margit? Yes, Margit says that my headache has been how to structure everything. Well, this seems like a miscommunication between Margit and myself. Margit has understood that I will force her to structure everything. No, that is not the case.
There was some other
there was something, but it went
from
away.
Maria, I think it was.
There was another
something
one
about
from Maria.
how to make people use the new kind of web dictionaries or something like that. I don't know. It disappeared.
Yes. Please don't disappear. Oh, yes. Broader philosophical question. How do we teach the users to use the new type of dictionary? And probably there are two questions. One is whether it's structured or not, and the other is whether it's or what level of uncertainty it contains. Especially in the case of corpus sentences, if it's completely unstructured, also completely unchecked by a human, then what does it take for the user to learn to use this kind of dictionary, to learn to distinguish between different levels of certainty about different data elements that are displayed side by side on the screen. As you perhaps noticed in my example, we have a red warning triangle saying that these sentences have been selected automatically, and we still get complaints that these sentences contain errors, although we have shown a red warning triangle that these sentences can contain errors. It is a good question, and fortunately we now have Maria with us, who asked the question, whose task it is to find it out.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we are out of time. Thank you so much again. It was very interesting. And yeah.
Thank you.
And we will now have a 10-minute pause, and then we will start with our first session here, and the workshop will move down one floor down.
I've been waiting for so long, now I finally found someone to stand by me. We saw the writing on the wall as we felt this magical fantasy. Now with passion in eyes, there's no way we could disguise it secretly. So we take each other's hands, cause we seem to understand the urgency. Just remember, you're the one thing I can't get enough of. So I'll tell you something. This could be love, because time of my life. No, I never felt like this before. Yes, I swear it's the truth, and I owe it all to you. With my body and soul, I want you more than you'll ever know. Just let it go, don't be afraid to lose control. Yes, I know what's on your mind when you say, stay with me tonight. Just remember, you're the one thing I can't get enough of. And I tell you one thing, I think this could be love, don't you? Because I had the time of my life, and I never felt like this before. Yes, I swear it's the truth, and I owe it all to you. Cause I had the time of my life, and I've searched through every open door till I found the truth, and I owe it all to you. Oh, I had the time of my life, and I've never felt like this before. Yes, I swear it's the truth, and I owe it all to you. Cause I had the time of my life, and I never felt like this before. Yes, I swear the truth, and I owe it all to you. I owe it all to you.
You saw me standing by the old corner of a main street, and the lights are flashing on your windowsill. All alone ain't much fun, so you're looking for the thrill. You know just what it takes and where to go. Don't say a prayer for me now. Save it till the morning after. No, no. Say a prayer for me now. Save it till the morning after. Feel the breeze apple D, big full breast on my baby. Triple weight, couldn't weigh the love I got for the girl. And I just wanna know why you aiming going to where? Boss ain't working you like this. He can't take.
Kadri.
Tähelepanu, kallid kuulajad, hakkame pihta esimese sessiooniga, mis koosneb 4 25-minutilisest ettekandest. Ja esimene neist ettekannetest, ma tahaks, et siia ilmuks nüüd selle ettekande nimi. Algselt oli ta mõeldud eestikeelsena, see ettekanne, aga selleks, et saaks ka meie kallis järgmine esineja aru, mis toimub, siis läks see üle ingliskeelseks. Ühesõnaga, tutvustatakse praegu suurimat Eesti digitekstide kogu, mis on siiski struktureeritud mingil tasemel. Ja see on siis Eesti ühendkorpus 2021. Inglise keeles Estonian National Corpus, no siin on ülevaade 2013 kuni 2021 ja ettekandjad on mõlemad. Palun.
Thank you, Kadri.
Üks asi veel. Kes tahab lähemalt lugeda? Sellest raamatust saab.
Yes, thank you. So I will now switch to English so that our next presenter will also understand what I'm saying, because you have a similar topic. So in our presentation, I will introduce the newest Estonian National Corpus, which was published earlier this year. And both of us, me and Jelena, are authors, but I will be giving the presentation. And as Kadri mentioned already, we also published a paper in the newest Estonian Papers in Applied Linguistics. So if you want to read in more detail about the history of the Estonian National Corpus, or about the process of collecting the texts, cleaning the texts, annotating the texts, then we suggest you read the paper. But in today's presentation, I will focus mostly on the subcorpora of the Estonian National Corpus, and I will also talk about the text classification that we did. The Estonian National Corpus is a series of corpora. We have already 4 versions. The Estonian National Corpus has been compiled in collaboration between the Institute of the Estonian Language and a software company, Lexical Computing, which is based in Brno, Czech Republic. And Lexical Computing is also the company behind Sketch Engine, which is a corpus query system that probably most of you or all of you are heard of or are using. So there are 4 versions in the series. The first one was published almost 10 years ago, Estonian National Corpus 2013. It had about 563 million tokens. And the latest one, published earlier this year, already has 2.9 billion tokens. Between the first 2 versions, there was a 4-year gap, but after the second version, we decided that we would want to release a new version in every 2 years. So that also means that we will start compiling the next version already in the beginning of next year. There are 11 subcorpora in Estonian National Corpus 2021. The largest ones you can see on the slide here are the Estonian web corpora. So these are text scrolled from the web or downloaded from the web during the years of compiling the versions of the Estonian National Corpus. And also the 5th subcorpus, this is a new subcorpus for the very first time in Estonian National Corpus 2021. This is a feeds subcorpus, which also contains documents that have been downloaded from the web. But I will introduce each and every one of them now in more detail. So the Estonian web, as I mentioned, the 4 largest subcorpora are documents that have been downloaded from the web. For this, we are using this special methodology called web crawling, which uses a program called a crawler, which looks for text-rich resources and avoids websites containing material mostly not suitable for text corpora. And the crawler starts crawling from trustworthy URLs. For this purpose, I have manually detected, or I manually selected 851 of the seed URLs in 2019, which was used then and which was used now again, and also all the URLs or all the domains that are in the neti.ee directory. So these were the ones that the crawler started collecting documents from, and the crawler then moves along the URLs and downloads all the documents that it can find, and then the crawled data will then be automatically cleaned. This means that boilerplates will be removed, for example, headers and footers of HTML pages or navigational links. Also, different languages, documents in different languages. For example, a website can be either both in Estonian as well as in English or German or Russian or whatever language. So all the documents that are written in another language will be removed from the corpus. And then also the duplicates and near duplicates are removed. So these are documents that are either exactly the same or very, very similar. So in this case, lexical computing removes the one that is crawled later and leaves only the document that was crawled earlier. So after this automatic cleaning, manual domain check follows. And this is done based on the URLs from which most of the documents were downloaded from. This time, they sent us a list of 5,000 URLs. Last time, 3 years ago, they sent us a list of only 600 links. So these have all been, I manually checked, out of the 5,000, I manually checked 4,000 of them. It took me about 7 to 10 8-hour working days, so basically 2 weeks just checking the links, just to read what is written there and whether the text is computer generated or machine translated, or is it written in natural Estonian language or authentic language. And out of the 4,000, about 26% of the seed URLs or the documents that were downloaded from about 26% of the URLs were then removed because they had this computer generated texts. And after these documents were removed, we analyzed with Jelena the Estonian web with the keywords feature in Sketch Engine. Keywords feature identifies words that appear more frequently in the focus corpus than in the reference corpus. And here we compared the new Estonian Web 21 with the previous Estonian National Corpus 2019 and detected another 352 URLs where the content was not what we wanted. So we removed some more documents. And this is the process that we follow every time. So lexical computing starts crawling the documents, gathers the text, then automatically cleans the texts, and sends us a list of links that we will manually check. And this data will then be put together into a new subcorpus, into a new web corpus, which will be added to the previous version of the Estonian National Corpus. So this is basically how the new version is born, so with the new web corpus. But as I mentioned, the 5th largest subcorpus in Estonian National Corpus 21 is a new subcorpus. This is a feeds subcorpus. And this subcorpus consists of texts from 2 monitor corpora as of the end of 2021. So these 2 corpora here, Estonian RSS feeds corpus and timestamp JSI web corpus, they are both independently accessible corpora in Sketch Engine, so you can search from these corpora separately. But the subcorpus in the Estonian National Corpus contains documents that were there in both of these corpora as of the end of 2022. So what does it mean, monitor corpora? It means that it's dynamic, the content is dynamic, their documents are added in real time, so they are constantly growing. And the Estonian RSS feeds corpus, this is, again, I manually detected 700 seed URLs that have enabled the RSS feature, where you can basically subscribe to all the news that are published on the website. So this is basically how it works. But out of the 700, about 550 of them are active. And we started crawling or downloading documents in March 2020, and since then we've gathered about 86 million tokens. And the timestamp JSI web corpus, it works on the same principles, but this is a part of a larger corpus family, which is created by the Joseph Stefan Institute in Slovenia. And it uses about 80,000 URLs. These are all websites from across the world. And out of the 80,000, 524 are Estonian web pages. And it crawls or downloads about 350,000 to 600,000 articles per day. And in that corpus, there are about 255 million tokens. And yes, so both of these corpora, they are cleaned, duplicates are removed, but what is most important with these two corpora is that timestamps are added. So this allows you to diachronically analyze lemmas in Sketch Engine. In Sketch Engine, there is a special feature for that. It is called the trends feature. It analyzes the frequency of the use of a word in time by comparing the frequency of the use across a series of comparable time periods. So, and the algorithm then presents the user a list of words where you can see these green arrows pointing upwards. These show that the trend is positive, meaning that the use of the frequency of the use of the word is increasing. So this is it might also help you detect neologisms. And if the arrow is red and pointing downwards, then it means that the frequency of use of this word is decreasing. And you can also, when you click on the 3 dots here after the lemma, then you can also see the distribution of the frequency of a lemma. And here you can see that this lemma elektritõukeratas, electric scooter, in texts, it explosively appeared in texts starting from 2019. So the compound is a new compound that came into Estonian in 2019. So here I will stress once again that you can use this trends feature on both of the independently separate corpora in Sketch Engine, the RSS feeds corpus and on the timestamp JSI web corpus, but you can also use it on the Estonian National Corpus 2021. But there, the subcorpus is not dynamic, so we are not adding their documents in real time. So there you can see the result as at the end of 2021. The reference corpus and balanced corpus are corpora that have been compiled by the University of Tartu, and they consist of written texts from the 90s until 2008. And they contain fiction, periodicals, new media, parliament transcripts, and PhD dissertations, and the balanced corpus, which contains equal amount of fiction, journalistic, and scientific writing. So these are also both independently accessible, but we have added them as subcorpora into the Estonian National Corpus. Now, literature subcorpus is also a new subcorpus, kind of. This is something that I am personally most proud of, because since the latest version, the only fiction that we had in the corpus were the books or the fiction that came from the balanced corpus and reference corpus. So there were 160 books that were published in the 90s and onwards. So yeah, from the 90s until I think 2008 were the latest texts in these corpora. And as the end of last year, we started collaborating, or we started negotiating with publishing houses, different publishing houses. We contacted them, asking them to send us manuscripts or copies of books that we could add into the corpus, but we also asked for both original as well as translations. Originals meaning that these are books that are written by Estonian writers in Estonian, and translations are mostly then books that are written in English and translated into Estonian. That is because we also wanted to use the data for parallel corpora that we could use to automatically get equivalence. And there we have both fiction and non-fiction books. On the slide you can see what we have classified as fiction and non-fiction. For example, novels, set of stories, children's books, travel writing is categorized as fiction, and handbooks, popular science, essays, biography, cookbooks are classified as non-fiction. And yes, and when we were in the finishing phases of compiling the corpus, then we had 228 new books that we added into the corpus, and these were all published in 2002 and onwards, but mostly they were published in the last 10 years, so they're all quite new. And the collaboration between the Institute of the Estonian Language and publishing houses continues, so we have received at least as many books as there are now in the corpus. So in the next version, the literature subcorpus will be even bigger. And hopefully we can also add books that are older. The DOI subcorpus is the corpus of academic writing. DOI stands for Directory of Open Access Journals and Articles, which is an online directory that indexes and provides access to 5,000 high-quality open access peer-reviewed journals, which cover all areas of science, technology, medicine, social sciences, arts and humanities, and also the Estonian papers in applied linguistics. Is in this directory, so all the papers that you or we have published in Estonian in the yearbook or in the journal are also part of this Estonian National Corpus. And the Wikipedia and Wikipedia Talk subcorpora, these are quite obvious. Wikipedia subcorpus contains text from main articles, and Wikipedia Talk subcorpus contain texts from, so to say, talk pages, or these are pages where the editors of the main article argue about the content of the main article. And now I will move on to text classification of web texts. So this was done based on the URLs. As I mentioned earlier, Lexical Computing sent us a list of 5,000 links. And when I was manually clicking on almost each and every one of them, I also recorded genres and topics where it was obvious, or where it could be recorded as such. And I used two-level classification, genres as a broader class and topics as a narrower class. Genre is determined by the style of writing, while topics are determined by words. For example, a discussion board on characters from Game of Thrones would be fiction and discussion at the same time. And here on this slide, you can see a table of genres. These are the 5 genres that we Jelena analyzed the Russian web texts. So this was that we did together. We recorded these 5 genres, so to say. And here in the table, you can see also examples, what kind of web pages were classified as such. Then the number of URLs show how many web pages were classified as such. And the column of tokens show you the training data, basically, because this was used. This was then used to train a classifier, which then automatically assigned genres also to other unknown texts in the corpus, where the classifier was sure enough, because lexical computing used a high threshold, so when it wasn't certain, it didn't assign the genre to the texts. But here on the chart here, you can see there are more genres. There are the fiction and non-fiction, which come from the literature subcorpus, and also academic, which comes from the DOI subcorpus. So these are also recorded in the metadata in Sketch Engine. And topics, I recorded altogether 24 on the slide. You can see the first 7, the largest ones, and here the principle is the same. You can see the examples, the number of URLs, and also the size of the training data. So these genres and topics are also shown in word sketches. These are shown when the collocation occurs or falls into a certain topic or a certain genre, then it is shown in the word sketches. And also when the collocation occurs more frequently or usually or especially in a certain subcorpus, then it is also shown in word sketches. And here you can see a screenshot of the lemma sooritus, performance, and you can see that 3 of the collocations normally or especially occur in texts that are written about sports, and then this collocation here in texts that are written about or that write about education. So I mentioned already the 2 new features that we have now in Sketch Engine, which came with the new Estonian National Corpus 2021. This is this was the trends feature where you can see the diachronic analysis of the words. You can detect neologisms and words going out of use. This you can now use for Estonian as well as these genres and topics in word sketches. But we also have, for the very first time in the history of the Estonian National Corpus, we have also annotated the texts syntactically. So we have now syntactic and morphological annotation. We also, Jelena also renewed the sketch grammar. You shortened it and you renamed the grammatical relations. Now the relations have names in Estonian, so it is more convenient to use, hopefully, for everyone. And also we renewed term grammar, so this helps now. You can now detect more successfully the terms from the corpus. And also, you can now search for embeddings with phrases. So this is a separate web page from Sketch Engine. It is also maintained and developed by Lexical Computing. The link is here under the screenshot. But now it is also possible to search for similar words or embeddings for phrases or multi-word expressions. So this is also new. That came with the new Estonian National Corpus 2021. And here on this slide, I want to thank everyone who was involved with different aspects of compiling the corpus. It wasn't just the 2 of us. It was quite a big team and quite a lot of work. I think we did it for 9 months. So yes, thank you everyone from Czech Republic and from Tartu and also from our institute. And thank you for listening.
So, thank you. The corpus, the big national corpus itself is very interesting and also very challenging thing and very valuable. And I hope somebody have also questions from the audience. Suurepärane, et ühendkorpusse on lisandunud tublisti ilukirjandust. Thank for the literature, but not literature, there is a thank for the fiction.
Mm-hmm. Yes, with the fiction we really did have to, we signed contracts with the publishing houses, so this was what was done. It was a quite time-consuming thing. But with blogs and forums, no, at least we don't ask permission from the authors because it is free on the web, accessible to everyone, and all the blogs and forums that are free to read for everyone to read. These we have downloaded, and no, we have not asked for permission to use them. Yes, the others are older.
Please.
You mentioned that it's also possible to view trends in the National Corpus 21, but is it like compared to the older National Corpora, like the
No,
19
it only, maybe I didn't explain it clear enough. It only works on the subcorpus of the feeds subcorpus. And there the documents are downloaded, or the documents come from the RSS corpus and the JSI corpus. So basically it's been taken out of the two independently separate corpora and put together into a subcorpus in the Estonian national corpus. So it only you can only analyze words starting from, I think, 2014, was it? JSI Web Corpus 2014 and onwards. So you cannot see older text. But we continue with RSS corpus at least. So we hope that maybe we can add more URLs that have this RSS feature on their webpage, that we can then subscribe to more web pages and get more data, and then hopefully it works better.
The first question.
Syntactic
about
module. Yes, this is maybe you can have the microphone.
Yes, we have collaborated with Tartu University, so we use TestNLTK version 1.6.9, so that they have this syntactic model, and we integrated it into this into sketch engine pipeline, let's say so. And now we have syntactic tags there. And we also use a chance to announce that so there are even practical applications now of syntactic tags in sketch engine, so that in addition to word sketches based on morphology, we will have now also word sketches based on syntaxes. So, and this is really, like I imagine, a huge step in electronic lexicography and automated lexicography. So we are very glad. Yeah.
Question.
Yes, the idea of adding authors and periodicals to the sentences. Yes, I think this is a good idea. I think even Katri mentioned this when I was defending my PhD 3 years ago or something, 2 years ago. Yes, why not? But and I think this method, it is recorded also in the web sentences corpus, but it then needs to be.
But also, it comes to my question, what I'd like to ask. The genders and topics automatically covers only about 35% of sentences. So, what about the rest?
I think that is quite good, because I don't know how many 100,000s of URLs there are, and I manually clicked on 4,000 of them, and out of the 4,000, about 2,000 or something got either genre or topic. So the training data is not that big yet, but with the next version, hopefully, if anyone wants to come and help me do that, I don't have to do it alone, then please do approach me, and we can do it together. We can maybe annotate more web pages so that the training data could be bigger.
I'm not arguing with the result 35% covering, but what will, how can we realize where it comes from, or how we can share all these parts into the subcorpora genre or topic if we don't know at all what genre or what topic it would be?
I'm not sure if I follow.
Yes.
Use the microphone.
Yeah, but maybe we will have here actually like a very good expert in corpus lexicography. Has next presentation, but I imagine that here only we can rely on machine learning algorithms. So we have training data, we have sports subcorpus, we have, let's say, cooking books and so on, and then I understand that you can apply machine learning algorithms so that the rest of the texts which are not now at the moment like divided into topics and genders, they will be divided by this method. This is all we can do, but if we have only 35%, it means that this machine learning algorithm didn't manage to divide the rest at the moment. So we need more data and more, let's say, domain corpora and topic-based and gender-based subcorpora.
Okay, it seems it makes more discussion, but now the next question. Was it?
Yeah, I will talk about something in the next presentation. I do have a question about the last thing you mentioned, which was the phrase embeddings. Now, what does the phrase mean here? Is this an...
You have your own.
I have my own?
Yeah.
Not at the moment, I think.
Okay.
Now, does that mean really searching for a phrase, like, you know, like a CQL search, or is it just like n-gram search?
Yeah, multi-words mostly.
But
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
no other words in between. It's not a CQL type.
No, not a SQL.
I
Okay.
hope that we can continue this discussion after your presentation. And now the floor is for Istok Kosem from Joseph Stefan Institute, Slovenia. And he will talk about monitor corpus of Slovene and automatic text categorization. Just write the same what we had the last questions.
Thank you. So it's similar, but not quite the same, yes. Well, first I'd like to say that I'm really glad that I'm here. I've had to check. It's been 7 years since my last conference, this one, April 2015. Time really flies, and topics change, and lexicography goes on. So let's see if this, yes, this works. Let me just, so this is a brief structure of my presentation. So I'll talk a bit about Monitor Corpora. Thank you, Christina, that you didn't cover everything. Then the SLED project is the project I'm presenting the results from. And then I will focus on two topics which we already discussed in these questions earlier. So one is the monitor corpus of Slovene. It's called Trendy. And the second thing is that the thematic categorization of text, in this case automatic thematic categorization. So a bit about monitor corpora. I mean, this has been a very popular need, not only recently, but now with all the technological possibilities, the resources for monitoring language use are really in demand. Why? I mean, this is not only neologisms we are talking about, lexical or semantic. We are also talking about finding new uses of existing words. We are finding the words or senses that are going out of use, so you want to get rid of them in dictionaries. You want to just get new examples for existing senses. All these things come with a monitor corpora. And who are the people interested? I mean, yes, lexicographers, linguists, of course, but also teachers, learners. So all these they need updates of materials. And if anything, the recent corona crisis has really shown that, because suddenly there was an influx of a lot of new vocabulary, and none of that was in dictionaries, and you could see dictionary publishing houses reacting quickly. So suddenly you get the corona vocabulary, corona part of the dictionary, everything was published in maybe in a few months, as opposed to normal updates like every few years. So if we go a bit in history about monitor corpora, the very first one that was that's still often mentioned in literature was the Bank of English, comprised of 650 plus million words. It's been compiled for the Kobo Dictionary at the time, and is now part of the Collins corpus, but there is no info to be found on whether it's being updated or how. Now the second one is much more recent. This is a Czech corpus, and this is the online corpus where they actually add material to it daily. And it's quite interesting in way it's structured, because it's relevant also for my presentation and for our corpus, is that they have two versions of this data. So one is the online now, which means that it covers the period of last 6 months. And the other one is the online archive. So basically, they started in 2017. When the month is over, that month is added to the online now, and the last month, so the 7th month, goes to the online archive. So that those two corpora are complementary in that way. Then the sort of monitor corpora for 18 languages are the corpora from the Josef Stefan Institute, where I come from. These are the timestamp JSI web corpora. Estonian is one of the languages covered. And then the American English corpus now, is another corpus which has text from 2010 to yesterday, as Mark Davis puts it. And then there are some specialized corpus, of course, coronavirus corpus. It was just naturally that it would happen that you have a corpus like that. So these are all the websites that refer to sort of coronavirus, any publications on that. And the one I mentioned, that included here, which is sort of, it's not really a monitor corpus, but more and more, as it's happening with Estonian as well, the reference corpora are including the monitor corpus part, or they assume that role of monitoring the language. So COCA, the corpus was really, when it was published, it was almost like reference and monitor corpus in one, and now because it hasn't been sort of updated, it's just, let's say, a reference corpus. But so when we turn to Slovene, so what is the situation in Slovene? Well, I mean, that's why we actually undertook the development of the monitor corpus, because we didn't have any. There were attempts on monitoring the language, and that one is the language monitor, which is the other institution I work at, so the University of Ljubljana. There was this website set up where we basically download the data and we analyze it, and the website only presents sort of the most topical words of the previous month or the words of the year and things like that. But the problem behind it, we also use the JSI newsfeed for this. The problem behind it is that this is a lot of manual work. Sort of, you extract the data, you have to check the lists, you have to sort of, there are some things done semi-automatically, but it still requires a lot of manual input, and then on monthly basis. So the second one, which is more lexicographic, is the Growing Dictionary of Slovene Language. So that is a dictionary which enters on yearly basis new words that have been detected in the language. The problem is that the source of info is unclear, or at least it's not corpus-based per se, so it's really whatever is found in journals and so on. So you don't have any links to more usage of those words. So there you go, the Slate project. So that was, we basically applied for a call at the Ministry of Culture, which was covering sort of new resources and technologies. And this is the ongoing project, so I'm presenting sort of the results as they come along. This is my team, so there are many of us, plus several other technicians and linguists and students that are participating in preparing these resources. And the project will finish in October 2022, but we are setting up the infrastructure to really keep it going. Of course, that with monitor corpora, that's expected. So these are the three main activities of the project. I will focus on 1 and 3 in my next slides. I'll tell a bit more about 2 in this slide. So one is the monitor corpus of Slovene. The second one is data collections. So that just means that we also promise that we will regularly extract some data from the corpus and make it available to the users. So it's not only that you have to really browse through the corpus, that you look at the trends and analyze them or something like that. We already prepared the data for you. So let's say, which are the words that are most prominent in the last month, in the last year, or something like that. Maybe word of the day. I mean, all the data that we will have available, sort of manageable lists, will be uploaded to the Clarion repository. Okay. Now let's skip to the more interesting part. So first of all, this is we named our corpus trendy. We had a play on words, so it's a trendy corpus. And we had to make some decisions. So how do you position such a corpus in relation to the reference corpus, in relation to other corpora? So we had to analyze also the data that we're getting. And one decision was it will complement the reference corpus. So this is hence the similarity with the Czech data, which basically means that GigaFida, which is a reference corpus of Slovene, currently covers a period up to the end of 2018. So this is our starting point. So our corpus starts from 2019 onwards. But as soon as some texts are included in the reference corpus, it will become smaller or it will cover shorter period. So we really want to fill that gap in that the other corpora don't cover. Now, our list of sources is much smaller than what Christina was mentioning for Estonian. We actually analyzed the JSI newsfeed. We got 243 sources, and just as Christina did, I went through the whole list. Luckily, mine was much shorter. But these are really, we were looking for, so the many problems were with that the websites were no longer active, that really few texts or incomplete texts were coming from them. So some of the websites were aggregators. So they were aggregating all the news from different existing sources. So those had to be excluded. So we ended up with 110 sources, and we decided that we will, so the versions that we're publishing has the year and the month in the name. So it's Trendy 2022-05, and that version was just published. I mean, just means Monday. So this is the first conference, the first place where I'm presenting the corpus. I just had to include this in the slides, the very last information. And this is the sort of fresh information that the corpus size is 565 million tokens, which is nearly 20 million tokens per month. Actually, the more we get to the current date, the bigger the monthly intake is, also because there are new sources regularly appearing, and we add them to the list. So like this netcenzurinon.si is a source that's appeared only in 2020, and it's already among the top 30 sources because there's a lot of news published on the website. So this is just, we put it in the no sketch engine, so we get a quick overview. So you have a bit more statistics here to the left, words and sentences, paragraphs, and documents. So about 1.5 million documents. And this is the statistics per resource. So I can already say that we have newspaper websites, we have news portals, we have some magazines. So mainly news, something where the content changes daily. That's quite an important criterion. You don't want really static websites where they stay unchanged for a long time, because after all, we're monitoring language changed. And I did a quick keyword analysis just to get a quick insight into the corpus. So this is comparing the monitor corpus with the reference corpus. And I mean, even if you don't understand, you will quickly get an idea that the corona virus vocabulary is dominating. So you can see coronavirus, COVID, pandemic, so to summarize it in 2 words, what's happening here is corona and elections. So that's the main thing. We just had elections in Slovenia, so these two topics are really standing out at the top of the keyword list. So how do we do it? It's really not that different from what Christina was describing. The only thing where we are a bit more detailed in is the actual annotation. So what we do is collect the data in raw, well, in JSON format. We do the duplication currently only at the URL level. So we don't do any sort of text or paragraph deduplication because we leave that later for the reference corpus that might be more relevant. Now then comes the annotation. That's the procedure that's been improved ongoing, well, for the past half a year. A lot of work has been put into. So this is the new classless tensor mechanism of sentence segmentation, tokenization, morphosyntactic annotation, and lemmatization for Slovene. We are using parsing, using universal dependencies, and named entity recognition. So all the things required in the gigafeed or the reference corpus as well, which means that the texts are easily taken and used there. So we don't want to redo the annotation. Now, the important thing here is that, well, actually, I'll come to that in this slide. So we do daily conversions too. So we prepare the data for various purposes. So all the annotation prepares the data in the conal format, and then daily, the conal format is converted into the TEI XML format, and then monthly, all the TEI XML format, the data is joined and converted into VERT format because that's the one we use for the concordances. Now, I can also say that in those conversions, so initially all the single files are extracted, then they are merged per publisher per day, and that's how they are converted into TEI and VERT, so that we have a monthly version of a file per publisher. And we will make these available in the two concordances that we have in clarin.si, and the CC version, which means that we will take random paragraphs from each text, will be available under open license also in the Clarin repository. Yes, so basically this is done daily. Now, the categorization. We wanted to also devise a categorization, and sort of we wanted to use two approaches. One is take the existing websites that the news are taken from, and also the categorizations used by other let's say reference media or corpora. So first we use the Slovenian news portals, so things like that at the top marked, so you know that in every sort of journal or in every news portal you have categories into which news are divided, and then these categories are also found in URLs. I mean, that for finding text is quite important. Now, the second thing is that we use the thematic codes by International Press Telecommunications Council. That's quite, I mean, we wanted to make it compatible, but not use that because they use 1,400 categories. The most important thing for us was the 17 top-level categories. And then we used categories from corpora, because when you do categorization for linguistic purposes, you have a slightly different approach to how people present the news portal categories. So here we used the Czech corpus and the Estonian corpus. So your colleagues have been kind enough to send us this list when we were preparing it, and we came up with 13 categories. And I prepared this sort of comparative list. Before I run out of time, I mean, just to let's. So this is the whole list. What you're seeing in the second column is quite relevant. That some websites or some categories are really not to be found as separate subpages on the website, which is a problem for preparing the data sets for training, but they are still legitimate in a way because you can find them in all other resources. Now, some of them, like leisure, I mean, we found that the Estonian corpus has 8 categories that go under one category in our corpus, but our people doing this automatic categorization urged us not to do too many categories. They said, really keep it manageable, otherwise we will have a problem when you automatically distinguish text. So we are now, I mean, this is really the most recent information. We are preparing training data sets on which we will train the mechanisms, and then in the end, all the text coming through the pipeline will be annotated automatically with one or more categories, depending on the level of certainty. I mean, these are just how we want to balance it by class, we want to balance it by source. I think what's important to mention is that the problems we are encountering here is that some categories have subpages only on certain portals. So education, for example, of all the portals, I think we found only one page that has a separate subpage for education. So we will have to do some other searching to get the relevant or the training data for that. And some categories, they don't have subpages. Politics, as much as a really widespread topic that is, it doesn't have a separate subpage. It's mentioned often as current topics or world or EU or things like that, but it's really hidden, so you have to form the training data in a different way. So these are the future plans. So I hope to, at next events, I will present this module for automatic text categorization. But long term, I mean, just as Christina was presenting, we really want to use this in creating dictionaries and other tools as soon as possible. So it's just a tool to get the resources. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That was really interesting, and maybe some questions from the last presentation found their answers, but now is questions for that session.
Yeah, in terms of automatic text classification, when we were working with lexical computing in Borna, and with Suhamel, who has defended his PhD exactly on this topic, so we came to the conclusion that now there is a kind of need for standardization in this field also. So how we classify text so that corpora of different language could be still comparable also on the basis of those text types, genders, and topics. Yeah, so this is what we have to solve now as a kind of new thing.
Yes. I mean, I didn't have time to really go into detail into that table, but I mean, maybe if I go, can you move back to the table, to the slide? What I want to say is that we wanted this to be. Oh, actually, I can move it. Sorry. We wanted to have this, so we wanted to have mapping, so that we are sure that there is mapping between different resources for the very reason that you mentioned. And there are topics, so we have a list of topics that are not mappable, especially in this Czech corpus, because that's exactly the topics that I was mentioning earlier. So they have topics like foreign news, current news, and that's really not something that you can classify.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for this presentation. I am Peep Nemvalts from Tallinn University. I'm interested in how to differ between detection of new senses and new uses of existing words. Can you please explain it?
Yes. What I meant there was that you already have a sense, right? but then you have new collocations. So I can give you a good example. We did in 2018 when we started this Slovenian-Hungarian dictionary, we had a word hybrid. And one of the senses was dealing with vehicles. But then in the corpus we had at our disposal, hybrid vehicle is not that typical of a collocation. So when we got the new data, new reference corpus or the monitor corpus, hybrid car, hybrid model, all these collocations came up. So that would, for example, when you would be looking at the existing dictionary, you would say, oh, okay, I need to add these collocations, I need to add new examples. Maybe I even need to move the sense higher up the order. So that's what I meant by new uses, yes.
Thank you. Now the time, unfortunately, is over. And we are asking here the next presenter. Who will be Aimi Piksaar, kes peab ettekande pealkirjaga Empiirilised andmed semantikas, kui juhuslik peaks olema polüseemia uurimisel kasutatav korpusvalim. Kas Aimi on meil siin või veebis? Veebis. Oi. Kas keegi tehnilistest inimestest saab kuidagi? Palun, kas sa võiksid öelda oma ettekande pealkirja korraks ka inglise keeles?
Ma ütleks, et see on korpuse andmete kasutamisest polüseemia uurimisel, et ma pikemalt ei hakkaks seda tõlkima. Nii, aga millest ma siis räägin, ongi, et üks võimalus korpusandmete kasutamiseks polüseemia uurimisel on distributiivsemantilised mudelid, mida ma siis siin ettekandes alguses lühidalt tutvustangi, et räägin, et mis need on, mida nendega siiamaani tehtud on ja millised probleemid on ilmnenud. Ja probleemide juurest liigun edasi valimi moodustamise olulisuse juurde nende mudelite loomisel ja kõige taustal on siis kogu aeg ka küsimus, et mida on üldse võimalik teha distributiivsemantiliste mudelitega selle uurimismeetodi praeguses arenguetapis. Mis need distributiivsemantilised mudelid on? Need on siis tähenduste kirjeldamise vahendid, mis toetuvad arusaamale, et sõna tähendust on võimalik esitada kontekstide kaudu, milles see sõna loomulikus keelekasutuses esineb. Distributiivse semantika hüpoteesi sõnastas 1954. aastal Sellik Harris ja lühidalt ütleb see siis seda, et sõnad, mis esinevad sarnastes kontekstides, kalduvad väljendama sarnast tähendust. Näiteks sõnad halb ja kehv esinevad sageli koos sõnadega ilm, olukord, tervis, enesetunne ja veel mitmeid ühiseid sõnu. Ehk siis nad esinevad sarnastes kontekstides ja neil on ka sarnane tähendus. Polüseemia uurimisel on sarnasuste asemel fookuses pigem erinevused. Ehk siis võime öelda, kui üks sõna esineb mitmes erinevas kontekstis, siis sellest võib järeldada, et tal on mitu erinevat tähendust. See tähendab siis, et mitme eri sõna tähenduste võrdlemise asemel võrreldakse polüseemia uurimisel omavahel ühe sõna eri kasutusjuhtude tähendusi. Näiteks, et kui sarnased või erinevad on sõna kuum tähendused kontekstid, istusime kuuma päikese käes, andis kuuma suudluse ja vaktsineerimine on kuum teema. Kuigi distributiivse semantika hüpotees on tuntud juba möödunud sajandi keskpaigast, siis kognitiivses semantikas on seda lähenemist meetodina hakatud kasutama alles hiljaaegu polüseemia uurimisel vähemalt. 2015 ilmus Lööveni ülikooli keeleteadlaste artikkel, kus nad analüüsisid selle meetodi abil Hollandi sõna monitor ja andsid seal siis ka
põhjalikuma ülevaate sellest, kuidas seda meetodit polüseemia uurimiseks kasutada. Et sellel sõnal on siis hollandi keeles 2 tähendust, kuvar ja noortejuht, ja nad näitasid seal artiklis siis, et erineva tähendusega kasutusjuhtusid on võimalik eristada üksteisest leksikaalse konteksti alusel. Kasutasid juhuvalimit, korpusest oli võetud 199 kasutusjuhtu sõnaga monitor. Mõned aastad nii. Mõned aastad hiljem siis Hilpet ja Saavedra tegid sama suguse uurimuse inglisekeelsete sõnade peal. Sõnadeks olid syntax ja wave ja siis näitasid ka, et kontekstide sarnasuse põhjal, kontekstuaalse info põhjal on siis võimalik eristada mitmetähendusliku sõna erinevaid tähendusi. Ja mis nad tegid teistmoodi võrreldes selle eeskuju uurimusega, oli see, et neil ei olnud päris juhuslik valim, vaid neil olid siis valimistähenduste proportsioonid tasakaalustatud, ehk siis mõlema sõna puhul kumbagi tähendust oli võetud valimisse ühepalju. Ja siit lähen edasi enda uurimuste juurde. Et mina olen siis uurinud distributiivsete mudalite abil polüseemsete adjektiivide tähendusi, et kõigepealt siis 2 ja 3 tähendusega adjektiive juhuvalimite peal ja põhjalikumalt omadussõna kuum, kasutades selleks siis erinevate põhimõtete alusel moodustatud valimeid ja neist erinevatest põhimõtetest hakkan kohe varsti rääkima. Aga et kõigepealt siis 2 tähendusega adjektiivide peal saadud analüüsi tulemused, et siin on 6 adjektiivi, millel siis üldistatult öeldes võib eristada 2 tähendust, millest üks on konkreetne ja teine on abstraktne. Ja kui panna need tähendused siis kasutusjuhtudele ka värvidena peale, siis on näha, et need eristuvad üksteisest siis väga hästi kõigi sõnade puhul. Ja kui automaatne klasterdus veel peale panna, siis on näha, et ka automaatne klasterdus leiab need klastritena siis igalt poolt kõigi sõnade puhul üles. Et tundus, et 2 tähenduse puhul see meetod töötab, läksin edasi 3 tähendusega sõnade juurde. Ja kui siia panna ka tähenduste märgendus peale, et siis tegelikult see pilt ei ole enam üldse nii selge, et erinevad tähendused siis ei moodusta enam selgeid piirkondi seal lahendusel ja ka automaatne klasterdus tegelikult ühelgi juhul ei leia neid õigeid 3 klastrit üles, et siin sõna kuum puhul ta küll võttis 3 klastrit välja, aga see keskmine sinine klaster oli tegelikult segaklaster, et seal oli lisaks kirglikule ka neid teisi 2 tähendust sees. Nii et ühesõnaga, meetod, mis 2 tähenduse puhul töötas väga hästi, 3 tähenduse puhul enam ei töötanud. Ja sellised tulemused ei ole mitte ainult minul, vaid ka näiteks Mariana Montes, kes kaitses eelmisel aastal oma doktoritöö ja kelle juhendajateks olid needsamad Lööveni ülikooli keeleteadlased, kellelt see eeskuju artikkel ilmus, siis ka tema leidis, et rohkem kui 2 tähendusega sõnade puhul ei ole kontekstuaalse sarnasusel põhinevad automaatanalüüsiga saadavad klastrid üks-üheses vastavuses polüseemse sõna tähendustega. Et siin on siis jah, need andmepunktide kujud on siin läinud natuke joonisel paigast ära, aga ühesõnaga erineva kujuga on joonisel siis tähistatud tähendused ja värvidega siis automaatanalüüsi saadud klastrid ja nagu näha siis, et ei ole sellist üks-ühest vastavust, et üks andmepunkti kuju on igal pool ühe värviga ja miks see nii on, see ongi siis edasise uurimuse küsimus, aga üks asi, mida mina panin tähele nii enda analüüsi vaadates kui ka Montese analüüsi tulemusi, vaadates oli see, et juhuvalimis on eritähendusega kasutusjuhtisid väga erinevates proportsioonides ja väiksema sagedusega tähendused on need, mis just automaatanalüüsil klastritena välja ei tule. Ja siit mul tuli mõte, et proovida siis kasutada tasakaalustatud proportsioonidega valimeid, ehk siis need tähenduste proportsioonid valimise ära tasakaalustada, nii nagu Hilbert ja Saavedra juba selle eespool näidatud oli siis 2 tähendusega sõnade analüüsil olid teinud. Ja siis jah, et kui küsida, et mida siis on võimalik nende distributiivsemantiliste mudelitega selle meetodi praeguses arenguetapis teha, et siis võiks öelda, et see, mida Montes üritas kasutada neid polüseemse sõna tähenduste väljaselgitamise vahendina, et anname juhuvalimi ette ja küsime siis, et mitu tähendust sellel sõnal on. Pärast vaatame, kas see liigitus läheb siis kokku ka käsitsi märgendusega, et see ei tööta, see ei anna tulemusi. Et võib-olla tuleks siis samm tagasi võtta ja leppida sellega, et praegu oleks mõistlik kasutada neid mudeleid siis selleks, et kui anda mingisugune tähendusliigendus neile ette ja siis küsida, et kas siis empiirilised andmed kinnitavad sellist liigendust. Ja sellest lähtuvalt siis ma hakkasin moodustama erinevate põhimõtete alusel valimeid, alustades täiesti juhuslikust ja liikudes siis samm-sammhaaval järjest tasakaalustatumate proportsioonidega valimi poole. Kokku oli mul siis 6 erinevat põhimõtet, mille alusel ma valimid moodustasin. Näitesõnana kasutan omadussõna kuum ja iga põhimõtte kohta siis põhimõtte alusel moodustasin 2 valimit, et näha, kas sama põhimõtte alusel moodustatud valimite peal saadud tulemused siis on sarnased või erinevad väga palju. Ja tähendusliigenduse võtsin sõnaveebist, et selle järgi siis sõnal kuum võiks olla 3 tähendust: kõrge temperatuuriga, populaarne ja kirglik. Ja siin ongi siis esimese põhimõtte alusel moodustatud valimite peal saadud tulemused. Täiesti juhuslik valim tähendab seda, et on küsitud korpusest siis selliseid konkordatsiridu, mis sisaldavad sõna kuum omadussõnana, mingeid muid piiranguid ei ole. Ja nagu näha, siis kõrge temperatuuriga tähendusega kasutusjuhtusid on väga suures ülekaalus. Rohelised ehk populaarne tähendusega kasutusjuhud ka seal kuskile poole juba natukene võib-olla koonduvad, aga mitte eriti, mingi klastreid nad veel ei moodusta ja sinised ehk siis kirglik tähendusega kasutusjuhud kaovad täitsa ära teiste hulka. Et siis järgmised 2 põhimõtet on tegelikult sellised vaheastmed, mis on vajalikud selleks, et jõuda sinna tasakaalustatud proportsioonidega valimi moodustamiseni, aga ma tõin need ikkagi eraldi põhimõtetena ka välja, et näidata, et kui ma mingisugused piirangud valimile peale sean, et kuidas see siis tegelikult väga ei mõjuta seda, millised need analüüsi tulemused on. Et siin on siis esimene piirang, et ma võtsin ainult täiendi positsioonis omadussõnaga kasutusjuhud, eelmises olid siis täiesti juhuslikud, olid kõik võimalikud süntaktilised positsioonid esindatud, aga et kuna need tulemused siis analüüsil ei ole väga erinevad, siis ma leidsin, et ka täiendi positsioonis omadussõnaga kasutusjuhud võiksid esindada täiesti hästi kogu seda uuritavat materjali ja vajalik oli siis selleks, et see täiendi positsioon on mul kergem edaspidi kontrollituma valimi moodustamisel. Et järgmisel sammul põhimõtte 3 jaoks võtsin veel ühe piirangu, et nimisõna, mida omadussõna täiendab, peab kuulma selle sõna omadussõna tugevamate kollokaatide hulka. Kollokaadid sain siis naabersõnade sõnastikust ja samm oli vajalik selle jaoks, et tähenduste märgendust siis saaks edasi teha automaatselt nimisõna kollokaatide põhjal. Et kui ma tean, et näiteks sõna kuum esineb koos sõnaga vesi, et siis ma märgan selle automaatselt tähenduseks kõrge temperatuuriga. Ja siis selle põhimõtte 3 alusel moodustatud valimite peal saadud analüüsi tulemused on siis ka üsna sarnased eelmistega, et need rohelisega ehk populaarse tähendusega natuke rohkem koonduvad, aga ikkagi need proportsioonid on enam-vähem samad nagu teistes tulemustes olid. Ja siis jõuan siis selleni, millele ma tahtsin jõuda, et tähenduste proportsioonid hakkasin neid tasakaalustama valimised. Võtsin siis kõiki tähendusi valimisse esindama võrdse arvu kasutusjuhtusid. Ja tulemused olid siis oluliselt selgemad selles mõttes, et need erinevad tähendustega kasutusjuhud moodustasid juba selgemad piirkonnad seal lahendusel ja ühel lahendusel siis vasakpoolsel ka leidis automaatne klasterdus need kõik 3 klastrit üles, et mõned ebatäpsed klasterdused on ka sees, aga ikkagi ta võttis need õigetelt aladelt, need klastrid, mida oli vaja. Nii, aga et mida ma siis tegin selle 4. põhimõtte puhul oli see, et ma tasakaalustasin ära tähenduste proportsioonid, aga seal tähenduste sees kollokatide proportsioonid ei olnud tasakaalustatud ja mõni kollokat oli seal nagu väga ülekaalus ja mõnda oli väga vähe, et siis ma järgmise sammuna otsustasin, et ma tasakaalustan ära ka kollokatide proportsioonid ja siis olid tulemused, peaks ütlema, et natuke vähem selged. Need punased ehk siis konkreetse tähendusega kasutusjuhud eristavad küll ülejäänutest, need 2 populaarne ja kirglik on siis mõlemad abstraktsema tähendusega, aga need populaarne ja kirglik omavahel enam nii hästi ei eristu kui põhimõtte 4 alusel. Aga ma läksin ikkagi siis ühe sammu veel edasi, et ma 6. põhimõtte jaoks siis võtsin ka valimisse igat tähendust esindama võrdse arvu kollokate. Ja valimid nägid siis välja sellised ja tulemused olid ikka väga sarnased sellele, mis oli siis põhimõtte 5 alusel moodustatud valimites, et roheliste ja siniste ehk siis populaarne ja kirglik tähendusega kasutusjuhud segunevad omavahel mingil määral ikkagi, et need piirkonnad, kuhu üks või teine tähendus nagu koondub, need on seal olemas ja parempoolsel joonisel siis alumisel on näha ka, et automaatne klasterdus leidis need klastritena õigetest piirkondadest üles, aga selleks, et siis nagu paremini aru saada, mis suhted nende kasutusjuhtude vahel seal toimivad, et siis ma vaataksin ka eraldi tähenduste kaupa veel neid tulemusi. Et siin on siis kõrge temperatuuriga tähendused, neid tähendusi olid esindama pandud siis kollokatid vesi, ilm, tee ja suvi ja siin oli kõik korras, kõik need kollokatid ka esindasid ilusti selles mudelis seda tähendust, aga teiste tähendustega päris nii ei olnud, et siin on siis kirglik tähendus, et 3 esimest kollokati suudlusmees ja seks on kõik korras, esindavad ilusti seda tähendust, aga kollokatsuhe oli millegipärast läinud hoopis sellele alale, kus paiknesid siis populaarne tähendusega kasutusjuhud. Miks seda mul praegu siin pikemalt aega analüüsida ei ole, et see jääb mõneks teiseks korraks, aga et lihtsalt nii oli. Ja see oli siis ka üks põhjus, miks need sinised ja rohelised punktid seal joonistel segi läksid. Ja teine põhjus oli siis kollokat hitt, mis oleks võinud esindada kirglik tähendus, populaarne tähendust, aga läks esindama hoopis siis kirglik tähendust, nende kasutusjuhtude kokku, kus siis kollokadiks olid kirglik tähendusega sõnad. Ja kõige see populaarne oligi siis tegelikult kõige keerulisem tähendus, sest siin lisaks siis veel ka kaup oli selline hästi omapärane kollokaat, et ta moodustas täiesti omaette ala seal tulemustes, et mitte ainult siin põhimõtte 6 puhul, vaid ka kõigis teistes valimites ta eristus punastest, eristus sinistest ja eristus ka kõigist teistest rohelistest, et jällegi mõtlemiskoht, et kas peaks siis mõtlema, et siin on tegemist eraldiseisva tähendusega või siis, et lihtsalt tunnistada, et on olukordi, kus tähenduste alusel liigendus ja kontekstuaalse sarnasuse alusel liigendus lihtsalt ei lange kokku. Nii, aga et siis kokkuvõtte poole ka jõuda, siis ma siin panin kõrvuti veel 4 viimase põhimõtte alusel moodustatud valimite analüüsi tulemused, kust siis on näha, et jah, kõige paremini eristusid need 3 tähendust põhimõtte 4 alusel moodustatud valimites. Ehk see oli siis selline valim, kus tähenduste proportsioonid olid tasakaalustatud, aga kollokaatide proportsioonid tähenduste sees veel ei olnud tasakaalustatud. Et kui tuletada meelde, mis kollokaadid olid need, mis kõige rohkem probleeme tekitasid, siis need olid hit ja suhe, et mis läksid siis nagu vastasaladele ja siis selles põhimõtte 4 alusel moodustatud valimis, nagu näha, siis seda hitti üldse ei olnud sattunudki ja suhet oli ka siis proportsionaalselt vähem kui selles põhimõtte 5 alusel moodustatud valimis. Nii et see siis põhjustas seda, et see tulemus oli selgem põhimõtte 4 alusel moodustatud valimites. Aga mis nende põhimõtte 4 alusel moodustatud valimitega probleem on ikkagi see populaarne tähendus, mida siis valimis esindavad ainult 2 lemmat, siin teema ja kaup. Lisaks sellele need teema ja kaup on omavahel nii erinevad, et automaatanalüüsil läheb siis seda tähendust esindama ainult teema kasutusjuhud, et võib-olla seda on nagu liiga vähe terve tähenduse esindamiseks. Aga see on ka siis mõtlemiskoht edasiseks, et praegu ma võtaksin siis siin räägitu kokku selliste punktidega, et distributiivsemantilised mudelid suudavad praegu eristada üsna hästi polüseemsete sõnade konkreetse ja abstraktse tähendusega kasutusjuhtusid, aga enam kui 2 tähenduse eristamisel on üheks oluliseks probleemiks see, et täiesti juhuslikus valimis on eri tähendusi esindavate kasutusjuhtude proportsioonid väga erinevad. Ja minu katsetused valimite varieerimisega näitasid siis, et eri tähendusi esindavate kasutusjuhtude proportsioonide tasakaalustamine valimis parandab oluliselt mudelite võimet eristada kontekstuaalse info põhjal tähendustele vastavaid kasutusjuhtude rühmi. Analüüsi tulemustest ilmes ka, et mõne kollokaadi puhul ei lange introspektsioonipõhiselt määratud tähendus kokku kontekstipõhise analüüsi tulemustega, näiteks kuum suhe, kuum hitt ja ka kuum kaup juhtumid. Ja järgmise sammuna olekski vaja siis tegeleda eri tähenduste sees kollokaatide proportsioonide tasakaalustamise või tasakaalustamata jätmise küsimusega ja kaugema sihina hoiaksin ikkagi silme ees ka seda, et saada need mudelid tööle ka sellisel juhul, kui ei ole ette antud seda mingisugust tähendusliigendust. Nii, aga siin on siis kirjandus, millele ma slaididel viitasin ja aitäh kuulamast.
Aitäh sulle, Haimi, selle tõesti huvitava ettekande eest. Kahjuks me oleme nüüd ajahädas ja küsimusteks väga... Maria, sul on niisugune nägu peas. Okei, ühe küsimuse saad.
Ei, mul tegelikult midagi sellist väga kiiret ei olnud, aga lihtsalt, et ma hakkasin ka mõtlema, et need 12 tähendust, eks ole, see populaarne ja kirglik, et nad ongi kindlasti otsapidi kattuvad, et kuum teema, et see ongi niisugune kirgiküttev, populaarne, et seal ongi võib-olla väga raske sellist nagu selget eristust ainult konteksti põhjal teha, et võib-olla selles mõttes ta on natuke keeruline selline polüseemne sõna ka, et see temperatuur tõesti hästi eristub neist teisest 2, aga need 2 on omavahel kindlasti, ma arvan, otsapidi kattuvad ja läbisegi.
Ja, et see teema kollokaadiga kasutusjuhud tegelikult eristuvad väga hästi veel nendest kirgliktähendustest, aga mingisugused jah, et näiteks see hitt, et see ongi seal naabersõndade sõnastikust on läinud esindama seda populaarset, aga jah, et seal on ikkagi seda tundeid tekitavat on ikka väga palju sees, et jah, need on sellised vahepealsed juhtumid.
Need kollokaadi libisemise juhtumid ongi need, mis pakuvad semantikutele kõige rohkem huvi. Jelena, ei saa enam. Ei saa. Kutsume järgmised esinema. Liidia Riisbergi ja Liina Lindströmi ettekanne verbirektsioon, keelekorraldus ja tegelik kasutus. Kas te mõlemad räägite?
Räägime mõlemad, jah.
Kas te ütleksite algusesse ka inglise keeles oma ettekande pealkirja?
Ma ei tea, mis meie pealkiri on. Vaatame. About verb direction, actual language use and what else?
Kasutus.
And language planning. Yeah. Okay.
Jah, tere meie poolt ka. Ma ootasin slaide sinna. Aga jah, meie räägime reaktsioonidest. Aga mis see reaktsioon üldse on? Reaktsiooni ehk sõltumist on peetud lauses esinevaks alistavaks seoseks, milles põhisõna tähendus tingib laiendi vormi. Meie keskendume, see ei olnud ees. Meie keskendume ettekandes verbireaktsioonidele. Verbireaktsioonilisi laiendeid saab pidada ka verbi argumentstruktuuri osaks. Verbi tähendusest sõltub osaliste olemasolu ja markeerimine lauses. Osa verbe võimaldab mitut tähenduslikult sarnast argumenti, mis on markeeritud erinevalt. Näiteks teadma mida või millest, arvestama mida või millega. Aga osasid enamad kui üht reaktsioonimõlli võimaldavatest verbidest on keelekorralduses peetud probleemseks. Muuhulgas sellepärast, et teatud käänete kasutamises on nähtud teiste keelte mõjusid. Allikates, kus reaktsiooni on käsitletud, on teemale lähenetud pigem preskriptiivselt. Osade verbide puhul ongi eelistatud ainult üht reaktsioonikäännet, näiteks sarnanema millega, mitte millele. Ja allikates on ka nenditud, et mõnel juhul on õige reaktsiooni valimisega raskusi, aga sealjuures ei ole öeldud, kellel ja miks need raskused esinevad. Meie uurisime kasutuspõhiselt korpusanalüüsi meetodil, milliseid verbireaktsioone ja miks valitakse. Keskendusime emakeelsele kõnelejale, sest keeleõppijal on reaktsioonidega omad probleemid ja vajadused. Kuigi oleksime saanud valida uurimiseks igasuguseid verbe, siis vaatasime läbi tänapäevased reaktsioonide loendid ja valisime sealt uurimiseks verbid, mille puhul ei ole reaktsiooni käändest tähendus. Või siis vähemalt ei ole varem neid tähendusest sõltuvaks peetud. Tahtsime teada, millest sellisel juhul reaktsioonikäände valik sõltub. Täpsemalt valisime verbi sarnanema, kimbu baseeruma, põhinema, rajanema ning toetuma ja tuginema. Lisaks vaatasime läbi sajandi jagu allikaid selle kohta, kuidas keelekorralduses ja kooliõpetuses on reaktsioone käsitletud. Alustasime uurimist 20. sajandi algusest, sest tollal otsustati ära suur osa praeguse eesti kirjakeele alustest. Aga sellest teeme väga põgusa ülevaate. Ent nendest allikatest jäi meile silma ka verb arvestama, sest selle kohta oli keelekorraldusel palju öelda. Jah, niisiis võtsimegi allikaid läbi vaadates fookusesse arvestama ja sarnanema. Ja selles, mis üldse on reaktsioon, on sajandi jooksul oldud üsna ühte meelt. Huno Rätsep on sünteesinud varasemaid reaktsiooni definitsioone ja toonud välja, et reaktsioon on üks grammatilise seose liike, üks alistava seose liike. Reaktsiooni seoses on 2 komponenti, põhisõna ja laiend. Sealjuures laiendi vorm ehk kääne oleneb põhisõnast ja nimelt selle tähendusest. Pärast seda ei ole arusaam Eesti põhilistes syntaksi käsitlustes oluliselt muutunud. Reaktsioonide sajandit, seda väga põgusat ülevaadet, alustame 24. aastast, kui Elmar Muuk esindas ühte keelekorralduse põhilist seisukohta. Nimelt rääkis ta teiste keelte kehvast mõjust. Ja verbi arvestama puhul leidis tema, et kaasa ütlev reaktsiooni kääne on vene ja saksa keele mõju, mis ei ole eesti keele seisukohalt põhjendatud sest teatavasti nõuavad stamalõpulised transitiivverbid rektsiooni objekti käänetes. Seega ainuõige on arvestama mida. Ta võttis oma arvamuse kokku, et oleks viimne aeg selleski väikses küsimuses pääseda võõraste keelte tarbetu eeskoste alt. Lisades küll kohe sinna otsa, et mõnikord võivad laenud teistest keeltest olla väga tarvilikud. Esimene ametlikel keelenormel põhjenev käsitlus oli Muugi ja Tedre õpik aastast 30, kus sarnanema on esitatud ainult kaasaütleva rektsiooniga ja arvestama ainult osastavaga. 26. novembril 33 toimus Akadeemilise emakeele seltsi koosolek, kus Ernst Nurm rääkis, et sarnanema puhul on nii millega kui ka millele kodused, ent millega võiks tema hinnangul siiski püsima jääda. Verbi arvestama kohta leidis Andrus Saareste, et keeles juba oleva printsiip tuleb aluseks võtta ja olevast analoogiat leida. Ning kuna arvesse võtma nõuab osastavat rektsiooni-käänet, siis on see loomulik ka verbil arvestama. 88 aastat tagasi leidis Aavik, et rektsiooni süntaksi asjus on veel palju tööd puhastamiseks, parandamiseks ja õigeks fikseerimiseks. Samal ajal oli ta paras trikster, sest oma õpikus esitas ta keele uuenduslikke seisukohti, mis erinesid ametlikust keelest. Verbide arvestama ja sarnanema kohta leidis tema, et kuigi nii ei ole, siis võiks ametlikus keeles mõlemad rektsiooni-käänded sobida. Sealjuures sarnanema tähendas temal hoopis sarnaseks muutuma ja tähenduses sarnane olema arvas tema, et parem on sõna sarnlema ja mõlemal juhul eelistas tema alale ütlevat rektsiooni-käänet. Okupatsiooniajast alates ilmunud õssides pole verbiga arvestama enam vastuvoolu ujutud ja samuti on esitatud 2 rektsiooni Valgma ja Remmeli grammatikas. Ent nagu Aaviki heaks pidas tähendusliku erinevusega. Arvestama mida millegi olemasoleva kohta ja arvestama millega millegi võimaliku kohta. Nad on öelnud, et kus on 2 rektsiooni, seal on sageli tähenduslik vahe. Ent verbil sarnanema on esitatud ainult kaasaütlev rektsioon. Ka taasiseseisvumise järel ei olnud olulisi muutusi. Ka allikad, milles rektsioone käsitlesid, olid põhiliselt preskriptiivsed. Näiteks lause õigekeelsuse esimeses trükis on öeldud, et sarnanema millele on lubamatu vorm. Samas 4. trükis on mindud leebemaks ja öeldud, et millele on lihtsalt halvem. Aga milline siis on praegu kõige viimane seisukoht? Eki teadmikus on rektsiooni hetkel veel mainitud ainult artiklis keelekorralduse teisenemine, kus esitatud tabelis on öeldud, et rektsiooni puhul kirjeldame objektiivset keelenormi. Põhimõtteline muudatus, et rektsioon ei allu normimisele ega soovitamisele, on tulnud EKI rektsiooni töörühmast, kus arutelude käigus on jõutud otsusele, et rektsioon ei käi normimise alla, lähtume kasutustavast, objektiivsest keelenormist. Ja niimoodi ongi EKI ühendsõnastikus sõnaveebis esitatud nii arvestama mida kui millega, kui ka sarnanema kellega ja kellele. Kirjeldame nüüd ka kasutusanalüüsi tulemusi. Peale tänapäevase kasutuse, millest Liina kohe rääkima hakkab, vaatasime ka põgusalt sajanditagust kasutust. Vaatasime Tigari Eesti artiklitest 100 lause juhuvalimit aastatest 1900–39. Sellest tabelist on näha, et verbid sarnleb ja sarnaneb on tugevasti normingu vastase kasutuse poole kaldu. Sealjuures normingu kohased kasutusega laused esinesid pigem 30. aastate teises pooles, kui õiged rektsioonid olid juba ära seatud. Verbi arvestama kasutus on pigem võrdsem, ent kaldub normingu kohase poole. Ja sellest, milline on tänapäevane kasutus ja mida me sellest kõigest järeldasime, räägib nüüd Liina.
Aitäh! Tänapäeval vaatasime siis Eesti keele ühendkorpuse materjale, millest Kristiina ennist meile rääkis. Ja me tegime sellist juhuvalimit 300 lause põhjal, välja arvatud siis sarnanema, millest me räägime natukene põhjalikumalt ja sellepärast on natukene suurem see lausete hulk seal ja sarnlema, mida tänapäeval tegelikult eriti ei ole. Ja arvestama puhul ka, kuna see nagu tuli nii-öelda käigu pealt, siis me otsustasime selle ka nii-öelda viimasel minutil sinna lisada sellesse tabelisse. Me vaatasime siis, tegime sellise korpuses sellise ajapiirangu, et me vaatasime tõesti ainult 3 viimase aasta tekste, 2019, 2020, 2021, et jätta välja siis kõik võimalikud vanemad sealt ja saada see võimalikult tänapäevane pilt ja me ka siis žanri või registri mõttes piirasime ennast blogide, siin on fiction, see on tegelikult vale, blogide, foorumid ja ajakirjandus olid need 3, et see fiction oli algses plaanis, aga tegelikult ma saan aru, et korpusest ta ei tule päris nagu selle sildiga välja. Igal juhul me oleks pidanud seda teisiti otsima, korpuse tundmise küsimus oli siin natukene. Ja siis, mis me siis saime teada? Me saime teada tegelikult seda, eks ole, et see varieerumine esineb samamoodi jätkuvalt tänapäeval päris suurel määral. Sarnanema verbiga oli kaasa ütlevad nii-öelda normingu kohast kasutust 60, ligi 64% siis lausetest, normingu vastast 36, mis arvestades seda, et 100 aastat on üritatud seda ära õpetada, võib öelda, et see ei ole välja tulnud. Sarnlema puhul oli siis tegelikult puhtalt sinna alale ütleva poole kaldu, aga see on ka tegelikult üsna mõistetav, sest see tegelikult on nii võõras verb, et ma arvan, et enamik inimesi ei oskakski seda kasutada. Mingi sarnanema analoogial tõenäoliselt moodustavad seda. Arvestama puhul, kuna siin oli siis need mõlemad variandid lubatud, nii-öelda osastav ja kaasa ütlev, siis esineski neid mõlemaid osastavat rohkem. Baseeruma. Vähem probleeme on siis siin toetuma ja tuginema, mis on siis mõlemad alale ütlev, on siis see nii-öelda normingu kohane, see on kuidagi ka nagu hästi ilmselt ka selline nagu tunnetuslikult kuidagi nagu hästi loomulik. Nendega oli nagu vähem selliseid küsimust, aga baseeruma, põhinema, rajanema, et siin on ka siiski täitsa selline ulatuslik varieerumine olemas. Ja siit edasi lähme nüüd natukene sinna sarnanema verbi juurde ja räägime sellest natukene lähemalt, et kuna see oli siis üks nendest, kus see tänapäeva keeles ka ulatuslik varieerumine toimub, siis me võime küsida seda, et kui meil on siis 2 varianti, et kas siis neid ikkagi, kas neil on mingisugune sisuline erinevus, siis kas siis nendes kasutamises või nende tähenduses, mis võiks kuidagi mõjutada ühe või teise reaktsioonimalli valikut. See on siis meie põhiküsimus siin. Ja me otsisime välja siis, see analüüs praegu põhineb siin 375 lausel ja me otsisime siis välja rea tunnuseid, mis potentsiaalselt võiks kuidagi mõjutada või mida oli võimalik siis määratleda nagu selles teksti kogus, et mis võiks mõjutada siis seda valikut ühes või teises suunas. Ja need olid siis kõigepealt seesama ajakirjandusblogid või foorumid, žanr ise siis, et kas nende vahel on olulist erinevust. Et me võiksime siis oletada, et siin mingisugused erinevused tulevad selle pinnalt, et ajakirjandus tõenäoliselt on sellist rohkem toimetatud teksti, paremini toimetatud teksti, et seal siis tõenäoliselt võiks oodata pigem nagu seda nii-öelda normingu kohast kasutust rohkem blogides ja foorumites on kontroll oluliselt väiksem. Ja siis mõned sellised lausega seotud asjad, mis me saime võtta arvesse, on siis polaarsus või siis kas jaatus või eitus, et kas lause on jaatav või eitav, kas selle vahel on vahet, eks ole. See on joon, mis väga paljudes analüüsides on tegelikult tähtis. Siis lause aeg, et kas see on siis olevik või minevik, siis mõõtsime veel selle subjekti ja siis adverbiaali, nende pikkust sõnades. Subjekt on siis see, et mis on sarnane ja siis adverbiaal on see, et millega on sarnane või millele. ja siis võrdlesime ka nende selliseid semantilisi omadusi, et kas need on siis pigem nagu viitavad inimesele, kas need on elus, kas mingisugusele konkreetsele spetsiifilisele asjale või objektile, kas need mingisugusele mittespetsiifilisele objektile, mis siis enamasti on nagu mingi tüüp pigem, või siis on nagu selline abstraktne kasutus. Ja kõige viimaks lisasime siis ka sellise erinevuse nende kahe võrreldava objekti vahel, et kas need on nagu semantiliselt väga erinevad või sarnased, pigem nagu oma selliselt olemuselt. Ja kasutasime otsustuspuud, millest me siis saime, ja vaatasime, et kuidas siis see reaktsiooni kääne ja need erinevad tunnused seal koos, siis kuidas siis need erinevad tunnused mõjutavad reaktsiooni käänet ja otsustuspuumudel töötab nii, et see otsib siis sellise statistiliselt kõige olulisema tunnuse, mis eristab materjalis käände põhjal siis kasutust ja kui seal on siis allpool veel selliseid tunnuseid, mis seal allpool kuidagi töötab rekursiivselt, allpool veel midagi, mingid tunnused mõjutavad siis tekib selline puukujuline mudel. Praegu siin me näeme, et see mudel on hästi napp ja kõige olulisemaks selliseks tunnuseks osutuski siis see materjal ise. See tähendab, et puhtalt nagu toimetamise küsimus on siin, võib öelda, et ajakirjanduses ja ka blogides on siis seda normingu kohast oluliselt rohkem kasutatud kui siis foorumites. Selles mudelis ei ole muide seda semantilist erinevust ja sellest me räägime natukese hetke pärast. Siin on veel üks joonis, kus võib natukene siis näha, et kuidas see mõjutab siis see žanr ise, et see on blogid, foorumites kasutatakse siis seda allatiivi nii-öelda alale ütlevat enam kui mujal ja see on ajakirjandus, et tõesti ajakirjanduses siis kõige vähem siis blogides, siis foorumites. Ja teine asi, mis me siis tähele panime või nagu sellisel lähemal analüüsil välja sõelusime sealt või mis tundub siis, et on ilmselt oluline, on ikkagi siis semantika kuidagi moodi. Et kuigi selle sarnanema verbi puhul sellist semantikast väga palju, selle mingist alltüüpe ei ole nagu väga kuskilt varasemast nagu läbi käinud, aga siis tundus, et siin on oluline see, et selline võrdlemine siin on oluline, et see motiveerib komitatiivi kasutust ja see on seotud pigem siis selliste, siis kui meil on need semantiliselt sarnased, umbes nagu ühe suurused või ikkagi nagu hästi võrreldavad sellised asjad, mida me võrdleme. Umbes, et liid ja särk on sarnane liinasärgiga. Et siis on nagu komitatiiv selline hästi ootuspärane, et nad on omavahel üsna võrdse sellise kaliibriga asjad, mida me võrdleme. Või siis siin on näide ka, vaatame Boguslav Schäfferi etendust Loojang, mis sarnaneb oma olemuselt Draamateatris eelmise suvelavastusega Sürrealistid. Jällegi üks etendus, teine etendus, üsna sarnase kaaluga. Või siis praegune Kõrnekändiks, aga sarnaneb aga pigem madala ringvalliga. Selline allatiivi kasutust minu meelest motiveeris siis rohkem see, kui see tähendus ei olnud võrdne ja seal taga oli nagu mõte, et millegi poolest siis tähendus nagu läheneb selle teisele asjale või objektile, aga nad ei ole nagu päriselt sama suuruse või sama sellise semantilise olemusega. Ja sellisel juhul, näiteks siin on siis näited, et see ongi põhjus, miks aba sarnaneb nii suures osas loomade dresseerimisele, et siin on võib-olla seda sarnasele lähenemist, aga võib-olla see tuli nagu eriti selgelt välja siis, kui tõesti olid need mahud siis sellised hästi erinevad need võrreldavad asjad, et siis ei olegi nagu küsimus enam nagu võrdlemises, vaid ikkagi see, et mingi omaduse poolest lähenetakse sellele teisele asjale olemusele. Rattateede võrgustiku ülesehitus peab sarnanema autoteede rajamise loogikale, ülesehitus ja loogika üsna erinevad asjad, või ma ise mõtlesin ka, et kuidagi väga muretainale sarnanes see retsept ja tegemisõpetus, siin on nagu natuke väljajättelist midagi, et saaks öelda ka muretaigna retseptile sarnanes see retsept või retseptiga sarnanes, siis oleks nagu lihtsam. Selliseid korrigeeriti sageli sõnaga omaga, et siis sai selle nii-öelda kaalud võrdsemaks. Ja või siis Pikliku liidu autosõbralik linnaruum sarnaneb keskmisele Vahemere äärsele kuurortlinnale. Ja kui ma panin otsustuspuusse siis selle semantilise erinevuse, kus need kaalud olid võrreldud, siis tuli välja ka, et see on nagu hästi oluline. See võib küsida, et kas sellist semantilist asja saab nii hästi mõõta, et ma siis nüüd siin statistiliselt vaatan edasi, aga et kindlasti tasuks seda nagu üle mõelda ja üle kontrollida veel. Aga kokkuvõttes siis võib selle sarnanema kohta öelda, et see allatiiv on küll keelekorralduslikult pikka aega tõrjutud, aga tegelikus keelekasutuses jätkuvalt olemas. Erinevused žanrite vahel on olulised, allatiiv sagedasem seal, kus kõige vähem on kontrolli oma keelekasutuse üle, nii-öelda siis tegelik, mingisugune intuitiivne kasutus tuleb sealt välja. Ja komitatiivi ja allatiivi puhul siis on siiski võimalik selline näha sellist teatavat semantilist motiveeritust, et allatiiv tundub olevat universaalsem ja sobib ka juhtudel, kui võrreldavad objektid ei ole väga hästi võrreldavad. Ja arvestama ma jätan nüüd vahele ja ütlen siis ikkagi 3 sõnaga kokkuvõttaks kogu jutule. Et kuigi neid verbireaktsioone on püütud keelekorralduse poolt reguleerida juba üle 100, võib ikkagi öelda, et varieerumine püsib. Need reaktsioonid on raskesti korraldatavad ja nagu nüüd selgub, et tänapäevaks on sellest ka loobutud. Ja reaktsioonimallide kasutamist võivad mõjutada mitmed tegurid, ennekõike tähendus, ent siiski seal võib olla ka muid asju, mis seda konkreetset valikut mõjutab. Tähendusnüansid, mis mõjutavad reaktsiooni valikut, ilmnevad alles sellises tegelikus keelekasutuses, et tõesti korralduslikult on väga raske neid välja mõelda, kui ei ole sellist uurimist taga. Ja reaktsioon või laiemalt argumentstruktuuri vaheldused eesti keeles vajavad ikkagi sellist enamat uurimist ja paremat kirjeldamist. Aitäh!
Aplaus! Oli väga huvitav ettekanne.
Aitäh! Tere kõigile siis. Meie siis räägime siin natukene korpuse genereerimisest ja ka kuidas seda kasutada. Mina olen Martin Mõttus, minu kaastöötaja Kai Salgivi-Metsoja kahjuks ei saa täna siin meiega olla, aga ta on meiega Zoomis. Nii. Räägime siis esiteks natukene eestikeelsete tekstide automaatkorrektuurist, mis on hetkeseis, mis praegu siis toimub. Et me saame jagada selle teema nagu 2 eri leeriks. Kõigepealt on meil õigekirja kontroll, kus me siis tegeleme sõnatasandi vigadega. Hetkel eesti keelele kättesaadavad vahendid on osaliselt reeglipõhised, on ka olemas osasid masintõlkepõhiseid, aga nad vajavad veel jätkuvat tööd, nad ei ole veel lõppstaadiumis, nende tulem ei ole veel päris perfektne. Ja siis, nüüd teine leer on grammatikakontroll. Siin me siis tegeleme juba lausetasandi vigadega, me üritame sõnajärge parandada, me üritame teha nendest päris nagu sellised inimkeelsed laused. See on aga natukene veel raskem ülesanne kui lihtsalt õigekirja kontroll. Selleks meie praegused tööriistad on üpris eksperimentaalsed tegelikult. Nad on masinõppepõhised ja nad on töös. Üks niisugustest töös olevatest projektidest on ka see projekt, kus mina koos Kaisi ja enda töörühmaga osalen siis, koostöös siis Tartu Ülikooliga, kus me üritame luua eesti keele grammatikakorrektorit. Nii. Siis, mis on tänapäeval siis kõige parem meetod grammatikakontrolliks? Masinõppe puhul on see käsitleda tegelikult meie korrektuuri tegelikult rohkem nagu tõlget vigasest keelest korrektsesse keelde. see tegevus tugineb siis transformer-mudelitele, mis võimaldavad meil lasta arvutil õppida lausetes sõnade tähendusi, mis järjekorras nad esinevad ja mis on nende seosed. Selle läbiviimiseks on tegelikult päris mitu erinevat meetodit. Üks nendest on zero-shot tõlge. See on ka midagi, millega tegeletakse siis Tartus, ka just välja tulnud Agnes Luhtaru, kes on ka meie uurimusrühmas töö, just see aasta valminud, tegeleb zero-shot tõlkel põhineva grammatika kontrolli hindamisega. See on siis selline versioon, kus meil tegelikult ei ole vaja samakeelseid paralleelandmeid. Me kasutame eri keelte paralleellauseid, et läbi nende teiste keelte õppida ka eesti keele kohta rohkem infot. Teine versioon, mida me saame siis kasutada, on ühekeelne masintõlge. See on see, kus me kasutame samas keeles olevaid paralleelandmeid, et õpetada masinale, millised peaksid välja nägema korrektsed eestikeelsed laused. Selle meetodi juures on meil just vaja siis paralleelkorpust, mis sisaldab näiteid samakeelsest tekstist, üks pool siis vigane ja teine korrektne. Aga siit tekib meil ka probleem tegelikult. See ei ole niisugune materjal, mida tegelikult on väga palju saadaval. Seda on väikestes kogustes, ütleme niimoodi 8-9 000 lauset. Aga transformer-mudelid on sellepärast erilised, et kuigi neil on väga suur võime õppida seoseid erinevate sõnade ja nende tähenduste vahel, siis vajavad ka nad väga suurt mahtu andmeid. Mida siis teha, et niisugust andmemahtu genereerida? See ongi, kus tulevad mängu synteetilised vead. Mida me saame teha, on see, et me võtame korrektsed laused ja me siis kuidagi automaatselt muidugi leiame viisi need laused muuta lauseteks, mis näevad välja nagu vigased laused. Siit tuleb ka meie ülesanne, meil on vaja luua ühekeelne rööpandmestik ja seda me saame siis kasutada ka masintõlkel põhinevate korrektuurimudelite treenimiseks. Üks võimalus siis selle tegemiseks ongi kasutada edasi-tagasi masintõlget. Me saame võtta lause ja lasta arvutil tõlkida selle lause ühte vahekeelde ja siis tagasi eesti keelde. Mida see annab meile on see, et kuna masintõlkemudelid ei ole täiesti perfektsed, siis toob selline protsess lausetesse paratamatult vigu. Ja need vead on just need, mida me saame siis masinale näidata, et see on see lause, mis ei tohiks olla. Anname kõrvale selle originaalse korrektse lause ja nüüd meil ongi tekkinud korpus, millega treenida masinõppemudelit. Me oma töös siis kasutame mitmeid keeli tegelikult. Me kasutame soome, läti, leedu, inglise, vene ja saksa keelt. Kus need keeled tulevad, on tegelikult see, et kuna tegemist on Tartu ühisprojektiga, Tartu Ülikooliga ühisprojektiga, siis me kasutame praegu tõlkemootorina Tartu NLP neurotõlget. Teine asi, mida me kasutame, on OpenNMT-l põhinevad masinõppemudelid, keelemudelid, millega me saame siis veel nendele keelepaaridele, mis siin toodud on, lisada ka teisi. Siis selle korpusena, millesse me neid vigu genereerime, me kasutame eesti keele ühendkorpust. See on päris mahukas korpus, see on 1,5 miljardit sõna ja 120 000 lauset. See annab meile juba piisavalt palju materjale, et väga andmenõudlikke transformer-mudeleid treenida. Nii, ja nüüd minu kolleeg Kai Salgivi-Metsoja räägib natukene meie genereeritud lausetest ja vigadest, mis me nendesse oleme toonud.
Edasi-tagasi masintõlke käigus lisandub lausetesse eri liiki vigu, kuid sageli tekivad ka ümbersõnastused, mille puhul ei ole tegemist vigadega. Nimelt väljendatakse sarnast mõtet teiste sõnadega, mis on ka ootuspärane, sest tõlked varieeruvad. Tõlkeväljundis esineb sõnade ja fraaside asendusi, kustutamisi ja lisamisi, samuti sõnavormide asendusi. Tegu võib olla suhteliselt realistlike vormivigadega, kuid samas on vormiasendused tingitud ka ümbersõnastustest ja vastavalt reaktsioonimalli muutumisest. Samuti võib edasi-tagasi tõlke käigus muutuda sõnajärg ja vähesel määral tekib kokku- ja lahkukirjutuse ning kirjavahemärkide kasutuse vigu. Oleme välja toonud pisut täpsema ülevaate Eesti-Soome-Eesti masintõlke näitel, vaadeldes 100 juhuvalikuga leitud lausetõlget. Muutustest umbes poole moodustavad vead, kusjuures 12% muutustest on niisugused vead, mis tulevad esile üksnes väljundlause ja algse lause võrdluses ning eraldi vaadates välja ei paistaks. Näiteks võib sõna asenduse korral uus sõna algsesse konteksti mitte sobida. Ligi poole muutustest moodustavad ümbersõnastused ja 4% parandused. Ja siin tuleb välja probleem, et ühendkorpuse veebilaused on kohati ka ise vigased, näiteks sisaldades trükivigu ja vahel masintõlge parandab neid vigu. Kui aga kasutada korrektori treeningmaterjalina üksnes ühendkorpuse kirjakeelset osa, siis see moodustab väga väikese osa ühendkorpusest, nii et ilmselt on mõningane müra siin vältimatu ja treeningmaterjali mahukus loodetavasti kaalub selle müra üle. Kui aga muutusi täpsemalt vaadata, siis kõige sagedamad on sõna ja fraasi asendused ning järgnevad sõnade ja fraaside kustutused, ehk siis tõlke väljundlausest on võrreldes algse lausega midagi puudu ning samuti vormiasendused. Muudatuste mitmekesisus annab lootust, et säärase treeningmaterjali alusel saab korrigeerida eri liiki vigu, kuigi on oodatav, et tekib ka nii-öelda parandusi, mis ei ole tegelikult tarvilikud. Seetõttu on ilmselt kasulik erinevaid veaparandusmeetodeid kombineerida. Vaatame ka paari näitelauset. Tallinna linnapea Edgar Savisaare nõunik Arvo Teder ütles BNS-ile, et konsortsiumi ettepanek ei ole veel linnavalitsusse jõudnud. Inglise keele kaudu tõlkides on esmalt muutunud sõnajärg, on nõunik Edgar Savisaare, mitte Edgar Savisaare nõunik, ning Arvo Tederi ümber on lisandunud komad. Sõna linnavalitsusse asemel on linnavolikoguni, nii et muutunud on nii sõnavalik kui ka vorm. Ja see on just näide niisugusest sõnavaliku veast, mis tuleb esile üksnes alglausega võrreldes. Soome keele kaudu tõlkides on tekkinud sõnakordus, nõunik esineb 2 korda. Ja nimes Savisaare on nii õigekirjaviga kui ka käändelõpp vale. Ja soome keele kaudu tõlkimisele on omane just see, et nimede kirjapilt võib muutuda. Näiteks inglise keele kaudu tõlkides seda ette ei tule. Linnavalitsusse asemel on linnavalitsusele selline suhteliselt usutav vormiviga. Nüüd teine näitelause puudutab Ameerika Ühendriikide presidendi valimisi. Ainult väike osa hääletajaid möönis valimiskasti juurest lahkumisel, et oli välja tulnud Clintoni pärast. Muutunud on nii eesti-inglise kui ka eesti-läti tõlke puhul ka lause algus, kuid olen rasvaselt välja märkinud just sellise huvitava sisulise vea. Et kaassõna fraas valimiskasti juurest on nüüd mõlema tõlke näite puhul asendunud sõnavormiga valimiskastist ja justkui oleksid valijad olnud varem valimiskastis ja sealt nüüd välja tulnud. Inglise keele kaudu tõlkides on ka fraas Clintoni pärast asendunud sõnavormiga Clintonisse. Eesti-Läti tõlkes on välja tulnud asemel lahkunud, kuid Clintoni pärast on jäänud samaks. kuna masintõlke käigus õigekirja vigu eriti ei teki ja automaatkorrektor peaks suutma toime tulla ka parandatavas tekstis esinevate tähevigadega, siis oleme me edasi-tagasi tõlke väljundile lisanud sünteesitud õigekirja vigu. Ja neid on 4 liiki: tähtede kustutused, lisamised, asendused ja nihutused. Ja me oleme neid eriliiki tähevigu genereerides võtnud arvesse nende sagedust eesti keele kui teise keele õppijate A2 kuni C1 taseme loovkirjutistes. Ja veastatistika põhineb materjalil, mis sisaldab umbes 2500 lauset ja 23 000 sõna, nende hulgas 745 õigekirjaveaga sõna. Tähti lisades ja asendades oleme me arvestanud nende sagedusega eesti keeles ja lähtunud sealjuures sellest samast ühendkorpusest. Ja lisaks oleme arvestanud seda, kui sageli lisatakse, kustutatakse või asendatakse 1, 2 või rohkem tähti. Oleme määranud, kui suur osa sõnadest peaks õigekirjaviga sisaldama ja kui suur osa lausetest peaks hõlmama õigekirjaveaga sõnu. Oleme ka lähtunud sellest, kuidas jaotuvad õigekirjavead kustutusteks, lisamisteks, asendusteks ja nihutusteks. Ning mida siin tabelis küll ei ole välja toodud, oleme võtnud arvesse seda, et lauses, mis õigekirjavigu sisaldab, on vigaste sõnade osakaal keskmiselt 15%. Tabelist on näha, et keeleoskustasemete vahel on erinevusi. Näiteks täheveaga sõnade osakaal suureneb tasetasemelt ja suureneb ka tähtede kustutuste ja lisamiste osakaal, samas väheneb asenduste osakaal. Praegu oleme me lähtunud 4 keeleoskustaseme keskmistest arvnäitajatest, kuid edaspidi väärib kindlasti katsetamist, kuidas mõjutab vigade osakaal treeningmaterjalis korrektuuri tulemusi. 2 lahtrit olen kollasega varjutanud, kuna nende puhul, siis asenduste ja nihutuste puhul me ei ole täpselt lähtunud veastatistikas esile tulnud osakaaludest. Nimelt, need tähevigade sagedused on leitud tekstides, mis olid algselt käsikirjalised, kuna eesti keele tasemeeksameid ei kirjutata veel arvutis. Ja võib eeldada, et tähtede nihutusi esineb tegelikult trükkides rohkem. Näiteks rootsi keele õppijate arvutis trükitud tekstide analüüs on näidanud, et nihutused on siiski teiste tähevigadega võrreldes väga harvad, moodustades umbes 3%. Nii et selle põhjal oleme ka meie määranud nihutuste osakaaluks 3% ja selle arvelt pisut vähendanud asenduste osakaalu. Ja siin ka näide sünteesitud õigekirja vigadest. Sõnas nõunik on õ ja u vahetanud kohad. Sõnas ettepanek on n-ile lisandunud m ja teine n ning linnavalitsusest on saanud linnavalitsus. Ma räägin ka veamärgendusega korpusest, mis on ühelt poolt õigekirjavigade sünteesimisel kasutatava statistika aluseks, kuid tegelikult on see meie projektis oluline eelkõige korrektuurimudelite testimise jaoks. Ja see korpus hõlmab eesti keele tasemeeksamitel A2 kuni C1 tasemele hinnatud loovtekste, mis on pärit Tallinna Ülikooli eesti vahekeele ehk õppijakeele korpusest. Ja keelematerjali maht on umbes 3700 lauset, millest praeguseks on veamärgendusega 2500 lauset. Oleme kasutanud M2 formaadis veamärgendust, mida rakendatakse just grammatika kontrollijate tulemuslikkuse hindamisel rahvusvaheliselt. Ja selles formaadis on tähistatud esmalt veaskoop ehk ulatus, millist osa lauses viga puudutab. samuti vealiik, pakutud on parandus ja on välja toodud, millise parandusvariandiga on tegemist, sest välja võib pakkuda mitu parandust. Veamärgendid olid meil algselt lisatud Konlu formaadis morfosüntaktilise märgendusega tekstidele ning sel juhul oli määratud üks parandusvariant. Kuid see esialgne veamärgendus on teisendatud M2 kujule, kontrollitud ja täiendatud, lisades siis teisi parandusvariante. Vealiike on üldisemalt 3: asendused, lisamised ja kustutused. Asendustele viitab märgendi alguses R ehk inglise keeles replacement, lisamistele U ehk unnecessary, mingi sõna või kirjavahemärk, mida alglauses ei olnud, ja kustutustele siis viitab M, mis tuleneb ingliskeelsest sõnast missing. Ja kõige rohkem on erinevaid asendusi, sest nii õigekirja viga, sõnavaliku viga kui vormivaliku viga tegelikult tähendavad ju seda, et korrektne sõna on asendatud vigase sõnaga lauses. Samuti siis hõlmavad asendused kirjavahemärgi valikut, algustähe viga, kokku-lahku kirjutuse ja sõnajärje vigu. Ja siin ka üks märgenduse näide. Esmalt lause S-iga algavas reas ja A-ga algavad read siis viitavad annotatsioonile, veamärgendusele. Esmalt indeksid 1 ja 2 ja 2-4 viitavad vigade asukohale. Siin korrektne lause peaks olema, mul läks pesumasin katki. Seega sõna on siin liigne, sellele viitab siis märgend U-leks. Ja kuna ta on liigne, siis paranduse koha peal on none. Sõnajärg peaks siis olema läks pesumasin, mitte pesumasin läks. See on ka parandusena välja toodud ja siin juhul on siis tegemist parandusvariandiga 0, kuid siin võiks olla ka näiteks teine parandusvariant, mida siis tähistaks märgendusridade lõpus indeks 1, näiteks mu pesumasin läks katki. Märgenduse põhjal saab tuletada korrektse lause, mida saab võrrelda korrektori väljundiga, et vaadata, kas vajalikud parandused on tehtud.
Nii. Aga siis, mis on järgmised sammud, mida me nüüd teeme oma korpusega, mille me oleme genereerinud? Kuna see korpuse genereerimine võtab tegelikult hästi kaua aega, edasi-tagasi masintõlke läbi vigade genereerimine ei ole kiire protsess, me peame terve selle 120 miljonilise lauselise korpuse mitu korda läbi hekseldama, siis see võtab aega. See on midagi, mis praegu toimub, ka terve see suvi. Ja edasi, mis me siis teeme, on see, et me treenime võrdlemisi sarnastel transformer-arhitektuuril põhinevatel keelemudelitel ka oma grammatikakorrektori. Me saame kasutada sama lähedasi grammatika kontrolliks lähedasi mudeleid sellele, mida me kasutame ka vigade genereerimiseks, mis on tegelikult väga hea. Me kasutame siis neid sünteesvigu olenevalt, kui me kasutame Facebook Research Groupi Fairseeki, siis me kasutame seda sünteeskorpust eeltreenimiseks ja kui me kasutame OpenNMT-d, siis me kasutame seda täielikult korrektuuri treenimiseks. Ja kuidas me seda hindame? Me hindame oma grammatikakorrektori tulemuslikkust siis saagise järgi, mis näitab, kui palju vigu üles leiti, täpsuse järgi, kui täpsed on pakutud parandused ja F-score'i järgi, mis näitab siis meile, kui hea on meie masinõppe mudel. Selge, aitäh kuulamast ja kiired tänusõnad ka Kaisa Norrakule, kes on siis ka meie Digitehnoloogiate Instituudi analüütik ja meie töörühma liige ja Karina Kerdile ja Silvia Mainele, kes on siis Tallinna Ülikooli üliõpilased. Aitäh kuulamast!
Aitäh ettekande eest. Väga huvitav on kuulata, kuidas meie üritame korpuses saada selliseid korrektseid lauseid ja teie otsite mittekorrektseid lauseid. Aga Kais ütles ühe huvitava lause, et ta kasutas, et ühendkorpuse kirjakeelne osa on väga väike, et huvitav, mis osa see mittekirjakeelne seal korpuses siis on. Oskad sa kommenteerida?
Ja mittekirjakeelne osa on tegelikult siis veebitekstid, mis on internetist eestikeelsed tekstid kõik kokku kraabitud, et suurendada siis korpuse mahtu. Aga sellega tuleb arvestada, et kuna tegu on niisuguste internetist vabalt võetud tekstidega, siis nende kvaliteet ei ole nii kõrge kui kogutud kirjakeelsetel tekstidel.
Jah, aga kas need tekstid, mis on veebist kogutud kokku ja on perioodika väljaanded, mis samas ka paberil ilmuvad, et siis need, mis paberil ilmuvad, on kuidagi kirjakeelsemad kui need samad tekstid, mis ilmuvad veebis?
See on lihtsalt niisugune asi, et nad on tõesti seal mõlemad pidi olemas, aga veebis on ka niisugust muud, ütleme niimoodi, kommentaariumit ja niisugust.
Jah, ma tean väga hästi tegelikult, mina olen selle korpuse üks autoreid. Jah, aitäh. Kas siin on äkki küsimusi? Jah.
On mind kuulda, jah? Aitäh ettekande eest. Väga rumal küsimus minu poolt, aga kas ma saan õigesti aru, et vigadel on ju vahe, eks ole, et uurite vigu, mida te ise tekitate praegu?
Jah, tehniliselt küll.
Et kas nad tegelikult hakkavad vigadena toimima siis, kui tegemist inimese moodustatud lausetega?
Selles ongi nüüd küsimus, see on see, mida me tahame oma hindamise osa juures näha tegelikult. Et meie eesmärk ongi proovida erinevaid parameetreid sünteesvigadega korpuste treenimisel, et siis tegelikult ka teada saada, missuguste parameetritega me saame kõige paremini kasutatava korpuse.
Kas see on nagu kobamine pimeduses vist?
Vabandust?
See on nagu kobamine pimeduses vist äkki?
Mitte täielikult, aga osaliselt ka võib niimoodi tegelikult öelda, jah, et tuleb mitu korda proovida ja leida, missugune on kõige parem tulemus.
Kas on veel küsimusi? Ja Silver?
Tere ja aitäh ettekande eest. Minu üks küsimus on lihtsalt see, et kas milliseid variante oleks ikkagi mingite kvaliteetsema veakorpuse saamiseks veel, et kui suurel määral see üldse eksisteerib, kas me üldse kasutame seda või seda lihtsalt ei olegi ja seda manuaalselt loodud veakorpust ei tulegi ja me peamegi lihtsalt sünteesile toetuma?
Aitäh küsimusest, see on tegelikult väga hea tähelepanek, et manuaalselt vajamineva suurusega tehisnärvivõrkude jaoks siis vajamineva suurusega korpust on pea võimatu genereerida tegelikult. Transformer arhitektuuril põhinevad mudelid vajavad liiga suurt mahtu, et seda oleks võimalik käsitsi teha ja nüüd ongi siis ülesanne leida meetod ja rafineerida seda, kuidas me genereerime automaatselt suures koguses neid sünteesvigu.
Aitäh! Väga põnev keskustelu, aga me peame kahjuks edasi minema. Järgmine ettekanne. Jah, aitäh! Järgmine ettekanne tuleb meie sõnaliigi rühmalt. Seal on siis Keeda Paulsen, Maria Tuulik, Ene Vainik ja Ahti Lohk, aga ette kannavad täna Maria ja Ene. Ja vastavad küsimusele, kas on tegemist adjektiiviga või mitte ja missugune on prototüüpse adjektiivi korpusprofiil. Palun.
Aitäh, Kristina. Ja, mina olen siis Maria ja Ene. Et meie ettekandest tuleb täna juttu siis sõnaliigilisest mitmesusest sõnaraamatu töös. Ja me arutame, kuidas oleks võimalik korpuskonteksti kasutada, et täpsemalt määrata sõnaliiki. Et kas näiteks ebamäärased juhtumid, mis adjektiiviga piirnevad, näiteks adjektiiv substantiiv, adjektiiv adverb või adjektiivi ja verbiga, siis nende vahel on partitsiibid. Et kuidas saaks täpsemalt selgitada, kui adjektiivne näiteks korpuses mingi partitsiip juba on või ei ole. Ja me arutamegi, kuidas rakendada selliseid kvantitatiivseid meetodeid, proovime erinevaid sarnasusmeetodeid, kõrvalekalde analüüsi, eukleidilist kaugust, koos sinust sarnasust rakendada, et vaadata, et mis annab siis parima tulemuse selle adjektiivi eristamisel. Nii, siin on siis näha paar aastat tagasi tehtud leksikograafide uuringu tulemused, kus leksikograafid tõid välja sõnaliike, mille vahel tekivad siis küsimused ja siin ongi näha, nagu ma mainisin, adjektiiv adverb, eks ole, näiteks krussis, lömmis, sellised sõnad. Siis on adjektiiv, substantiiv, näiteks haige, teismeline, adjektiiv, pronoomen, siin on siis need nii-öelda proadjektiivid, näiteks seesugune, mingisugune, sellised sõnad. Ja siin on ka, kas ma mainisin nüüd kõik ära, ja siis ongi see verbi ja adjektiivi rida siin, mida me täna siis täpsemalt vaatleme, et partitsiibi ja adjektiivi siis kattumiskohad. Nii, et mis siis eristab adjektiivi teistest sõnaliikidest? Meie lähtekohaks on siis sellised traditsioonilised, klassikalised adjektiivile omistatud tunnused, näiteks atributiivne funktsioon, et adjektiiv võib esineda atribuudina substantiivi ees, siis me kontrollime ühildumist, sest adjektiiv on tavaliselt siis käändsõna, ja vaatame ka predikatiivset funktsiooni ja võrrete moodustamist ning samuti, et kas adjektiivi on võimalik laiendada siis adverbiga. Ja me anname ka ülevaate siis prototüüpsetest adjektiividest rühmana siis korpuses, ja kuivõrd prototüüpsed adjektiivid ise neile prototüüpse adjektiivide tunnustele vastavad. Nii, ja siin ongi siis meie 7 parameetrit, mille abil me oma rühmi vaatlesime. Esiteks me vaatlesime, kuivõrd siis testsõna esineb substantiivi ees. Teine ühildumisparameeter kontrollis, kas testsõna substantiivi ees esineb ka samas käändes järgneva substantiiviga, et see pidi siis kontrollima ühildumist. Lause alguse parameeter kontrollib, kas testsõna, kui palju ta alustab lauset substantiivi ees. Et siin me ka, et see on üks selline hea nõks, millega kontrollida näiteks adjektiivi ja partitsiibi vahet. Ja 4-kohaline parameeter tuli, see on muster, mis on juba materjalist endast väljapoole kasvanud. Adverbi parameeter vaatab, kas siis, kui palju adverbi esineb testsõna ees, ja predikatiivi parameeter on kokku pandud 2 päringust meil, kuivõrd olema verb esineb siis koos testsõnaga, ja me oleme sinna lubanud ka adverbi vahele, ja need 2 tunnust on siis kombineeritud üheks, et seda predikatiivi parameetrit siis selle näitu saada. Ja võrdeparameetri puhul me kontrollisime siis keskvõrde esinemist korpuses. Nii, ja testrühmad. Testrühm number 1 ongi need prototüüpsed adjektiivid. Nende abil me siis proovisime selgitada prototüüpsete adjektiivide variatsiooni ja siis piirdeväärtusi. Et neid on võetud põhisõnavara sõnastikus, kõik on sagedad sõnad, kõik on sellised põhilised sõnad eesti keeles, ja me tegime põhisõnavara sõnastikus on tegelikult 500 adjektiivi umbes, aga me tegime juhuvalikuga, siis võtsime 100. Näiteks seal on avalik, inetu, ohutu, ükskõikne ja nii edasi. Teine rühm on Ekileksi andmebaasist partitsiibid, millele ei ole pandud sõnaliigi märgandit. Seal hulgas on ka palju selliseid adjektiivi kandidaate, mis on võib-olla lisatud, aga ei ole veel päris adjektiivina sisse võetud. Aga seal hulgas võib olla ka, ta ei ole selline puhas adjektiivi kandidaatide rühm, vaid seal sees on ka kuna meie andmebaas on agregatsioon erinevatest sõnastikest, seal on ka tükke, näiteks kolokatsiooni sõnaraamatu tükke ja ta ei ole nii ühtne selline adjektiivne võib-olla rühm ka päris. Ja kolmandaks on siis põhisõnavara sõnastiku verbidest moodustatud partitsiibist, mille verbilisust me siis ka kontrollisime korpusest, et vaatasime näiteks armutud, unustanud, loobuv, sellised pigem ikkagi verbina kui et adjektiivina kasutusel olevad sõnad. Nii, ja ekstraheerimisprotsess oli siis eesti keele ühendkorpusest 2019. Sõnaliik oli meil muidugi vaba testsõnadel kõigil ja me hiljem arvutasime siis suhteliselt sagedused kõigi parameetrite tulemustest ja panime siis testmustri esinemise sageduse lemma üldsagedusega siis suhtesse, et edasist analüüsi teha. Nii, ja täpsemalt siis prototüüpseid adjektiive tutvustab Ene.
Jah, et sellel diagrammil siin on siis näha, milliseks osutus olema prototüüpse adjektiivi korpuskäitumise profiil, need 100 sõna siis, mille käitumist me mõõtsime. Siit on näha siis, et need 2 esimest diagrammi osa kasti siis näitavad, et esimene on siis atribuudi parameeter ja teine on ühildumisparameeter, et need kaks esinevad siis kõige suurema osakaaluga nendel adjektiividel, kuid samas on ka varieeruvust, et ma ütlen siis võib-olla paar sõna, millel on hästi kõrge atribuudina kasutamise osakaal, nendeks on siis sõjaline ja tehniline, et need samad sõnad on ka siis ühildumise parameetri osas kõrgete näitudega. Samas kui selle alumises otsas siis väga väikse atribuudina kasutamise osakaaluga on siis sellised nagu kade või ükskõikne. Need kaks parameetrit siis näitavad sellised suhteliselt suurt osakaalu, samas kui see ülejäänud parameetrite kimp iseloomustab tegelikult neid prototüüpseid adjektiive nagu suhteliselt palju väiksemal skaalal, nagu siit näha on. Kolmas on siis lause alguse parameeter, mis on väga kitsas parameeter ja seal on kõrgemad näidud siis sellistel sõnadel nagu esialgne ja eelmine ja madalamad sellised nagu selge ja ükskõikne, mis siis lauset peaaegu kunagi ei alusta. Siis 4-kohalise parameetri puhul on kõrgemad näidud sellistel sõnadel nagu spetsiaalne ja täielik ja madalamad sellistel nagu selge ja kade. Siis sinine kast, mis siin järgmine on siis see adverbi parameeter, mis mõõdab seda, kuivõrd esineb see adjektiiv siis nii, et talle eelneb adverb. Selles parameetris siis kõrgemad näidud on sellistel sõnadel nagu keeruline ja vastupidine ja madalamad sellistel nagu alaline, põhiline. Võrdevormi parameeter, mis on võib-olla üllatav, on ka sellise suhteliselt madala osakaaluga parameetrite hulgas. Samas on siin, võib-olla on, ma ei oska seda täppi näidata, aga igastahes seal on mõningad eenduvad nagu üldisest varieeruvusest väga eenduvad sõnad, millel on kõrge võrdevormide osakaal. Seal on sellised sõnad nagu kõrge ja täpne. Samas väga suur osa meie valimisse sattunud, hästi seesama ja tänan. Mõtlesin, et äkki see hakkab mul edasi liigutama. Nii. Suurel massil siis oluliselt üldse võrdevorme tekstis ei kasutata ja siin madalamas otsas on siis sellised nagu, mis on ka sisuliselt muidugi põhjendatud, kahekordne ja ühetoaline, et siin polegi nagu midagi võrrelda. Ja siis seda predikatiivi parameetri puhul kõrgemas otsas on siis sellised nagu kannatlik ja keeruline ja siin madalamas otsas pidulik ja sõjaline. Nüüd siis katsetasime 2 matemaatilist sarnasusmõõdikut. Eesmärk oli siis see, et seda eelmise slaidi sellist adjektiivi profiili tervikuna võrrelda, siis omavahel võrrelda, siis, aga et mida pidada siis adjektiivi kõige tüüpilisemalt esindavaks siin. Ja me tegime sellise valiku, et me valisime siis selle prototüüpse rühma mediaanid. Kriipsud näitavad siin mediaan, et selle profiiliga võrdlesime siis, rakendasime neid sarnasusmõõdikuid. Üks on siis eukleidiline kaugus, mis on ruutjuur uuritavate parameetrite ruutude summast. Mida väiksem see number, seda suurem on lähedus ja sarnasus. Koosinussarnasus muudab siis nurgafunktsiooni, kui me seda neid profiile käsitleme 7-dimensioonilise vektorina ja seal on siis vastupidi, et mida suurem näit, seda suurem sarnasus ja see ideaaljuhul võib läheneda 1 lausa siis. Ja siin on siis meil eukleidilise kauguse järgi reastatud kõik 100 prototüüpset adjektiivi. Siin on näha siis, et siin otsas on need siis, mis kõige rohkem mediaanile lähenevad. Seal on siis sellised nagu kahekordne, sõltumatu, ehtne, positiivne, ühesuunaline. Ja siin oleme katseliselt siis pannud selle lävendi nagu, et kui sõna on juba sellest lävendist eukleidilise kauguse mõttes oma kõrgemat väärtust, et siis ta on pigem see adjektiivi perifeerias ja mitte väga prototüüpne. Et siin on siis näha, millised sõnad jäid siis perifeeriasse. Siin on selge, ükskõikne, keeruline, kannatlik, lihtne, täpne, kade, kõrge. Ja märgata võib siis seda, siin on meie parameetrite väärtused reas. Siin eespool otsas on need, siis, mis mõõdavad ühel või teisel viisil atributiivseid käitumist. Nad kõik sisaldavad seda järjendit test S. Esimene kõige üldisem, teised kitsendades. Ja siin tagapool on siis sellised parameetrid. Siin on võrdevorm, siin on adverbiga laiendatavus ja siis predikatiivine esinemine. Ja üldiselt näete küllaltki selget mustrit, et väga kõrged võrdevormid näiteks ei olegi, nii nagu meie mõõtsime, siis adjektiivile üldse prototüübile omased, vaid et nii-öelda löövad nagu sealt skaalast lausa välja. Siis, kui me reastasime siis need samad 100 koosinussarnasuse järgi, siis koosinussarnasus peab neid profiile siis veelgi sarnasemaks. Siin me näeme tõesti peaaegu ühele lähenevaid väärtusi, aga et siin lõpus ikkagi jällegi need samad 10 või 11 sõna ikkagi siis nagu vähem sarnanevad sellele prototüübile. Ja siis siin on siis selline huvitav pilt veel prototüüpsete adjektiivide kohta, et reastasime koosinussarnasuse järgi kõik 100 sõna ja siis siin üleval on siis need, kes on või mis on kõige sarnasemad referentsprofiilile igas mõttes keskmised, reaalne, traagiline, positiivne, inimlik. Siis siin allpool on mõned sellised, mis ületavad küll keskmisi, aga on tasakaalus nagu tihe, täpne ja kõrge. Aga siis me saame siin selgelt tuvastada nagu 2 sellist adjektiivse käitumise malli. Üks on siis selline esinemine rohkem atributiivses positsioonis, nagu sellised sõnad ametlik, harilik, pidulik, avalik, tehniline, tänane ja nii edasi. Ja siis teine mall on siis see, kus ei ole esinemist atributiivses või on seda keskmisest vähem igastahes. Aga see esineb siis võrdevorme ja predikatiivses positsioonis esinemist. Ja nagu näiteks siis loogiline, õudne, kurb, vastupidav, ükskõikne, selge, kõhke, lihtne, kade. Et saime siis teada selliseid asju juba adjektiivide kohta, mida olime pidanud prototüüpseteks. Nii. Okei, siin on veel, 2 slaidi oli mul veel enne Mariat. Ühesõnaga, siin on pandud nüüd korraga, siis koosinussarnaste järgi on reastatud ja siin all on siis samade sõnade näidud eukleidilise sarnasuse järgi. Siin on nende negatiivne korrelatsioon on peaaegu täielik, aga on näha, et siis see eukleidiline mõõdab selles sõnarühmas sees ka nagu teeb peenemaid eristusi ja siis üks sõna on siis siin, mis koosinuse järgi oleks nagu täiesti prototüüpne või prototüüpsetele sarnane lävendist üleval pool, siis eukleidise järgi on tema ületab oma lävendit. Ja see oli siis see egileksi partitsiipide rühm. Ja teises kontrollrühmas on siis, näeme samasugust pilti. Ja siin on jällegi üks erandlik sõna, siis, mida üks sarnasusmõõdik siis nagu peab, et see sarnasus või erinevus ei ole oluline, aga teise sarnasusmõõdiku järgi ta siiski erineb. Nii, sinu kord.
Nii, mina siis tutvustan veel, kadus päris ära. Läks, et kõrvalekalda analüüsi, mis pidi juba siis olema selline täpsem analüüs, mis paigutaks meie uurimisrühmade sõnad justkui siis skaalale, et mis on adjektiivile lähemal ja mis on kaugemal. Me määrasime siin igale parameetrile ülemise ja alumise väärtuse prototüüpsete adjektiivide põhjal ja me vaatasime, kuivõrd need teiste rühmade sõnad paigutusid sinna adjektiivi väärtuste sisse või jäid nad väljaspoole. Et see oli selline, siin olid need parameetrite tulemused juba nagu binaarsed, kas jah või ei. Ja meie eeldus siis oli ja lootus, et EKI-läbi partitsiibid, mis on võib-olla juba adjektiivsema käitumisega kui meie verbiliste partitsiipide rühm, et siis see rühm paigutub nii-öelda adjektiividele lähemale nende parameetrite ja selle analüüsi põhjal. Ainus parameeter, kus me ei ole aluseks võtnud osakaale ja neid piirväärtusi sellisel kujul, on võrdevormi parameeter. Kuna võrded on niivõrd adjektiividele omane nähtus, siis siin me lugesime juba positiivseks, kui sõnal oli üle 5 keskvõrde vormi korpuses olemas. Nii, ja siin on siis tulemused. Üleval reas on siis kattuvate parameetrite arv. Siin on roheline pool on see, et kattutakse siis 7 parameetri põhjal, et kõige sarnasemad adjektiividele. Ja kui me vaatame seda rohelist külge 5, 6 ja 7, et siis 5, 6 või 7 parameetri põhjal prototüüpsete adjektiividega sarnased, ongi 72% EKI-läbi partitsiipidest, aga ainult 31% verbilistest, ehk siis rohkem kui poole vähem. Ja kui me vaatame prototüüpsest adjektiividest kaugemat poolt, kas siis 0, 1 või 2 parameetri kattuvust, siis sinna langeb ainult 3% EKI-läbi lisatud partitsiipidest ja 33% neid juhuslikke verbipartitsiipe, mis me moodustasime ise PSV põhjal. Et siin on juba näha, et see jaotus tõepoolest, et mille puhul võis eeldada adjektiivsemat käitumist, ta tõesti ka nende parameetrite põhjal kaldub pigem jagama adjektiividega tunnuseid. Ja ma tõin mõned näited ka siin, et siin on siis näha, et näiteks 7 parameetri põhjal sobivad prototüüpsete adjektiividega kokku siis kleepuv, selgitav, hinnatav, kergendav, tolmav, siin on tolmav tee või muteerunud, hõõguv, müüv kaup. Ja siin adjektiivsuse skaala teisel poolel parameetrite põhjal on näiteks sõnad hakkav, langetud, jätnud, kihlutud, et nad ongi sellised sõnad, mida võib-olla niimoodi predikatiivina ja teist adjektiivi positsioonides ei kasutata. Me vaatasime ka parameetrite eristusvõimet, et milline parameeter oli kõige parem verbiliste rühma eristaja prototüüpsetest. Ja kõige parem oli siis lause alguse parameeter. Ja võrdeparameeter eristab küll hästi verbilisi partitsiipi prototüüpsetest, kuid ta välistab ka hulga EKI-läbi partitsiipe ja ka, nagu enne mainis, et ka prototüüpseid. Ja nõrgemad eristajad on siis meie analüüsi põhjal ühildumisparameeter ja predikatiivi parameeter, et nad on liiga üldised sellised omadused. Predikatiivi küsimus ongi, kuna näiteks liitajad on kohtutud, et meie parameeter püüab ka kõik sellised asjad kinni, et ta ei ole ju tegelikult, ei pea olema predikatiiv, vaid ta on ainult selle korpuse positsiooni põhjal praegu meil välja päritud. Ja siin on näha üks hea eristaja ja halb eristaja siis, et see on nüüd nõrk eristaja, predikatiivi parameeter, kui te näete, need 3 rühma väärtused ongi üsna läbisegi, siin on raske teha mingit piiri, mis aitaks otsustada. Aga vaatame hea või selline parem eristaja, lause alguse parameeter, siin on, eks ole, näha, et verbilised koonduvad sinna 0 lähedale ja teised, mis ongi, mille puhul me eeldasime EKI-läks, et juba adjektiivsemad sõnad ongi prototüüpidega seal segunenud ja mõned üksikud verbilised satuvad ka sinna poole, aga enamik on siiski eraldi. Nii.
Kokkuvõttes võiks siis öelda, et leidsime, et adjektiivide enda rühma sees on varieeruvust, et nad kõik ei käitu sugugi kõik ühetaoliselt, võrdselt, vaid et nad on võimalik ka selle rühma sees paigutavad skaalale selles suhtes, et kuivõrd prototüübi sarnaselt või erinevalt nad käituvad ja et on olemas perifeeria, aga samas see perifeeria võib olla ka, siin satuvad ka sellised sõnad, vähemalt nii nagu meie mõõtsime, mis kirjade järgi on väga adjektiivsed nagu kõrge või täpne, tänu sellele, et nemad erandlikult, nendest kasutatakse palju võrdevorme. Ja nagu öeldud, siis sarnasusmõõdikud lasevad seda täisprofiili sarnasust prototüübiga mõõta, kuid kuna meie selles partitsiipide rühmas, vist ennem jäi see ütlemata, et see oli tasakaalustatud selles mõttes, et neid seal oli kõiki veed, tav, nuud ja tuud, kõik oli võrdselt ja siis see käenduvate verbipartitsiipide rühm siis ühildus ja seetõttu siis tekitas nende suure sarnuse adjektiividele. Ja et seda kontrollrühmade adjektiivsust määrab täpsemalt kõrvalkalde analüüs, mis arvestab adjektiividele sarnasust parameetrite kaupa, vajadusel kitsendab tingimusi.
Just. Teine. Ja et oligi, siis meie tulemused näitasid, et kõige täpsem oli lausalgusparameeter ja võrdeparameeter ja predikatiivi parameeter ja adverbi parameeter nende konkreetsete testrühmade puhul ei toiminud hästi. Aga meie eesmärk oli tegelikult lõppkokkuvõttes eristada adjektiivi kõigist teistest sõnaliikidest, ehk siis nad kindlasti tasuvad testimist ka teiste sõnaliikidega edasi. Ja oma rõõmuks siis tõdesime, et parameetrite komplekt tervikuna suutis paigutada ekileksi partitsiipide rühma adjektiividele lähemale kui verbiliste partitsiipide rühma. Aitäh!
Tänan!
Meil on nüüd 1 minut, kas kellelgi on küsimus ja Peep?
Ja aitäh, väga põnev eritelu. Mind jäi natuke kummitama, et see võrdeparameeter on oluline, aga algul teil oli märkus, et võrdevormi sagedus otsitakse etteantud keskvõrdevormi järgi, et mis see etteantud tähendab ja sealt edasi, et kas ja kuivõrd siis see võrdevormi sagedus, mida te vaatate, kuidas seda mõjutab nüüd niisugune üha rohkem leviv mood kasutada topelt keskvõrret, et mitte rohkem leviv, vaid rohkem levivam, vähem levinud asemel vähem levinum.
Topelt. Jaa, see on väga hea küsimus. Sellepärast me oleme praegu teinud seda käsitööd nii-öelda, et ei ole olemas sellist automaatset moodustajat. Me oleme proovinud, me vaikselt tegutseme samal ajal ka sellega, et saaks automaatselt moodustada, kuna me soovime, et see parameeter suudaks ju kontrollida ka sõnade vahel, millel ei ole komparatiivet kass, kassim, autom, eks ole. Et selles mõttes et adjektiivide puhul praegu meil oli võib-olla lihtsam seda komparatiivi moodustada kui teiste nagu, aga lõppkokkuvõttes me üritaks saada ka selle automaatseks, see suur soov meil on. Et seda ei peaks päris käsitsi niimoodi meisterdama ja me oleme võtnud ka, kas me proovisime ka paralleelvorme selle puhul või üldiselt me vist valisime selle sagedasema seal?
Me vaatasime keskvõrdevorme ainult. Kui on olemas keskvõrdevorm, siis on olemas ka tõenäoliselt, saab ka ülivõrd moodustada.
Et seda me vaatasime ka, et see keskvõrre oli see põhiline korpuses ja keskvõrde sagedus.
Aga et kui me vaatasime, et kui näiteks sõnast oli 2 varianti, lahjam või lahjem, siis me summeerisime need tegelikult.
Jah, et me võtsime arvesse nii palju, kui me saime. Aga loomulikult, kuna osad neist on tehislikud, need tehislikult loodud, siis need on jah sellised, millega saaks nagu vaielda kindlasti.
Aitäh teile!
Aitäh!
Ja liigume siis selle sektsiooni viimase ettekande juurde. Gert Jaanimäe räägib meile vanade eestikeelsete tekstide normaliseerimiskatsetest. Nii, kas...
nii, ja klikker on kus kohas? Nii. Et siis tere, nagu enne öeldigi, et mina olen Gert Jaanimäe ja olen Tartu Ülikoolis doktorant ja räägin siis teile ajalooliste tekstide normaliseerimise katsetest. Et igaks juhuks hoiatan ette, et kui nüüd peaks juhtuma, et jutud ja jutt ja slaidid ei lähe kokku, et on juhtumisi kogemata vales slaid, siis andke märku ja siis ma proovin õige slaidi ette panna. Aga kõigepealt siis normaliseerimine, mis ja milleks seda üldse vaja on. Et normaliseerimine on siis põhimõtteliselt mittestandardse kirjapildiga tekstide teisendamine siis tänapäevasele kirjakeelsele kujule. Et nagu enne just räägitigi, siin oli just juttu internetikeelest, et ta ei ole tihtipeale päris nii-öelda sellises standardses kirjakeeles, et tihtipeale on siis netikeelt vaja normaliseerida või siis tihtipeale on ka ajaloolisi tekste, vanu tekste vaja normaliseerida, kuna nad on kirjutatud sellises kirjaviisis, mis erines tol ajal siis tänapäevasest kirjaviisist. Ja vajalik on see siis eelkõige selleks, et näiteks nendest tekstidest otsida märksõnu ja rakendada erinevaid siis keeletöötlusvahendeid nende peale. Et märksõnade otsimise koha pealt võib-olla kõige lihtsam näide, et kui me tahame näiteks vanadest eestikeelsetest tekstidest otsida sõna hobune, siis me nagu tegelikult peaksime kõik variandid läbi otsima. Hobune 1B-ga keskel, hobune 2B-ga keskel, H-tähega alguses, ilma H-täheta alguses, murdelise vormina obene ja muud sellised variandid. Aga et normaliseeritud kujul kirjutaks sinna hobune ja leiaks kõik need vastajad sealt ülesse. Ja siis uuritav andmestik, mida mina uurinud olen, on siis 19. sajandil kirja pandud vallakohtu protokollid. Ja need on siis keeleteadlastele just väga huvipakkuv materjal just selle poolest, et nad sisaldavad niisugust keelt, mida tolle ja ilukirjandus ja ajakirjandustekstid ei sisaldanud. No võtame ka näiteks mõned murdelised vormid või ka, mis siin salata, aga tõsi ta on, et ka sellist keelt võib sealt leida, mis muidu üldse nagu trükimusta väga ei kannataks, sellepärast, et kui ikka enne, kui ikka inimesed kõrtsis kaklema läksid, siis kui ikka keegi midagi halvasti ütles, siis pärast pandi see protokolli kõik kirja, et kes mida kellele ütles. Et keeleliselt on selles mõttes huvitav materjal. Ja algselt on need siis käsitsi kirjutatud tekstid, aga siis Rahvusarhiivi rahvahanke korras on need siis vabatahtlike poolt tekstilisel kujul sisestatud, et neid oleks võimalik uurida. Ja meie Tartu Ülikooli antud väljavõttes on siis umbes 3 miljonit tekstisõnet ja nendest käsitsi märgendatud on umbes 70 000 sõnet, tekstisõnet. Aga et just selle jaoks, et normaliseerimist kuidagi moodi õpetada. Aga sellega muidugi see oluline nüanss, et korra näitan veel näite ära, et siis idee olekski see, et see protokoll, mis seal üleval pool on, et sellest saaks enam selline tekst, nagu ta seal allpool on. Aga siis probleemid. Et eelkõige ongi just kõige suuremaks probleemiks see, et nendes andmetes on hästi palju varieeruvust. Osa tekste on, ütleme, sellises vanas kirjaviisis, osad on uues kirjaviisis, osad on, nagu ma ise olen seda nimetanud, sellises ülemineku kirjaviisis, et siin on kohe näitelause peaks ka olemas olema, et siin on nagu tundub nagu niimoodi, et nagu vallakirjutaja hakkaks juba harjumuspäraselt kirjutama vanast kirjaviisist, tuli ette 2 L-iga ja siis tuleb meelde, ei, peaks ikka nagu uues kirjaviisis kirjutama. Teine varieerust põhjustav tegur on põhja- ja lõuna-eesti keel, et nagu mäletame, oli siis 19. sajandil paralleelselt kasutuses nii põhja- kui ka lõuna-eesti keel. ja need siis omakorda tekitavad tekstidesse päris palju varieeruvusi ja erinevad murdejooned ka, ehk siis põhimõtteliselt tekibki see probleem, et me ei saa kasutada Lõuna-Eesti tekste Põhja-Eesti tekstide normaliseerimise, treenimise jaoks ja vastupidi, et ehk siis tegelikult me peaks need treeningandmed lahku lööma. Ja muidugi tekitab päris palju varieeruvust ka eesti keelele omane morfoloogiline rikkalikkus, ehk siis kui meil on veel eriti just mittestandardses keeles kirjutatud sõnad, siis tegelikult igasugused erinevad sõnavormid, need kohe automaatselt laiendavad treeningandmetes olevat sõnavara, mis tekitab jällegi varieeruvust juurde andmetesse. Natukene siis normaliseerimismeetoditest ka, et üldiselt millised meetodid on. Kõige lihtsamini mõistetav on ilmselt sõnastikupõhine meetod, et ehk siis põhimõtteliselt ongi see, et meil ongi vana kirjakuju ja selle siis vastav tänapäevane kirjakuju. Reeglipõhine on ka iseenesest, tundub üsna lihtne loogiline, et määrame mingisugused reeglid ära, et kuidas, mismoodi ühelt kujult teisele teisendada, aga mõlemate puhul on just see, sõnastiku puhul on just see probleem, et eriti just morfoloogiliselt rikkaliku keele puhul, iganes suurema sõnavara puhul, et ega kogu seda sõnavara väga ära ei kata nii kergesti. Reeglite puhul on tihtipeale lihtsalt see oht, et reeglite hulk võib väga-väga suureks minna ja nende haldamine läheb väga-väga keeruliseks ja võivad reeglite vahel erinevad vastuolud tulla. Ja nüüd me jõuamegi siis lõpuks sarnase lähenemise juurde, millest tänase sessiooni esimeses ettekandes räägiti, ehk siis masintõlge. Siis mina kasutasin oma uurimises just statistilist masintõlget, kuigi jah, on olemas muidugi tänapäeval närvivõrkudel põhinev masintõlge, aga nagu enne just öeldigi, see närvivõrgud nõuavad päris palju andmeid, oluliselt rohkem kui statistiline masintõlge ja andmetega on meil teatavasti ka natukene lood, nagu nad on, et võiks rohkem olla. Ja siis normaliseerimise puhul masintõlke idee seisneb lihtsalt selles, et vana ja uut kirjaviisi käsitletakse eraldi keeltena. Ja siin on veel, kasutatakse veel sellist trikki, et kui muidu masintõlkes tõlgitakse, ütleme siis lauseid, ja siis seal olevaid sõnu ja fraasimustreid, siis tähemärgipõhise masintõlke puhul tehakse niimoodi, et põhimõtteliselt käsitletakse ühte sõna kui lauset ja tähemärke kui sõnu. Et ehk siis tõlgitaksegi põhimõtteliselt selliseid täheühendeid. Ja nii on siis võimalik ka tõlkida selliseid sõnu, mida muidu paralleelkorpuses ei esine, aga kui meil on teada, kuidas mingisugused täheühendid käituvad, siis me saame selle pealt üht-teist õppida. Ja varasemalt on seda katsetatud vanade sloveenikeelsete tekstide tõlkimiseks, nii-öelda tõlkimiseks, ja siis suuremas võrdluses on võrreldud Islandi, Saksa, Ungari, Rootsi ja inglise keele andmete peal. Ja natukene ka jällegi probleemidest, mis sellega tekkida võivad, et ikkagi treeningandmeid, mis sest, et statistiline masintõlge nõuab vähem treeningandmeid, on ikkagi treeningandmeid ikkagi vaja. Siin tekib ka see probleem, et sõnakaupa lähenemisel tekib see probleem, et vana kirjaviis oli mitmeti mõistetav, ehk siis kirjakuju kalla tähendas vanas kirjaviisis nii kalla kui ka kala. Ja kui me sõnakaupa vaatame, siis on üsna keeruline aru saada, kummast on jutt. Ja siin jõuamegi natuke sarnase lähenemise juurde, nagu esimeseski ettekandes, et kui meil andmeid on liiga vähe, proovime neid andmeid kuidagi moodi juurde tekitada. Ja et ehk siis, kuna vana kirjaviis oli ikkagi natukene sellisem korrapärasem, kui lihtsalt mingid suvalised vead, siis päris nagu suvalisi vigu me tekitada ei saanud. Aga mida sai proovida, oli see, et kuna idee poolest tänapäevasest kirjaviisist vanasse kirjaviisi tagasi teisendamine on natukene lihtsam, siis sai võetud need vallakohtu protokollid, mis olid üsnagi sellises tänapäevases kirjaviisis juba, ja siis tagasi vanasse kirjaviisi need teisendatud, et ehk siis jällegi andmeid juurde tekitatud ja siis nagu seda nimetasime hõbestandardiks. Või siis teine võimalus on lihtsalt see, et kuna statistiline masintõlge koosneb põhimõtteliselt 2 etapist, esimene 2 nagu mudelist, üks on siis keelemudel, see sihtkeelemudel, ehk siis antud meie mõistes siis see tänapäeva keelemudel, et kuidas siis tänapäeva keelel see nagu tähemärkide ritta ladumine toimub. Ja siis tõlkemudelist, siis üks variant oleks olnud, et moodustada hästi selline suurem keelemudel lihtsalt. Ja siis selle mitmetähenduslikkuse, selle kalla probleemi puhul sai katsetatud sõnatasemel sõnapaare. Ehk siis antud süsteemile ette nagu sõnad, nagu tavaliselt selleks puhuks tehtud on, aga just sõnapaarid, ehk siis bigrammid. Ja nüüd on siis selline küsimus, et mis võib minna valesti järgmise lausega? Et mis siin all on, ma loodan, et see on õige slaid on ikka ees. Jah, et selle mõttes sellega tekib lihtsalt see olukord, et kui nüüd see üks tema sealt veel vahelt ära võtta, siis kui muud sõnad saavad ilusti ära normaliseeritud ja pesnud, siis jõuame natukene selle arvitavasti ettekande juurde, et arvuti jaoks võib üsna kergesti see olla mõistetav niimoodi, et võib-olla tõesti inimesele ei meeldinud, et üks mees ja 2 naist teda pesid, et ma ei tea, et äkki tundus kuidagi solvavana või mis iganes, et jällegi morfoloogilised analüüsid läheks see läbi, semantikast nagu samamoodi ja syntaktiliselt ja semantiliselt oleks see ka korrektne, nagu pragmaatiliselt natuke nagu kui peale vaadata, siis tundub, et midagi on nagu valesti ja kui meil on teadmine, et pesnu on lõuna-eesti keeles peksnud, siis hakkab see palju loogilisemana tunduma. Nii, aga räägime siis natukene katsete tulemustest ka. Ehk siis igat sellist meetodit või sellist katset siis rakendati 10 iteratsioonis ja siis järgnev võtab siis kokku nende iteratsioonide keskmised. Et eks see baastõlge ongi lihtsalt, et ilma mingisuguse erilise eeltöötluseta hõbestandard, nagu me enne räägitud. Suurema keelemudeli puhul oli tulemus kõige parem, mis oli ka nagu iseenesest täitsa üsnagi loogiline. Natukene ebameeldiva üllatusena selgus, et see hõbestandard nii head tulemust ei andnud, aga sellel on omad põhjused, sellest räägin natukene võib-olla hiljem veel. Ja kõige kehvem tulemus oli bigrammide tõlkimisel. Aga mis on ka mõnes mõttes võib-olla ootuspärane, kuna mida pikemad tekstisõnad tõlkimisel tulevad, seda suurem on tõenäosus lihtsalt see, et mingisugused vead tulevad sinna sisse niimoodi. Ja natukene siis ka tulevikuplaanidest. Peamine probleem just ongi see, et hõbestandard tahab veel tegelikult natukene veel parendamist, et järgsilpides need reeglid päris hästi või nii hästi veel ei toimi. Et kui võib-olla need saaks paremaks tehtud, oleks võib-olla hõbestandardi puhul ka tulemus natukene parem ja nagu suurem asi, mida kindlasti teha plaanis on masintõlke kombineerimine teiste meetoditega, kas siis mõne võib-olla lihtsamalt sorti reegliga kombineerimise puhul, mida võib-olla näiteks algoritm ise võib-olla ära ei tabanud, aga mis on nagu inimestele nagu teada, et mingisugune reegel toimib. Et panna see sinna juurde või siis näiteks katsetada Berti mudelitega, ühendada näiteks masintõlget. Ja katsetada muid asju veel. Aga selle koha pealt ma tegelikult isegi ütlekski, et aitäh kuulamast.
Aitäh. Kas on küsimusi või kommentaare? Ja, Liina? oota, kas ta ei tööta?
Et sa oled praegu mänginud põhiliselt selle vana ja uue kirjaviisi teisendamise osas.
Jah.
Aga kas sa oled nagu samamoodi lähened siis ka siis nendel Põhja-Eesti ja Lõuna-Eesti tekstidele või mis sa praegu teinud oled?
Tähendab, pigem on ikkagi, ma mõtlen, kui ma seda küsimust nüüd mõtestan, et põhimõtteliselt ikkagi vana ja uus kirjaviis ka, aga ütleme, et ega need lõuna-eesti keelsed tekstid, siin ongi muidugi jah see, et lõuna-eesti keel muidugi nagu loetakse tänapäeval eraldi keelena, aga kuna meil on ikkagi kasutame siin standardset eesti keelt, eks me proovime ikkagi neid lõuna-eesti keelseid tekste ka ikkagi põhja-eesti keelseteks normaliseerida, et ma ei tea, kas see vastas küsimusele või?
Võib-olla peaks küsimust nagu laiendama, et kas nagu nendega seoses on kuidagi nagu teistsugused probleemid veel lisaks või kuidas sa neid lahendad?
No selles mõttes muidugi võib-olla kõige suurem probleem, mis on natukene võib-olla kõige sellisem keerulisem probleem on ikkagi võib-olla see sõnavara probleem, et see on ikkagi võib-olla sellisem, et ikkagi kuna see sõnavara on seal natuke teistmoodi, siis see võib natukene keerulisemaks osutuda ja ka eks ta muidugi, seda muidugi andmetest ka nagu näha on, et korra ma võin siin neid slaide tagasi kerida. Nii, et siin on nagu näha ka, et siin lõuna-eesti keelsed Tartu, Mulgi ja Võrumaal need tekstide puhul need tulemused on kõige kehvemad, et eks ta selle mõttes nagu peegeldab ka, et kuna nad on ikkagi erinevamad, siis.
Nii, kas on veel küsimusi, kommentaare? Jaa, Kerli. Aha. Millegi pärast ekraanil ei näe küsimusi, aga vist on veebi kaudu tulnud. Aha, tänusõnad. Aitäh, Gert, see oli erakordselt huvitav sissevaade vana kirjakeele töötlemisse, kirjutab Marja Vaba. Jah, tõesti oli huvitav, et sa mainisid, et andmeid on vähe, et kas 70 000 sõnet oli märgendatud, et kuidas neid siis juurde saada, et kas neid lihtsalt ei ole või ei ole märgendajaid või?
No nii ühte kui teist sellest, et tegelikult see ongi see muidu 70 000 tekstisõnat võib-olla ei tundugi nii vähe, kui see tuleb erinevate murdealade vahel lahku lüüa, siis tegelikult siis hakkab see juba nagu oluliselt kui need numbrid muutuvad need numbrid nagu väiksemaks ja eks ta tegelikult muidugi ole jah see, et ega märgendajate leidmine ikkagi nagu see on päris suur inimressurssi töö, päris suur töö on niimoodi käsitsi muudkui märgendada neid ja
Nii, kas äkki nüüd on tekkinud mõni küsimus või kommentaar? Kui ei ole, siis lõpetame vist mõni minut varem ja 13.35 siis alustame järgmise sektsiooniga, et nüüd vahepeal on kohvipaus. 15.35, jah. Aitäh!
Riders on the storm.
Here I go out to sea again. The sunshine fills my hair and dreams hang in the air. Ghosts in the sky and in my blue eyes. You know it feels unfair. There's magic anywhere. Look at me standing there on my own again, abstract in the sunshine. wonderful, wonderful life. No need to love or cry. It's a wonderful, wonderful life. The sun's in your eyes, the heat's in your hair. The steam don't hate you because you're there. And I need a friend. Oh, I need a friend to make me happy. Now stand here on my own. Look at me standing here on my own again. Up straight in the sunshine. No need to run and hide. It's a wonderful, wonderful life. No need to laugh or cry. It's a wonderful, wonderful life. Oh, I need a friend. Oh, I need a friend. It's a wonderful, wonderful life. Dark in the city, night is a wire. Standing the sideway, there's a fire. Do 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 do. Woman, you want me? Give me a sign. I got my breathing even closer behind. Do 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 do. In touch with the ground, I'm not the hunter after you. Smell like a sound. I'm lost in a crowd. I'm hungry like the wolf. Stuck in the forest, too close to hide. I'll be upon you by the moonlight side. Do 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 do. High boys drumming on your skin, it's so tight. You feel my head, I'm just a moment behind. Do 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 do.
So hello everybody. So let's continue with our last section for today. And this is quite short. We have just two papers to be presented here. And first one is coming from Tallinn University, and it's called Specific Idiomatic Phrases in Russian and Estonian. And Inna is here. Mari Uskul is not here, but yeah. So please, floor is yours.
I will talk about specific idiomatic phrases in this Russian in Estonia. I'm Russian philologist and I apologize for my English, maybe, but I will talk on English now. Maybe they are not directly idiomatics, maybe set expressions, but no, we gave the name like idiomatic. Okay. This is one maybe pilot variant. It is next one, please. In different languages, in addition and individual words, there is set expressions which is necessary in any language. These constitute a known difficulty in learning a foreign language, in translating text or message from one language to another language. The aspect also constitutes known difficulties when working on a text in the native language, in generation of text and its style. Questions of studying Russian phraseology in comparison to Estonian phraseology require new research, taking into account in the active process that occur there in these languages. We can recall this regard the well-known in Estonia classical works by Agni Reitsak and Felix Vak and other interesting works. Nowadays, the topic has not only lost its relevance, but requires significant development. In this case, we will talk about what features the set expressions, stable phrases have in the Russian language that functions in Estonia, how they interact with Estonian discourse. It is especially important to consider the analysis of the context. It's also important to distinguish set phrases or stable phrases that have resisted in the discourse practice of Estonia, discursive practice of Estonia, which are not characteristic of the general Russian language. It's not usual for Russian language in Russia. In the focus of this presentation is set phrases in the Russian-speaking discourse of Estonia. The first point is set phrases of the official sphere is not idiomatic. It's maybe collocations or translated from Estonia phrases. And second one, some Russian idiomatic phrases which refer to discourse of Estonia. This is very, very fresh information, very new. Study material. For a long time, a list of words and phrases that function in the Russian language of modern Estonia was compiled and drawn up during 2 parts of ELU project at Tallinn University. First variant, I made my own Viibli website, vene keelest viibli.com. Here is located list of frequent words and phrases from Russian language in Estonia, which is only in Estonia, not in the Russia. And second one, more new, vene keelest WordPress.com. This is a very new, very fresh version. This site contains a group of phraseologism of the Russian language with Estonian correspondence. And no only Estonian, in general language, Russian language also. Set phrases of the public sphere is not idiomatic, but public sphere. There are the phrases that are often all translation from Estonian complex words. or phrases that are relevant of the cultural and social sphere. There are two types of phrases regularly found in the Russian language discourse of Estonia. Similar to Russian, but having a different meaning in Estonia. And B, such that not have Russian correspondence. For group A, for example, социальный работник, поголовные деньги, основная школа. Different meaning in Estonia and in Russia. They are in Russia and Estonia also, but different meaning. Point B, опорное лицо, you can see on the slideshow, дорожное страхование, семейный врач, квартирное товарищество, личный код. ISIQ code is usual functioning in Russian discourse in Estonia. Электронное государство, физическое лицо, предприниматель, разговорная минута, etc. Is no in common Russian. At first glance, they look Russian. They are not recognized by native speaker of the Russian language in Estonia as abnormal. It's okay, normal phrases. A survey was also conducted among Russians who did not understand the meaning of these phrases. St. Petersburg, before the war. Let's take closer look on the functioning two phrases, only two, because it's very big material. We take опорное лицо, семейный врач. It's very interesting for our research. The original description of these phrases was made by me 4 years ago, which also examined regularly synonyms nomination of опорный специалист also functioning. At the new stage of the study, firstly, some residents of Russia were interviewed about how they understand the meaning of the nomination, and secondly, this phrase was separately investigated according to the Integrum system. Integrum, like a corpus of Russian text, media text. This provides more room for interpretation of meaning. Yes. For this nomination, it's difficult to find the exact match. In the Russian discourse, they may be the following correspondence: социальный работник, консультант, ассистент, which implies another semantic content. Also, социальный работник, also another semantic content, like compared to Estonia. This may be assistant to a specialist, for example, a seller or lawyer in Russia. It is not quite recently, one Russian journalist asked a question about the Russian language in Estonia, and when asked how she understands the phrase опорное лицо, she asked, what is it? That is, it is possible that for most Russian, even in the nomination is used in the text, with a low frequency. In Estonia, the phrase опорное лицо is used in meaning corresponding to the values assistant, specialist, providing support to a person with limited opportunities, special needs, elderly person, etc. But including опорное лицо called the student assistant, a student who needs to adopt, navigate, and cope with an educational program. On the one hand, we are talking about an analog of social worker, or about an assistant to whom you can turn for support and advice. When I communicated with colleagues from Latvia, they had said that for Latvia is assistant nomination actual. Other one. No, one experiment from Integrum, because other sources I can't use now. For example, I made from 1999 to 2020. Integrum system was possible the year this nomination came into use in Russian language in year 1999. Very low frequency, 0 from 2 to no more than 4 per year. This is commentar. Per year, despite the fact that in national corpus of Russian language, only 0. It's possible to see. About second sentence. Семейный врач, переаст. Conversation with the residents of Russia, St. Petersburg, Moscow, and also Omsk, show that the участковый врач or terapeut is actually and other meanings they don't understand. What does it mean? There also in Russia the nomination врач общей практики who usually works in rural areas or pet care facilities. When I try to search in the internet, врач общей практики seems like семейный врач, but by the conversation with Russian inhabitants is no equivalent. Thus, is no complete compliance with the Estonian phrase. Also, some residents of Russia, they also have such concept as семейный врач. There is in Russia also. This is confirmed by both Russian Ruscorpora and Integrum systems. In Ruscorpora, this nomination has only 31 entries, which does not indicate a high frequency of its use. The nomination семейный врач has been found in Russian text since this year, 1989. If you look at the content of the text, it can be noted that in the late 18th, 19th, the nomination in question was used as designation of something but that not related to the daily life of an ordinary person. But the mid-2000s, the emergence of a new medical specialty, семейный врач, is already indicated. Frequency according Integrum, more than опорное лицо, almost 3,000 approximately using of this, but no very frequent also. Okay, this was social sphere. And some illustrations from other material. This is experiment now. Phraseologism idioms. Yeah, this is I accented problematic moments which isn't in the dictionaries, but is very used in active Russian language. There are more different materials, for example, quotes, etc., who passed into idioms, which are used also in context of Estonia. In the one hand, their use does not differ from that adopted in the general or common Russian language. On the other hand, their terms, their phrases, often transformed with images of Estonian realities. There are just a few of them, but no all. From MK Estonia, from one newspaper of contemporary Estonia. For example, горячие парни из Эстонии, very contemporary information. Here we dealing with a stereotype expressed in antiphrases. hot Estonian guys, yeah? Which refers to a joke. Thus we are dealing with a precedent text. Precedent text is a term non-exist in, for example, English language discourse. In Russian language discourse is a citation or from joke, a Russian joke. Very frequent. No. Or second one, правящая коалиция боится налоговой реформы как черт ладана. This is normal using of Russian idiom, бояться как черт ладана, but it's included in context using the distributors of this sentence. These idioms mean that's afraid as hell of incense. Yes, maybe. Okay, and квартирный вопрос, very frequent phrase. Здесь и сейчас. I comment so that phrase can do housing issue. Of native speaker of Russian language is associated with the novel by Mikhail Bulgakov, Master and Margarita. It's well, if it's well read, but no usual common Russian speaker maybe don't know from which book this is. The author of this article does not hide this, includes it is in the lead of the text. Yeah, I made it lead of this text. Those conclusions. We can observe in the media text in Russian, in Estonia, a variety of set phrases. It also indicates emotional attitude, a reaction to what is happening in public life. In the first part of the report, I have spoken about emotionless phrases. Then a second part, which about emotional phrases. Well, this is a pilot, maybe one experiment, but thank you for your attention.
Yes, thank you, Inna. So we have 5 minutes for questions. Do you have something on the web? Probably not. So then maybe I could ask some questions about like methodological background of the research, right? So we are talking about Estonian Russian. Probably we will talk soon about Estonian Ukraine, and we have a lot of minorities, and all those minorities have their own, let's say, specific lexemes that we are using here, and we understand, but people in Russia don't. What kind of materials do you use for identification of those lexemes, lexical borrowings? I mean, corpora, and yeah, then what kind of corpora, which corpora?
Integrum mainly, because in Russian, Rus corpora isn't these expressions and words. It's one source, and I use the first Helsinki University methodology.
How big is this corpora, this integrum corpora?
Very big. It's in Tallinn is only in a national library, because in home use is not possible. It's very, very big. It's everyday monitoring system. integrumworld.com. Millions texts.
But those are texts collected where? Here also? Like,
from all the world media, Russian media from all the world.
Because I just want to say that in parallel with our Estonian national corpus, we have created also web corpora of Russian sites which were with the men in Estonia. It's also quite representative, and I can imagine that in the future we can use this corpora also, so that it allows really very well to figure out what are those specific lexemes that are
very good
words which are used here on this territory.
Yes. And we work with the question of the corpus, making the corpus of this material. Okay, it's very very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. Because like maybe for lexicographers it might be interesting that we also try to register those Estonian Russian words in our big Estonian language, not Estonian language, we call it big combined dictionary in the Institute of the Estonian Language. And for those words, we have special label, which is called like Estonian Russian. And then if we have words which are used mainly in Russia, then we have special label, it's like Russia, used in Russia. So that we try to help users to understand that this word is used, but it has its territorial borders, so that in Russia or here in Estonia.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, but maybe we have more questions because we have time. Yes, here we have. Yeah, thanks.
I was wondering how much those Russian, Estonian idiomatic phrases are used in official language in Estonia. Like if there are Russian translations of official web pages, or are they used, or are there some kind of other Russian, more Russian?
Kogu aeg. Kogu aeg just. See on normal for Estonian Russian.
Okay, so this is like one source where those phrases come from, or?
They come from Estonian language. It's translated from Estonian.
Yeah.
But it's functioning like in Estonian, in translated variant.
Yeah, okay. So they are like officially used also in Estonia?
Yes, officially used.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Okay, it seems that we don't have any more questions. Thank you very much. And we have now something like 3 minutes. And Ivan will join us on the web, right? Is he there already? No? He is? Okay. Maybe we can then continue. Ivan is here, yeah? So, okay. Hello from Tallinn. Yeah.
Hello.
So please, you can start.
I'm Ivan Ubaleht from Omsk, Russia, from Omsk State Technical University. The name of my presentation, Siberian Ingrian Finnish Talking Dictionary. Content of my presentation. First part, overview of this language. Second part, our goals. Third part, design and development. And last part, future work. An overview of Siberian Ingrian Finnish. This language is a mixed Ingrian Finnish and Izhorian language. The ancestors of speakers of Siberian Ingrian Finnish spoke Lower Luga Ingrian Finnish and Lower Luga Izhorian dialects. They migrate from Lower Luga area to Siberia in early 18th century. In this slide, left rectangular, source region, they migrate to Siberia, Western Siberia, right rectangular. Lower Luga dialect area in 20th century. Number two area, villages Orly, Vanakula, Fedorovka. Our speakers, ancestors of our speakers from these villages. While spreads this language in Siberia in 19th century. Following villages Ryshkova, Boyarka, Finy, Mikhailovka, Orikova, Larionovka, many villages where this language is used. And Krasnoyarский край, Верхний Суетук, to 19th century, was used this language. Now, 21st century, this language used only Ryshkova village and Omsk city. This language used domestic sphere, about 100 native speakers and semi-speakers who use this language in Russia and in Estonia. This language has distinctive features. For example, has features in morphology, in lexicon. For example, nominal inflection paradigm. For example, word cook, flour. Noun have 5 stems, main stems, cook, indirect stem, это genitive without литера N, это кука, and partitive singular кука, illative кука, and indirect stem plural, indirect plural. 10 cases in this language. So, what moment repeat from this slide? This slide. In this slide, sample text in Siberian Indian Finnish. This text have audio версия. Вот. Next slide. In this slide, review of research studies to this language. Siberian Indian Finnish, this term introduced by Darya Sidorkevich. Darya Sidorkevich, this Mehmet Muslimov and Fyodor Rozhansky researched and documented this language in 2008, 2013 year. They were several expeditions to Omsk Oblast, Tyumen Oblast, Estonia. Approximately, Darya Sidorkevich recorded approximately 80 hours audio data from this language. 2014, Darya Sidorkevich was written her PhD thesis about this language. I start research this language in 2019. At this moment, I research this language together with Estonian Academic Society of Hungary, together with Taisto Raudalainen. This research was supported by Estonian organization Fena Ungria in 2021 year. This project name, second part of my presentation. Our goals. Since we plan to document and revitalize several endangered languages from our region, we are developing software. The name of our software, Lexim.net, Lexim.net system. Domain name for our project, Lexim.net. This link is work. Our goals and requirements. All source code of our should be accessible on GitHub and licensed by one of a free license. Speech Corpora should be available to use via internet without installing additional software. Speech Corpora should be convenient not only linguists, but also for speakers of endangered languages activists, and software developers. And Speech Corpora should have a powerful system of requests to data. Similar system they are in this moment, but we want own very flexible solution, and we decided to develop our own project. We choose the .NET framework and Microsoft SQL Server for implementation of the project. Three parts of my presentation. General structure of that talking dictionary is first step for corpus for Siberian Indian Finnish language. General structure of talking dictionary, audio data, middle layer ELAN files with subscribed and annotations, and upper layer web application. Our data collection. Our data collection has two parts. First part is my own data, data from my expeditions from this language, from these villages. This link to GitHub repository, this data by free license, a Creative Commons attribution license. This data was published. Two parts our data collection, data from Darya Sidorkevich. This data this data, 80 hours of audio and audio, this synchronized text, 2 hours synchronized text, and transcribed text, very in this moment, this part of audio data is under copyright Darya Sidorakevich, but Darya Sidorakevich allows to use her data in our work. In this slide, structure audio data, this table in speakers from my expeditions, this data published in GitHub. The annotations. We have annotations in this link, annotations by free license too. This link annotations for download our annotations. We use Elan software for annotated audio data. Database. I create a database in Microsoft SQL Server. Data from annotations saved in our database. Structure the database and data from database in this link in our repository. The web application. We have developed web application. This web application available in this moment, this link, lexim.net/sif, and source code for this web application published in GitHub, free license too. Interface very simple in this moment. Interface of our web application is very simple, but 2 or 3 months I update interface, add new fields for search by word, search by different category. In this moment, our website allows text and audio. Play audio button, audio. In this scheme, demonstrate work our application front end. Front-end client application in browser, HTML, CSS, JS, JavaScript, backend, C#, ASP.NET, MVC, databases, request to database, and download fragment audio according to this request. Response data from audio and response fragment from audio data in web application. current result in this moment. Software tool for parsing annotation file and feeding database was created. This software, this parser software on GitHub too, license by Apache 2 license. Structure of fieldwork database has been developed and database has been filled. In this moment, we have 300 words and notes, audio for this word. And we create application, web application. We plan to develop morphology analyzer for this language. Since we have two audio of data, this synchronized text, we plan to use this data to create training data set for neural network, and we plan to create automatic speech recognized system for automatic or semi-automatic annotations of audio data for this language, and maybe use this model to Luga Ijorian and Kurkola dialect of Ingrian Finnish. And we used our talking dictionary for create language courses for revitalize this language in our region. In this all, thank you for your attention. That's all.
Thank you, Ivan. We all know that this speech corpora creation, it's really like time-consuming and labor-consuming work, and it's big job what's done by you, and that you develop this website and try to preserve all this information that we can have about this language. This is, thank you. Maybe we have questions from auditory.
I think Margit mentioned that she asked something on the web.
Okay, let's see.
Kerli?
There is one question. Can you hear us? Yeah, how can I search this web database only by keeping the words up from the list? Are there only individual words one by one? Maybe you just can open us this web interface. We just looked at this, and maybe to show functionalities.
Our web interface very simple in this moment. 2 or 3 months I update interface. I adding new fields for search by words. I will create morphology analyzer, and I have all forms of words, each word, and our dictionary will have more, maybe all forms for each words, and we demonstrate all forms for each words from our corpus.
Have morphological information there.
Yeah, okay. Morphological information.
Yes, yes. Thank you. So maybe we just, if there are no more questions, we thank you again, and maybe we just can have a little bit, like 5 minutes to move ourselves, and then please come back. We will have our second plenary talk. Yeah. Thank you. In 5 minutes. In 10 minutes. Okay, 10 minutes. Yeah.
Knows you off your feet with a crumb. She throws you. She's ferocious, and she knows just what it takes to make her blush. All the boys think she's a spy. She's got Bette Davis eyes. And she'll tease you, she'll unease you, all the better just to please you. She's precautious, and she knows just what it takes to make her blush. All the boys think.
Hello again. Welcome back. Please have a seat, if possible. The ones who can. I'm very happy to welcome here Katrin Kunkelrasum, who currently represents the Duden dictionary editing, and has been working as a scientific editor of a journal, has taught German in the university, and has in recent years created controversy regarding gender-specific words in German. And this has been really active in the German media, I understand, and she has been called by the media the spelling pope of Germany. So I hope we will hear a lot of interesting things about gender-specific, and also perhaps a bit about how you create the Duden dictionary.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, or dear all, as we would say in modern German language, which is gendered, dear all. First of all, I would like to thank Margit and her team, so Maria, Christina, and Jelena, and all the other participants for the invitation to Tallinn and to this important conference here. And especially I want to say thank you for the courage to organize this conference, because a few months ago they did not know how things would develop, I think. Also, I ask you to look up my bad English. That's a problem, and I'm always a little bit ashamed about it. But I hope, however, that you will be able to understand well what I want to convey to you. And a second excuse, please accept this also. I hope you will not be so much disappointed that I don't speak so much about data, but more about practical applied linguistics, and also about the relations between language and politics in Germany. So, what I want to do is I would like to talk about a huge debate on the German language that shook our country last year, and its aftershocks will continue and will continue for a long time to come. Just the day before yesterday, the issue of gender linguistics in Germany was also heard in court, and the process had not yet come to an end. A compromise proposal was rejected, so we are expecting it for the end of July. The lawsuit was filed by an employee of Audi, so the famous German car manufacturer, who does not want to be bothered with the so-called gender language. I'll come back to this later. The topic is therefore gendern, which is an interesting foreign word in German language, derived from English gender, of course, and provided with a typical German verb ending n. If you want to bring it back then to English, it means something like making gender, maybe, or using a language which shows and respects gender aspects. In this way, I will use here gender in my presentation, and I'm sure you understand what I mean. But let's start with a look back on how it all began 1.5 years ago. At the beginning of the year 2020, a journalist from the daily newspaper Die Welt, it's a famous newspaper in Germany, asked us, so me and my team, what we had changed on Duden Online, our large internet portal, in the definition of masculine and feminine personal designations. What we really did there, I will explain to you a little bit later, but here only so much. A media storm broke out, and Duden and gendern was set as a topic, and henceforth on in everyone's lips. Language, gendern, and politics became a big topic in the 2021 Bundestag election campaign, so last year. And we also can say, or could say, that something broke out that Henning Lubin, the director of the Institute for the German Language in Mannheim, described as a language struggle. Here, some pictures. What you see on the left-hand side is the cover of the most famous German dictionary, the spelling Duden, and it came more or less the cover of the most famous German news magazine, Der Spiegel. And the headline was, is this still German? Culture, war about the stars, and it often was named as Star Wars. What you see right above is our logo, Duden, the black one with the white capital. So, but normally, of course, it's Duden, because Duden is a family name of the founder of our dictionary, Konrad Duden. And what they did here is to bring it into gender language, so en for the female form, and this little asterisk about we will talk a little bit later, especially. On the right-hand side, there's something from Duden Online, the famous weekly newspaper. So they had a big article also about, and named it Krieg der Sternchen. So this is War of the Little Stars. And it is about the question whether Germany or Germans should get used to the gender star so that women, men, and intersex persons feel involved in our language. Above here, the Berliner Zeitung wrote about it also, like every newspaper in Germany. And here, the famous linguist Peter Eisenberg says that he is no hardliner, but that he has to defend the language he loves against the gender star. And he said also, the gender group despises the German language. I don't think that is so. Here are some more pictures also. You can see some slides with Twitter posts by Friedrich Merz. He is now the chairman of the CDU, of the conservative party He, or media, is reporting on his opinion on gender, so he gets very angry about this. He mentioned some very absurd examples, for example, the feminine form for chicken, which we don't use normally, of course, yeah, so he said Hähnchenfilet instead of Hähnchenfilet, which is the normal form, and he reproaches always to those those gender people for changing, fighting for changing our language. And one headline even says that he wants to ban gender. But let's first take a look on or at how the Duden editorial team has dealt with the topic gender in recent decades. First, for about 20 years ago, we started that all personal names have been consistently included in the masculine and in the feminine form in our dictionaries, in all of our dictionaries. That means if we have der Lehrer, so the teacher, we also have die Lehrerin. Or if we have der Arzt, then we also have die Ärztin, der Bäcker, die Bäckerin, or a modern example, der Influencer, die Influencerin. It was a long discussion whether this was necessary, especially in times of printed dictionary. So it's a question of space you have in a printed dictionary. Because the German language system is very systematic here. We take the masculine form, add en, and that's it normally. So maybe it's not necessary to show it in a dictionary because everybody can construct the feminine form also. But this was not the point. The feminine keywords are the one thing. The other is the images conveyed by men and women through the definitions and the examples in dictionary. And I think everybody who writes dictionaries knows a lot about this. So let's have a look, a small look to this small book. It was published at the beginning of the 80s, and the title is German as a Language of Men. And there's one article in named, She Looked Up to Him Like She Did to God. The Duden Bedeutungswörterbuch as a trivial novel. So that was not really funny for us to read this article, but it was a long time ago. Louise Pusch, the author of this, pointed this out in her contribution that here very strongly stereotypical and cliched images are spread among this dictionary. She investigated this in this time using our meaning dictionary, or one of our meaning dictionaries, and I can tell you so that it was a lot of work to change all these things in the later editions. So, back to the personal names, where, of course, further questions arise. Okay, I explained we have Lehrer, Lehrerin, Učitel, Učitelnica. In Estonish, I don't know it, in Estonian language, but in Russian. During the last years, we had to decide how we could deal, for example, with the Päpstin. So that's the female Papst, the female Pope. Yeah. So is it necessary to take it into the dictionary? Yes or no? Of course, we all know that there is no female leader in the Catholic Church. But another question, for example, is die Vorständin. That's a member of a board. We have der Vorstand, die Vorständin, yeah, and so on. And Päpstin has been in the Duden dictionary since 2009, and we included also the Vorständen in 2013, and the latest discussions are about Erzbischöfen. I come to this again. So we included these keywords even years ago because we find a whole series of corpus documents in each case. So it's nothing we invent. Yeah? We see it in our data, of course. So maybe there was in the Middle Ages a female pope, nobody knows exactly. And is it also a title of a novel? That's why it's famous. So, and for Vorständen or Vorständinnen, this is a plural, we found something, for example, here in the newspaper in 2013 when it went out first time in Duden, and they wrote here, there are words that do not actually exist. We discussed it yesterday in the evening, when a word exists and when not. And of course, Vorständin exists. But when they are said often enough, they will be included in the Duden dictionary like Vorständen. That's the article here in this newspaper. This change, however, is not as harmless as the editorial team of the Duden dictionary claims to be. A lot of stuff to discuss it. When we look today in Google, for example, and we are searching for, it's 9 years later now, and we are searching for Vorständen, so it's really common. Yeah? So I think it's 26,000 results alone, and we see it in our Duden corpus, of course, also. And I just mentioned that we were discussing during the last weeks Erzbischöfin, so this is a female archbishop, and it's the same like as we had it with Pope. So there's no such title in the Catholic Church, of course not, but there is one person with this title, and she works for the Church of Sweden. And she is from Germany and comes often to Germany, and that's why we find her and texts about her in German newspapers, of course. Yeah? So that's why we decided that Erzbischöfin also has to be a keyword in our dictionaries. And it looks in Duden Online in this way now, Erzbischöfin die, the grammar form, and then the two meanings, title of a female bishop who is head of an administrative district, and the second meaning is holder of the title Erzbischöfin. And one more example. Last year also we had a dispute over the female ranks in the Bundeswehr, so in the German army, because it was a discussion because not all female soldiers want to be called feminine. Yeah? And there are also women which do not want to be called Ingenieurin, for example. They want to be named engineer. And I think, I'm not sure about it, there's still no results of this, but I think it's also a difference between women in East Germany. They are more traditional in this way, and women in West Germany. But I'm not really sure about this. Well, here we have these in female soldiers, and there's a proposal from the Federal Ministry of Defense, and it will be interesting to see what result will be achieved here. Duden already lists these entries. And another point to this, and it was connected with the next escalation stage of the public debate, was reached in June last year when the DPA, or DPA, that's the leading German news agency, published an article according to which Duden had now included the words Bösewichten. I tried to translate this. It's not very easy. I found in the internet female villain. And Gästin, that is a female guest. And this article from DPA was published in every newspaper in Germany, from north to south and from east to west alone. It was a real fake news because both words, Gästin and also Bösewichten, have been online since the launch of Duden Online in 2011. You have to know that both forms, Gästin and Bösewichten also, actually sound a bit funny for us. Yeah, they are not very common. You can use them, but they sound a little bit funny and unfamiliar to Germans, but both are ancient forms, and both are already listed in the dictionary of the Brothers Grimm from the 19th century. So it's nothing we invented. You can see it here. Yeah, that's from the German dictionary of the Brothers Grimm. And interesting is that you find the word Bösewichten, this is Emma Stone in Cruella, very often in critics of movies. So it's very special, it's very special use of this word. But it came into Duden also, but many, many years ago and not last year. So much for the person entries as keywords. I want to go to the next and want to explain what we really changed last year in Duden Online. The real hook for the whole discussion about gender, however, was provided by a change that we have made in the definitions of masculine and feminine forms in our dictionaries, especially in Duden Online. And the main reaction was, Duden abolishes the generic masculine. What does it mean? Or, in another way expressed, why it presumptuous of the Duden to abolish the generic masculinum. This is these both on the left-hand side. So what did we do to get such reactions? Let's have a look at the classic print dictionary for German, for example, here, the Duden Universal Dictionary. We see on the left-hand side here a fully elaborated entry in the masculine form for the word Ingenieur. Ingenieur. Ingenieur, with spelling, with grammar, with definition, and with an example. And then follows in the printed dictionary the feminine form, but only as a reference article. Yeah? So you see Ingenieurin, the grammar, yeah, die, der Ingenieurin, die Ingenieurinnen, and then weibliche Form, female form to Ingenieur. That's not as bad because it's a printed dictionary and you see it on the first look that both, because both stands more or less together in one article. But if you put this information online, as we have been doing this since 2011, a problem arises because we now have 2 pages in an online dictionary. We have one for the masculine form with all the explanations, of course, and we have one side for the feminine form. You see it here, yeah, with hardly any information. Yeah? You only have the keyword and a little bit of grammar, and then nothing more. Yeah? So no definition, no examples. And we received a lot of criticism for this. On the one hand, for technical reasons. Then if, for example, you don't know what a female influencer is, so influencerin is, then you have to click again on the link, and you are then redirected to the male influencer, of course. And that's from a technical point of view, this is too cumbersome, and we lose users on this way. It's very easy. And in terms of content spoken, it is also it's also unfortunate because women consider themselves secondary. So that's why we started in autumn 2020. We decided there to remedy the situation and fully develop the articles of feminine forms. We are speaking here about 12,000 articles, and of course, that's a lot of work to do. So you can now find full articles to Ärztin, Influencerin, Lehrerin, Verkäuferin, and so on. And both points of criticism have been eliminated. But, and now this is a point of all the talk, the most important, but as a result, we also changed the definition of the masculine form, and this became the stumbling block. Here is now the definition, you see it here. The old one was Arzt, der, jemand, der, that's somebody who, yeah, and so on. Also a male person, somebody who, and so on. And we changed it now into male person who studied medicine and so on. The German grammar works here like grammar in other languages also. As soon as a man is added to a group of women, the plural form changes. You go from die Lehrerinnen to die Lehrer. So it may be you have 99 female teachers and one male teacher, and the plural form changes exactly in this moment. And this is what we call the generic masculine in German. So this is a plural, traditionally changes to the male form, and it's supposedly generic. Or as we can see here, the so-called generic masculinum came into play, which apparently proves to be a German sanctuary, and we didn't know this before. Well, we had a feeling of this, but that the reactions to this change were so heavy, we couldn't imagine this. And we read in the newspaper then, for example, an article with a headline, "How the Duden changes the male gender." Well, I don't think we can really do this, so that's a lot of power for us, but yeah. And it is, or it was always claimed and is claimed that it had been clear for centuries, of course, that a Rentner, for example, is a person who is retired, no matter if this person is male, female, or non-binary. But on the other hand, we know that, countless studies in recent years have suggested that this is not the case. If only masculine forms are used to communicate, we also have men in mind. For this reason, too, the so-called splitting has become increasingly popular in German in recent years. That means we say, liebe Zuhörerinnen und Zuhörer, instead of liebe Zuhörer, the female form, the male form. Or we use, if we go even further, an asterisk, as we saw it at the beginning, an underscore or similar signs inside the word to mark that everybody is meant. Not only men and women, but also the people who see themselves neither as one nor as the other. And at the latest, since the Federal Constitutional Court in 2017 decided that there is a third option mentioned, these people are entitled to such an entry in the birth register and thus ultimately to linguistic representation. Because we see this change also in our language data, we just decided on this far-reaching change and say now eine Ärztin or die Ärztin is a female person and der Arzt is a male person. So we define prototypically. But at the same time, however, we always show that there's a specific generic use, but this is a difference between the meaning and the use, theoretically. We explain that this is only a traditional use. So what you see here is the new entry for Ärztin, and it's highlighted weibliche Person, so female person. Yeah. And here the version of Arzt, männliche Person, so the new form. And what we added at the end, this is what you see here. So we explain at all of the 12,000 male forms also the use, the traditional generic use, but say very clear it's a use and it's not the meaning. If you say der Lehrer, then you see a man. So the explaining is here on the right-hand side. Use of the personal designations. In certain situations, the masculine form is used to denote persons of all genders. By this usage, however, it is not always clear linguistically whether only male persons or also persons of other genders are referred to. That's why there has been a discussion about linguistic alternatives for some time now. So it's really the situation, you say a sentence in German now, die Lehrer dieser Schule fahren nach Tallinn. So it's, the teachers of the school go to Tallinn. And you don't know in modern German what is meant. Is it all of them? So male teachers or female teachers, or is it only the group of the male teachers? That not, yeah, we know it will not be so, I think so, yeah. But from language, you can't see it exactly. Well, the criticism on Duden, we would abolish the generic masculine, is mainly made by the well-known groups from from the right side, so especially from the Verein Deutsche Sprache or from the right party, AfD, from very traditional linguists and so on. But it also meets with response in the media and also in the population. Duden, of course, does not intend to abolish the generic masculine and does not have the power to do it. I think everybody can see this. The editorial team of Duden continues to show examples like zum Arzt gehen, which is very traditional in German, and it can mean I'm going to a male Arzt or I'm going to a female Arzt, so Ärztin, or it can mean also I'm only going to the doctor's office, for example, to get a receipt or something like this. Duden merely depicts the masculine and feminine personal designations lexicographically equally and hence shows the relatively systematic parallelism of the personal designations and job titles, Arzt, Ärztin in the German language. The linguistic community, and this is important, the linguistic community, and it means all people speaking German, decide how they want to handle this, and not Duden. Increasingly criticized and now often avoided linguistic phenomenon. Duden does not stipulate, but makes recommendations on the topic of gender-neutral language. The editorial team of Duden shows now systematically, or distinguishes systematically between the meaning of der Arzt and the usage, ich muss zum Arzt gehen, I have to go to the doctors. The editorial team of Duden does not intervene in language usage with this enlargement of definitions. The change is based on a changed language usage, which is portrayed by the editorial team of Duden. The current social development leads to gender-neutral variants of personal designations and job titles. For example, die Lehrkräfte, this is something neutral. And these forms are being preferred now to the generalized usage of the masculine form. Often it is not considered appropriate anymore to call a Lehrerin a Lehrer. So it's not appropriate to call a female teacher a teacher. Yeah. Consequently, this change in society also has consequences for the frequency of the use of the feminine forms. And we can see this in our data. Yeah. And this is exactly the change Duden depicts by extending the feminine articles. I can say you can't imagine what happened to us after these changes. The worst insults of all kinds were and are the order of the day. It was really incredible. It is astonishing how much emotions can be released by the topic of gender. And this suggests that this is also about a completely different topic than the language topic, namely the equality of women and men in the real world, and also about, sorry, but the loss of power among men. Let's have, at the end, a look at some other German dictionaries. So the DVDS, that's a digital dictionary from the Academy in Berlin, and to the Austrian dictionary. And they still didn't change anything. So this is DVDS, the digital dictionary, and you see the definition of Lehrer. On the left-hand side, so it's someone who teaches, and the definition of Lehrerin is only corresponding, so you can write it here, corresponding to the form Lehrer. There's nothing explained, it's the relation to the male form. And there is a definition, and this is especially interesting, of Lehrkraft, which is a really neutral form, and they write, Lehrkraft is a Lehrer, so the male form. Yeah, this is a definition of Lehrkraft. But it's Lehrerinnen und Lehrer, of course. Or the next one is Verkäufer, or also I only can translate it to Russian, so Prodavец, Prodavčica. Yeah? So it's someone who sells a product in a shop. Definition of Verkäuferin, the same, corresponding to the definition of Verkäufer. And then there's Verkaufskraft, which is not very common in German, but you can find it. And there they say Verkäuferin or Verkäufer. So it's not very consequent in relation to Lehrer. And the same to Leser, someone who is reading something, definition of Lehrerin. Here is the explanation. Female person who is reading something and corresponding to the definition of Leser. Sorry. And very interesting is Tischler. That's a craftsman who makes furniture out of wood, and there's no female form available, but die Tischlerin is very normal. Yeah? It's not a problem, and there are a lot of women working in this profession, and you can't find it here. Nobody understands this. So, in the Austrian dictionary, there are no explanations, only the spelling and the grammar. So I'm coming to the very end, and let's try to have a look in the future. How things could probably continue with a gender equitable language in Germany. So we are convinced that the gender-neutral language will gain more acceptance and will become more normal. Annika Schach, she is a professor in Hannover, said last year, das generische Maskulinum hat in der Unternehmenskommunikation keine Zukunft. That means she had a look on companies in Germany, how do they act? And her conclusion is the generic masculine has no future in corporate communication. And this is also really interesting because not only in politics, but also in the economy, gender is disputed. For example, there's one of the largest retail groups in Germany, the so-called Otto Group, and they have been gendering for a year. And of course, this had to take, or they had to take also a lot of criticism for it. And then they said on Twitter, for example, to somebody, if you don't want, order somewhere else. If you don't wander to us because you are not want that we gender. And the other person wrote back, then I'll just go to Amazon. And Amazon saw it on Twitter, of course, and they answered, however, they countered, we are looking forward to seeing you, but we are also gender. So then there was last year, and that was really important, also a statement of the German-speaking news agencies, because they act normally very traditional. And the statement from all German-speaking news agencies, so from Germany, from Austria, from Switzerland, and so on, was that they will reduce the use of generic masculinum. Or we find here other examples like die Jugend will mit Mitarbeiterinnen and the underscore, this is like the asterisk, another form, umworben werden. So young people will be courted by these forms. And very important will be that the board of German spelling, this is an international board from 7 countries, has to decide next year what about to do with underscore, asterisk, and so on, because it's not in the official regulation for the German spelling. Yeah, there is no place until now where it is allowed to put such an asterisk, for example, or an underscore in the middle of a word. So they have to decide, and this is a hard job to work in this board and to discuss this. There is still another problem. We don't have a pronomen for the so-called third option. Yeah. Bild-Zeitung asked us, for example, what we would recommend, and we only said we don't have a recommendation. We are looking what happens here, but there happens nothing. So that means we can manage it without the new pronoun also. That's really interesting. And of course, we can ask us also if there will be, maybe in 10 years or something like this, return to the generic masculinum. I don't know it. Yeah. The interesting point in the last year and also in this year was the large public interest, the wide open-mindedness in the media for this. And in the meantime, there's also much more room for explanations of all these phenomena in the media also. For us linguists, males and females, this is a fabulously exciting time, because we are experiencing, observing, and describing massive language change. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the talk. Thank you very much for the talk, and I'm sure there will be a lot of questions. I'll start. What is the position of Duden in, how much power does Duden have in deciding the German spelling? And what is the relation between Duden and the Rat für deutsche Rechtschreibung?
So since the reform of the German spelling in 1996, Duden has not the power to decide about spelling. So it's this international board, I explained, from 7 countries, and this board publishes the so-called amtliche Regelung zur deutschen Rechtschreibung. So this is the official, yeah. And all the dictionary companies in all German or in all countries with German language can publish the dictionaries, but always on the basis of these official guidelines. And so in spelling, we don't have power on the one hand side, but on the other hand side, it's so the first Duden was published in 1880. So it's very, very old. We have actually the 28th edition, and for decades and decades, it was Duden who decided, or the company who decided, how German is to spell. And of course, this works. Yeah? So everybody who sees something from Duden thinks, oh, well, this is a law of German language. And this is an advantage sometimes, and sometimes it's a little bit hard. So,
I'll continue then. If does the Rat für Rechtschreibung regulate stuff like word choice? Does it regulate the meaning of the masculine form? So that is completely up to the dictionary publisher.
Yeah.
And that's why they, the opponents are now rising up against the dictionary publisher, not the Rat.
Yeah. So that the Rat für deutsche Rechtschreibung worked on it, started in 2018, because I'm a member of this Rat. Because we got the question of the government of Berlin, if they can use the gender star, yes or no. And this is something the Rat für deutsche Rechtschreibung can decide, because it's a question of spelling. Of course, we know all, it's much more than a question of spelling, but in the first line, it's a question of spelling. We don't have it. What we have, for example, is a word like Bahncard, for example, so these cards that you get reduced prices if you go by railway, and it's written with a big C in the middle. Yeah, also so Bahn and then card, and card starts with a big C. So it's normally also not allowed, but you see it. And the discussion is now if the gender star should be, so there are 2 questions. The one is, will it be allowed to use a sign, a star, underscore, and so on, in the middle of a word? This is one question. And if we say yes, so which one? Yeah, because at the moment we have especially the star and this double point also, and the underscore, but not as much. And the situation in the German-speaking countries is so different. Yeah, so it's a really big movement here in Germany, but it's a totally other situation in Austria. They use traditionally the big, so the majuscule I, It's an older form from the 80s, so Lehrerin, and the in starts with a majuscule E. And the criticism to this form is that it's only binary, yeah, for both, no, men and women, but is not an option for the so-called third option. In Switzerland, it's very quiet. They do it, yeah, and they don't discuss it. Yeah, they do it since 20 years. Yeah. And then we have still Liechtenstein, Luxembourg, Italy, the north of Italy, and Belgium, and they don't discuss about this. But all our decisions must be, of course, decisions of the majority and in the Rat, and that's why it's really difficult what will happen there next year.
There is a comment from Margit. Thank you, Catherine. I think the same situation in Estonia. Linguists are fascinated with all kinds of changes in language. We want to research why and what, but layman people, exactly laymen, lay women, feel like language will be somehow ruined.
We are the destructors, can you say it, of the German language, of course. I don't know how often I read this last year. There's a question.
Thank you. Thanks for this interesting talk. That's a really interesting topic because so many things are interlinked. There are so many debates, I have to confess, when I heard about this decision, I was very enthusiastic at first because I think it's a very cunning and interesting decision. When I think about it, I'm not sure if it's not maybe a little bit too radical, but the point that I wanted to address is you said that you are now distinguishing between meaning and usage, and here I was wondering if that's something that we can really do as linguists, because especially in this case of the generic masculine, of course, we have all these psycholinguistic studies, but they often address situations in which very specific individuals are addressed and often not situations in which we have very generic usages in the traditional linguistic sense of the word. So I was wondering if that's something that you had discussions about, or if that's something that you, or how you motivate this distinction between meaning and usage.
Yeah, I agree totally. That's really difficult, of course. Yeah, and it's maybe a more theoretically division between semantics and pragmatics. Yeah, and you never will know, and we all know this exactly what is part of this and what is part of this. But we found at the end that something. Or maybe this is a way we can explain it to people. I'm not really sure about it if it works, but I mentioned a little bit these studies and the results. I think you know it when the results are really so. If you ask, for example, young people, please write down the names of 5 actors, then you get 5 male actors. But if you say, please write down the name of 5 famous actors and actresses, you get a mixture, of course. Or if you say a sentence like, der Lehrer kommt zur Tür rein, nobody sees a female teacher coming into the room, and so on. It differs, of course, in the plural form, because of the tradition, of course. But that's why we decided we show here the prototypical meaning, and we know it's difficult.
I was wondering who's presenting or representing the Council of Deutsche Rechtschreibrat. Who is there? Who's sitting in that Rat, and does this Rat I mean, and only not the German situation. There's a lot of activists who only think about meaning, but not so much maybe about usage. And what do you think about this? And is there any exchange of ideas?
Yeah, that's interesting. So I don't know how much you know about the reform of German spelling in '96. So it was. Well, I started at Duden in '97, and so I still felt the waves of the first emotional, I don't know what the situation about language. It was incredible. No, well, the public didn't want this reform, and but it was an international decision, yeah, between all these countries. Also, Denmark signed it, and so on and so on, and then the politicians from all the involved countries were searching for a solution so that a brighter groups are involved in the decisions about the German spelling, because this was only a very small group of linguists, and not the public. And some years later was founded this Rat für Deutsche Rechtschreibung, so this board. And actually they are in more or less 40 organizations, and that means also 40 people. So it works together. So for example, I'm there in for Duden. I'm not in there for as Katrin Kunkel, yeah, for the publishing house, but I never can send to a meeting somebody else from my team, for example. So I have to go to the meeting. So that's such a combination. And there's a special key between the countries, how many organizations from every country of these 7 countries is working in the board, and the period is always for 6 years and then changes. And so, for example, for Germany, there's in Duden, there was in Warich, it does not longer exist. There is, for example, der Schriftstellerverband, so that's the Association of Writers, the Association of Journalists, but also the Association of all publishing houses for school books. So the DPR is in, and so on and so on. But the period ends next year, and maybe there will be a change. It's a very, very, very conservative board, very conservative. So my aim, my personal aim, and the aim of Duden, for example, would be to find a way out of the situation that we say we accept the gender star or the Doppelpunkt, the double point. We accept it and we don't see it as a mistake in school texts, for example. Yeah? Because there are teachers or also linguists like Peter Eisenberg who say, this is a mistake. Yeah? And every asterisk you write is a mistake. Of course, at the end you have 10 mistakes because you use asterisks. And I think that is not the question. The question is what you want to express. Yeah? And I find it personally also very difficult to say, for example, to an 18-year-old young man or young woman using the gender star in his or her, so what is Abitur? Well, you know, in the exams at the end of school, you can't express your meaning in this way. That's why I think a good way could be to say, accept, we don't teach it. Yeah, so we often have the discussion, oh, so there are so many children at school, for example, and their mother language, their mother tongue is not German, and it's so difficult for them to learn German, and now they shall learn also to use the gender star. This is not the question. Nobody wants to teach in the first, I don't know, 6 years, the use of a gender star. But it's another way to say, okay, we see it here and we accept this, maybe. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. There is a comment from the web from Maria. Thank you for this talk. It is fascinating how the linguists get involved in politics, feminism, etc. We are working with the most important tool in human history. Yeah. Does anybody want to add anything to that? So I think we can, unless anybody wants to add something, we can end here. Thank you, Catherine, very much for coming.
Mm-hmm.
And
thank you. What is this? Thank you so much. Thank you. And thank you again for the invitation. Yeah, it's a pleasure to stay here. Thank you.
And now we have an hour. Is that correct? An hour to get to about 500 meters from here. So it's very slow walking. Unless you want to make a detour somewhere, go through the old town. If you don't know where we are going, it's Restaurant Platz in the Rottermanni quarter. And if the old town is there, the center is there, and the right direction is there. If you don't know where we're going, then attach yourself to some of the locals and let's find our way there. We have to be there 6:30, and then that's the after party or the reception. Reception, yes. After party will be later.
I have one more thing to add. If you are leaving today and won't come back tomorrow, then you can drop your name tags in the box so we can reuse them next year. That's it.
Thank you so much for this day and see you tomorrow, or I mean in an hour at the restaurant.
Love,